said, no, it's not a bribe, and it's a great thing to do because it's the way Russians would introduce themselves as company directors to somebody, and you're a Russian company, and you should do it the Russian way, so that you get the level of respect. And it usually did start the conversations out a bit more convivially, and then sometimes they'd turn a little worse after that. Sometimes they'd be okay, but um, yeah, it wasn't a bribe, but we did play in the Russian system with the box of chocolates and a bottle of champagne type thing periodically, but never had to pay any bribes. However, and there was a massive rumor about this at the time. The rumor mill runs rampant in Russia because we were our own company and we're a Russian company. We didn't have to play by the rules of our big clients, Exxon and Shell, they were there, and they couldn't do what we could do. So, like, if we wanted to hire an office space, there were a lot of people in Russia that were building things in Russia, like whole big 10-story office buildings, but they're not occupying them at all. And it was because, and we're thinking, gee, that's a terrible idea. You wouldn't build an office building in, London or Australia, anywhere, or America, and not get it renting out, because, your massive amount of loss that you'd suffer from not having a rental return on things. But that wasn't the point in Russia. The point in Russia was they'd had a banking collapse, multiple banks collapsed in 1998, I think, when the Indonesian money crisis happened. And so they were building buildings with cash money and leaving them empty just so that their cash wouldn't get lost in a bank. And so there was an empty building that we liked the look of in downtown Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk. And so we wanted to go rent a floor in this building for our company. And I had to go meet I had to take another one of the directors of my company who wasn't in Russia very often, and he just about freaked out because we had to go meet our new landlord at like a construction site. It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and it's getting kind of dark out. Twilight, and my buddy Steve is like, dude, are we walking into like a trap here? Are we going to get killed? I went, no, you're going to be fine. I mean, look, why would he kill us? We won't rent the place from him. So we went in and met him, and he was a very colorful character. He was obviously in the mob somehow, and he or connected to the illegal crime. So he did. He wanted to just suss us out in person and find out if we were on the up and up, because he thought it was strange that some foreigners would approach him directly and ask him if they could rent his building, or rent a floor in his building. So he did rent us a floor in his building. He rent us the top floor, but the building hadn't been certified, and we didn't know this at the time. But it hadn't been certified for occupancy, and so you can't connect it to the power grid. Sakhanenergo wouldn't come and connect you to the power until the building was certified. So Pavel went and had his guys at night hook the power up to the building on his own, and then boom, the elevator worked, and we're ready to move in. And so we move in, and we occupy the space, and because the guy didn't want to deal with taxation on rental returns, we actually paid him one massive lump sum to essentially buy the floor for him, or pay for the cost of finishing the floor in the way we wanted it. But it was we paid him capital instead of operating expenses, and then he would write us receipts every month to turn our capital investment into a rental investment, which you couldn't do if you weren't a board of European company. They wouldn't let them do that. But can the Australians do it? Yeah, because me and two other guys, if we make a decision, we can do it. So we did that, but word got out about that through the Russian staff into the Western staff, and other people found out about it. And you know how these stories go around the traps, right? They come back to you, and you hear the story at the end of the Chinese whispers, and it's amazing the level of detail they can come up with, right? they had a they had a figure that, we were definitely into organized crime because we bought this whole building in downtown Houston, and they had a price on it like 2,347. It was a very exact figure that they came up with for what we paid for this building, and everybody was convinced we were absolutely corrupt because we would do things in the normal Russian business area that most of the Western companies would absolutely stay away from, and in fact pay bigger companies to shield them from having to do this sort of nuts and bolts type of how you live and work in Russia. But I found it to be fascinating. And I found it especially fascinating that this big organized criminal one time didn't give us our receipts and everything on time. And Natalia, my little bitty tiny chief financial officer, who was very, very good accountant and absolutely positively never made a mistake and was really hard on herself and others. When this guy, who must have been, I don't know, 2.2 meters, and he probably weighed easily 120 keys. So he was a very big guy, black leather jacket, standard Russian thug, and my chief accountant tore strips off that guy. He was cowering in the conference room when I came back, and she was just across the table tearing strips off him about this deal we did. We put ourselves at risk, and you doing these things, and we want these on time. And yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. He was doing, and he pissed off out of there, and we got those things. All the paperwork was tickety boo, shall we say? The rest of the time we lived up there. So no, I never paid any bribes, but it is absolutely positively impossible to operate your own business in a place like Russia and not expose yourself to the way the world works there. And the way the world works there is corruption, just endemic in everything, government, private, you name it, everything's corrupt. And that's why it doesn't surprise me at all when Mockers was talking yesterday about these tank engines that were stolen, one part of Russia, were almost certainly sold back to the Russian army in Luhansk so that they could repair their vehicles, these motors and things. So it's weird that corruption is so endemic in Russia that organized crime was both the supplier and the receiver of these parts that were stolen from one place in Russia were sold back to the government in another place in Russia, and probably organized crime got a cut both ways. That doesn't surprise me one little bit. Hi, Doman. I see you're up. You must be time for me to piss off, eh?
No, you can hang about. I don't mind. I just wanted to add that there's an interesting note in relation to that story that during 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, stuff that Russian officers stole from the Russian army was one of the principal ways by which Ukrainians got parts to repair their stuff with, and resuscitate a lot of the equipment that was kind of standing about for the previous decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, maybe. Because obviously, when the Soviet Union dissolved, there was lots of the Soviet military equipment left in most of the previous constituent parts, right, the previous territories of the Soviet Union. And places like Ukraine didn't really have the money, invest the money in keeping it all running because it was just so much of it. And for practical purposes like that, it ended up being, these sort of workarounds and finding bits from Russia was just a very crucial way for Ukrainians to get some of the stuff running that's been, standing in the field for a few years or a couple of decades even. And I think that went well beyond tanks. I would wonder how air defense systems actually got repaired. And I'm sure that, in 15 years, there'll be a tell-all. But Ukraine had a lot of these air defense systems, but the more mobile ones like Buks and the less mobile ones like S-300s, that were in, you can call it deep storage, but it was possibly beyond that, especially since during Yanukovych's years, the army was intentionally uninvested in or underinvested in by a very significant margin, and they had to be resuscitated. They had to be put back together somehow. I wonder where they got the stuff for it.
Well, cash buyers, right? If there's if anybody who's got the money and can pay can get them. But do you find it funny at all that the organized crime was both the both the receiver and the seller of army parts to the Russian army?
30% funny, 0% surprising.
I got told multiple times that I should write a book on the absurd things that I saw in Russia, and I probably should have. But people have seen so many absurd things now through this war that it would just be redundant and not nearly as bizarre as some of the stuff we've seen since this war kicked off. That is for sure. Helsinki, welcome. Good morning.
Mic check, guys. Hello.
All good.
As always, mate. 5 by 5.
5 by 5, whatever it means. Yeah, cheers, guys. And yeah, Will, these stories about you doing business in Russia with my 40 years of experience with the Soviet and Russia, vomitingly familiar. So I have to take a tranquility pill and breathe a couple of times deeply, and I will vomit this Russian Mongol business activities out of my mind, because this is exactly the thing, that this kind of activities that they do, they infect you, you get used to it, and then you spread it all around the world. So we have to stop it, and the time is now. I was listening, very excellent, Professor Stephen Cochran from Princeton, and recently from Stanford University. I invite everybody who is a friend of this space to listen to it. It is only around 5 days old. Stephen knows Russians, knows the Soviets, I think, better than anybody. Of course, he's not right about everything, but he said really what pointed me out and gave me hope today in this eve of May, Workers' Day, or whatever day it is nowadays. I hope it's a victory day for Ukraine. Was the thing that what I know for certain, guys, and I know this 100%, when Putin gives some sort of order in Kremlin from Novo Ogaryovo or somewhere, they don't get followed. It's a kind of like a power vertical or whatever kind of shit show you want to call it. The minions, they will execute what is in their kind of parochial interest to execute. And the Putin's orders, as we see in Ukraine in plain sight, cannot be followed. So basically, this is a positive sign. Ukraine will win, Russians will lose, because their system fundamentally, the power vertical, doesn't work. Putin, if he gets some sort of order like fix all the civilian airplanes to the transport ministry, it will not get fixed. They are screwed. Let me tell you. Listen to Stephen Kotkin, and happy days, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Helsinki. So, Mockers, we're waiting around for the co-host swap, and I'll do that soon. But I do have some actual bad news that I was waiting to talk about. Unless you've got some more good news, Mockers.
Have we ever touched on the kerosene thievery? Because I was gonna yesterday and then forgot to altogether.
Go ahead. The kerosene, what, Domin?
The thievery of the kerosene from aviation fuel, basically, from a number of Russian departments. Apparently, the guy who's in charge of stores is always in on it, obviously, but he tends to turn up as a witness and get off with it for some reason.
That was remarkable when you were telling us about that yesterday. That the actual highest ranking guy was used as a witness and didn't get prosecuted, but all the people below him did.
Yeah, sorry. Just to confirm, I have had an answer. So soon will.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Good. Yeah, so that we did talk about this, Doman, but I'll let Marcus carry on and summarize it again because yeah, it is another one of these really weird cases.
well, yeah. In this case, 5 or 6 guys got hauled up on charges in relation to fuel being missing, and they were all given quite a small fine. To be honest, all found guilty, of course, given quite a nominal fee of a fine, and sent back to work, obviously, because that's going to help. And it was suggested that in the army, anybody who is in charge of fuel basically uses it as a second income, and so they fill up planes with a lesser amount, but mark down that they've filled them up fully, and just things like that. They're forever sort of siphoning some off for themselves so they can sell it, and it would seem that the guy who facilitated the deal also makes a nice cut. Yeah, so it's a regular trade apparently, and one of the reasons why they never reached Kyiv, because quite a lot of them ran out of fuel before they got there. Now Doman is having to reset himself, so in the meantime, hello Daniel.
Hello to you, mockers. Sorry, I need to clean up my throat. I have 2 subjects for you. One very easy, very nice, clean, and not so much to discuss. Election in Gagauzia, autonomous region in southern of Moldova. We just put it like a pin there. And second, I think the most important subject of many months, Russian missile in Poland. Hey! We can touch that shit.
I think as soon as Doman is back, he was trying to talk about that all day yesterday, and nobody was biting. So yeah.
You know why, no? What is the fear of Ghani?
No idea.
War, NATO versus Russia.
NATO destruction. Yeah, we'll talk about that later. Give me a moment. I'll just go back to Will because he's obviously got something to say.
So yeah, just on that, the kerosene theft. Kerosene is aviation fuel. So, but on that, I'll bet for every one of those they uncover, there are probably 200 or 300 that go undiscovered too. Because during my time in Russia, fuel and simple construction materials were the most stolen things, or just phenomenally inefficiently managed, so that you'd order 10,000 liters of fuel and you'd get 3.5, 4. I mean, so it was endemic, the amount of theft of concrete, wood, metal plating, all that sort of stuff. You had to basically keep an eye on with an armed guard and have somebody guarding the guard or CCTV. Otherwise, you would lose a lot of stuff all the time through all those construction projects. It's just horrendous. And I'll bet the military is even worse. And I guess to add to that, Marcus, on that case you're talking about, what 30,000 liters of aviation fuel were stolen in that, and those guys got penalties, I think, of $300 or $400 is all. I mean, honestly, it's like the price of doing business if you're a thief.
I think it was about double that, about $623. $647, something like that. But it was not huge amounts, no. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just factored into the price of doing business. Apparently, there's an awful lot of schemes which are priced in Russia and specifically priced in a way that they're aware that like 80% of the cash goes missing. It seems a strange way to do business, but there you go. Freight Monkey, good morning.
Good morning. I had a story about fuel theft. If you want to hear one that is not, it's not linked to kerosene, but to marine gas oil.
I always like a story. Go ahead.
So, in between 2014 and 2016, I was involved for a while in some Baltic shipments. There's a company, or was a company, probably still exists, but maybe has changed name, called BPC, which is the Belarusian potash company, which exports potash, which is it's a rocky substance that essentially becomes fertilizer. It's a bulk substance. They exported from St. Petersburg, or exported it. I don't know what the story is now. Exported it from St. Petersburg to China mostly on very large ships. The shipment size was about 75,000 tons. And this is a business that had to go through local Belarusian intermediaries. You couldn't do it directly with the Belarusian potash company for obvious reasons. So we used to work with Russian and Ukrainian, by the way, intermediaries called operators in this business, and they used to take our ships and do St. Petersburg, China. We were always very happy because it was a super long duration charter, and it always paid above market price. But there's one thing that they always were adamant on: you have to deliver the ship to us with the lowest amount of fuel possible, down to the safety margin of the vessel. And if you know something about marine fuels, you've got essentially three grades. You've got heavy fuel oil, which goes generally into large ships and into large commercial ships. And then you've got the more refined versions, which are lower in sulfur content, which are called marine gas oil or marine diesel oil. And our guys used to load up the ships with marine gas oil and not the intermediate fuel oil, which is the much heavier stuff that you normally put on. So then, we asked, why do you do that? It's obviously a lot more expensive to put this more refined oil on board. And the answer was always, you don't know at which price we buy our fuel. We buy it directly from the Navy. So essentially, the Navy was selling to these guys. I mean, the Navy, not the Navy, but some officer somewhere in the Navy was selling to these guys discounted fuel that was supposed to be for the Navy and putting it on commercial ships. Everybody was making a margin, everybody was happy, and that's how the business was. So it's just an interesting little anecdote that comes back to mind when we talk about kerosene theft and all that. It's extremely widespread across all the branches of the government, from what I see.
And that just shows what an absolutely huge scale as well. Ridiculous. Good morning, Doman. Just confirm to me that everything works.
Everything works. I think. You tell me.
Perfect. Okay, lovely. In that case, we'll go to Helsinki, Fel.
Let's do that, and then we shall cruise like a missile into Poland.
Mic check, guys.
All good?
Cheers. Yeah, this is springing more stories about this kind of corrupt officials in the Navy selling petroleum or whatever. This is what I wanted to say, that about these kerosene thefts, that these mid to low level Russian aviation forces officers or whatever, they get a nominal fine. The thing is that in which those they did step on, because the little guy in the street who is kind of like a traffic police, he will do little corruption. Then the vertical goes and Putin does Putin level corruption with his Ralduging buddy who hides his money wherever he hides it, so far that the sun doesn't shine. And this is the kind of like thing that these are very low level guys. Did they upset somebody? Was it too egregious that they have to be exposed and given this nominal fine? Because this is like the point I want to make is that everybody is corrupt, and if you try to be honest, it's very difficult for you to operate in any level in Russian government, whether it's local or small level, high level. Yeah. So the whole system is sick, and people who try to be normal, democratic, decent people, they get mentally sick. They call them dem schizo because they are democratic schizophrenia, because normal, healthy, European thinking people who go to Russia, they get sick because of the system is so terrible. And this is the kind of the thing that how everything operates there. So whose toes they are stepping into, what is going on, that they were exposed? Because normally, since everybody from the lowliest travel cop to Putin in Novo Ogarevo is corrupt, everybody has there is always a file on somebody if he becomes inconvenient. So my question is that how much inconvenient to somebody there in Irkutsk or whatever Siberia these low-level officers were, that did they step on somebody's toes and they said, okay, let's get rid of these guys, we have these files on them, FSB has the files, they've been watching these guys getting small profits for years, and now they did some mistake, they didn't produce maybe logistics to Ukraine front or whatever it can be, like they were criticizing the fur coat of General X wife in some Christmas party, and they are decided to get rid of using FSB, because the counterintelligence against it's according to Andrei Soldatov is very, very strong in the army. That army has a lot of this FSB counterintelligence people watching the army, because Putin and this Securocrats or Siloviks, they want to all the time know what the army is doing, and army is kept weak because army is a potential for a coup d'etat, but historically this never happened. But like Kotkin said, anything can happen in Russia anytime. So it's like I don't call it the Wild West. As a Finn, if I go there, I call it the Wild East, and it is something to be seen. It is horrible.
I recall someone in Ukraine, a soldier in Ukraine, perhaps an officer in Ukraine, saying something along the lines of, people ask me if I like corruption, and I say yes, of course, because it is beneficial to us that the Russian military is as corrupt as it is, because it brings down their efficiency and efficacy. So big fan there, and as am I. I'm very glad. Anytime it leads to something not working the way the Russians expect it to work, because of that, I'm very glad for it. And that's a perfect segue. Something not working quite as intended. Daniel, sorry, I wasn't around, but you wanted to bring up a specific thing, and I'm very glad that you were, because as Mocker said, I tried to do it like 3 times yesterday. Nobody was really biting.
Domen, just to say, you are absolutely right, and 100% I agree. This is true. Ukraine benefits from this Russian nonsense.
%100%. Right. Now, Daniel, shall we set the groundwork for what happened at some point back in the past? The thing that happened at some point back in the past, in December, I think, was a missile overshot Ukraine, a Russian cruise missile. Seems to have overshot Ukraine. And got detected by Polish and some other Western and unclear which F-35s. So Polish F-16s and some sort of Western, presumably Dutch, maybe American, I'm not sure, F-35s were scrambled to try to intercept it. And it wasn't until it flew over about 2/3 of the width of Poland, east to west, that it suddenly vanished because it presumably ran out of fuel or some such and crashed into a forest outside of Bydgoszcz. Now, what did you want to raise with this, Daniel? It was only discovered 4 months later, as somebody was walking through a forest and found some bits of a missile in the forest. And bits of missile obviously don't grow in the forest. So it stands to reason that somebody sent it there, intentionally or otherwise. And not just the bits of missile don't grow in a forest, they also didn't have any explosive anywhere, any warhead proper, which tells us a little bit about these missiles because, as we've evidenced here, as early as last autumn, the Russians have started using some warheadless missiles to get a lesser interception efficiency for the Ukrainians, basically. So imagine it's like this. Say you have 60 missiles, right? And Ukrainians intercept 90% of missiles. If you have 60 missiles and you send those 60 missiles, then you're going to have 54 of them shot down and 6 are going to get through, right? But if you add in a bunch of missiles that don't really have warheads, you're going to get more of the warheads through, statistically, on average, than you would otherwise, also because you can overwhelm air defenses a bit to the point where the efficiency drops below the previous percentage. And that's something that they clearly want to achieve. Okay, Daniel, that's all the background I can give you. What did you want to address with it?
2 things. First, and this is painful, and I will not get very popular with Polish listeners. This means they didn't know. And it's not something exceptional. People need to understand a cruise missile close to the ground is not so easy to be detected. And when it flies 500 kilometers on your airspace, I read some Polish Twitter and said something like, our air defense is not so great how we imagine. We need 5 years until we made a strong defense shield. And the second thing I want to say is what confirmed me, not only Polish, but all the SS didn't know, they didn't retrieve that missile. Because if they know it, and it's in very isolated area of Poland, and you always can find someone who recycles some aluminum, will never be found. Because I bet at this moment, Polish authorities and entire NATO wants from the bottom of their heart this incident never become public. Because remember what Polish Air Force said 3-4 days ago. It's our missile, don't worry, we know about it. And it looked not.
I mean, they didn't really say, did they? They kind of said, oh, don't worry, it's fine, it's all under control, something along those lines. Did they say explicitly it's our missile?
Almost.
Exactly,
Almost.
right? It was very much
Big enough
obfuscating.
to escape. Yeah, but let's tell to the listeners some obvious truths. From the beginning of the war, we have like this: one long-range drone armed with explosive in Croatia.
Yeah, third week of the war, I think.
Another,
Third week after the invasion. Crashed just outside of
okay.
Zagreb.
Before that was one in Romania. After that, we have the Russian cruise missile intercepted in Poland and killed two Polish people, and was sold after a heavy damage control. Heavy. There was just a Ukrainian air defense missile who go amok, just going against storks and, birds. But in fact, it was a Russian cruise missile intercepted. I wonder how many cruise missiles who crossed Republic of Moldova, but of course they didn't cross the Republic of Moldova. How many of them crossed Romania airspace also? And now this. There are two things we need to address with all the respect and to understand and to be more respectful and maybe to be less hawkish than we are. Nobody don't want to crush Russia. Nobody wants to mobilize NATO to get their F-45s, F-16s, B-2 bombers, B-52s, and just transform all European Russia in a wasteland. Nobody. And they will stay in this way, and Ukraine is agree with us. But when Russians open their bloody mouths and say, oh, we fight with NATO. No, you don't. You have no idea. In fact, you have an idea, but it's very easy to open your mouth and telling this bullshit. Because if you fight with NATO, you'll be crushed. And if you don't go to nuclear, you'll be totally crushed. And if we go to nuclear, doesn't matter. So I will say something like this. Maybe our political leaders are weak, are not the best people most of the time. Maybe they are not acting faster. How we imagine is better. Maybe they are not listening to the militaries who have only military solutions. But I think they act okay in this situation. I think they are doing good. Yeah, if it's something obvious, if today one cruise missile hit my apartment and killed me and probably half of area of my apartment block, I'm sorry, I don't think there will be an escape. But incidents like this, they deserve to be buried. And it's not about us being proud and bragging, because we are not Dmitry Medvedev. We are rational human beings who doesn't want this thing to become something horrible.
I agree, Daniel, completely. There's people who think that Article 5 is some sort of automatic, trigger, that there are levels set and it's 100% automatic trigger, that it just, things happen automatically at that point. It's an unstoppable snowball. There is a level of that, but as you say, it would take not just an attack, but I think quite clearly evidenced, motivated attack to push NATO into that. And all of these things thus far have been, a little bit short of that, just a little bit short of that. And that's why it hasn't happened, because it stayed just a little bit short of that. You know, the concerns some people have about, oh, but what if this goes, CBRN? And I think, well, yeah, there's one legitimate component of that question, and the legitimate component is, what if it is actually, in the matter of fact, not just a Russian propaganda version of NATO versus Russia? Yeah, in that case, it can. In that case, it could actually happen that you'd have a CBRN outcome. Anything short of that, no. Anything short of that, it's not happening. But if it was actually that, then you could. And this is why, they're very much holding back and making sure that no, it doesn't happen. The other thing to say is, and you can look at Zagreb for that. You can look at Poland, Romania, etc. All for Poland twice over now. The other thing I want to say is, I think this is a good illustration how air defenses are not perfect. So anybody who's thinking air defenses should be perfect, air defenses are perfect, whatever, just erase that from your minds. They just really aren't. Ukraine had, before the full-scale Russian invasion, Ukraine had already an insane density of ground-based air defenses. Part of that is doctrinal. Soviets basically went the ground-based air defenses route much more heavily. The West went, air supremacy through superior air power route much more heavily. We can talk about that balance all we want, but that's something that needs to be borne in mind. All of the air defenses being now sent to Ukraine are to basically maintain the level, improve technology, improve, efficiency. But the West altogether doesn't have, just vast quantities of air defenses, frankly. Nothing like the same concentration as Ukraine had. Now, Ukraine had to resuscitate a lot of those that were previously in storage for a couple of decades or whatnot, but nevertheless, right? It's a very different. It's a very different situation. So I wanted to know that.
They'll explain also the Russian air defenses is not so strong how they brag and how easy it is to penetrate Crimea, for example.
Yeah, do you know what's really hard to do air defense? I keep trying to explain this, right? If you're shooting a cannon from a solid bit of the Earth's surface to another solid bit of the Earth's surface, the relative motion between those two parts of the Earth's surface, I don't know, 75 on the Richter scale earthquake, aren't moving much, right? So it's much easier physics to do that. Hitting something that's traveling and even maneuvering through the air at great speed, a lot more complicated. Even seeing it and then the response time or whatever, it's hard. So what they say, whether they're true in saying this or not, they said that they had jets up in good time and they were tracking it, and then it just vanished because it ran out of fuel and crashed into the forest. Whatever it was, doesn't really matter. But whatever it is, just nobody should expect these things to be perfect. If anything, this is now teaching European NATO to be a bit more responsive to things. There's a reason why there's now a bunch of American F-35s and F-22s in Poland that weren't there before. I think very possibly in response to this incident. And that's going to help with things, but it's not going to be impenetrable regardless. There's no magic wall curtain that goes up on the Polish border. But yeah, that's kind of the situation. You need to be clear about that and conscious of that. These things aren't a 1 and 0. These things aren't binary. It's all somewhere in some sort of a spectrum. The thing that it is the thing that is a big deal is to say, okay, well, these Russian things malfunction really badly sometimes, like really badly. That's one thing. The other thing, they're clearly quite willing to send these warheadless missiles. We've seen 1 or 2 before in Ukraine that were publicized heavily, but I think that Ukrainians just aren't publicizing just how many there are. But a lot of them are these warheadless missiles. Almost certainly, maybe 10%, maybe 30%. But it shows part of the Russian tactics of saturation here. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Then, John, I'm sure that you have something serious. Then I have some more retrospective here.
Yeah, yeah, it's about the same thing. Yesterday, it was discussed as if the big thing was that air defense didn't catch it, or wasn't up to the task. But the big thing is that they actually shot something that went into a third country, not being Ukraine, meaning the outside the bounds. And yeah, obviously the response shouldn't be, to attack Moscow or whatever. But with all those incidents, guess who knows that it was a Russian missile or drone or whatever? Guess who knows that? Russia knows it. And unless there's some serious talks behind the closed doors, which I assume and hope there are, then really it looks bad. It looks weak from Western point of view. And the first thing to discuss is not Article 5 or not. It's the first thing to discuss whether this was an intentional or unintentional attack on a part that's not involved in the conflict directly. That's what should be discussed, not Article 5. That's something else. And that's not, that at least hasn't been discussed openly. And maybe for good reasons, but I think people should be aware, should be have the right to know that these things happens, and it shouldn't come out by chance. That's my opinion.
Now that I completely agree with. So apparently the Polish military, I'm being told, has closed off the forest. Nobody's allowed to get anywhere close to it ever since the missile was found. And they're keeping things very, very limited, just like Daniel was saying. At Przewodowye, they're on the border in November, and that's so they can contract, they can limit access to information and shape the narrative around it. And again, why is that done? So that there isn't an actual Russia-NATO fight. I want to add two little bits of context. So after the incident near Zagreb, or just on the outskirts of Zagreb, where the Tu-141 Stryj drone with explosives inside buried itself in a park next to a student dorm, and buried itself so deep, I forget how many meters it was. Basically, like the excavator was so deep down that you couldn't see how far down it went. It was about 6-7 meters down. It buried itself because it was traveling at Mach 0.85 or whatever when it ran out of fuel and then crashed into the soil. Good thing it didn't go 100 meters to the right, or it would have hit the student dorm, right? And good thing the bomb didn't explode. But after that, the Croatian president had a bit of a meltdown, and I forget what Spanish base. So NORAD, right, for North America. There's kind of two NATO equivalents for Europe, one for north of the Alps, one for south of the Alps. I forget where the south of the Alps one is based. I know it's in Spain. I think it might be at Torrejon, but it might be somewhere else. Doesn't really matter. So basically, he insisted that they go and explain themselves at the radar coordinating facility. Why weren't jets up in the air? And the Romanian ones, and the Hungarian ones, and why didn't anyone tell Croatia in time? And what is this? So he had a bit of a shouting match there, allegedly, apparently. Who knows what actually happened? Certainly, the messaging of the defense minister standing in front of the hall giving a press conference was quite stern in that regard. But it just shows that these things aren't perfect, and maybe things are going to be stepped up markedly now, like they were in Poland. Again, F-22 Raptors weren't there before. Now they are, and they showed themselves in flight radar apparently a few times. So that's kind of a signal, a sign. The other thing that I kind of wanted to note on this is the only really good response here is to deliver to Ukraine everything they want and ask for, and that they need to destroy Russia in Ukraine so this can be over. That's the best way to secure, Poland from another cruise missile landing there. But what I found really interesting is yesterday, Lukashenko gave an answer to a foreign journalist, or maybe it was a couple of days ago. I saw it yesterday, and he said something along the lines of, the Russian army is now fighting both against the Americans and the Europeans. NATO is fighting with the hands of Ukrainians. So I'm kind of curious, how this is going to go. And it's getting close to sort of my scenario, right? Of them saying, we lost, but we were fighting all of NATO, so it's okay. Just as a note there. Daniel.
The base in Spain you asked is called La Rota.
Yes, right.
Aegis Ashore system, which is also in Romania and the vessel. And the radar must be finished in Poland. When it's finished, we have a big shield defense for big waves in Europe. Then, John, I understand your need to say stern measures. And my impulses say, yeah, I agree with you, my personal impulses. But also, I know I'm very impulsive. I'm too passionate about this. And I think anyhow we try to rationalize, we need to understand, NATO probably will crush Russia faster than Russia ever planned. But this doesn't mean you'll be without consequence for Europe, especially Eastern Europe. And is no guarantee we go what they just flagged for 14 months. Yeah, there are technically attacks on NATO soil. And yeah, Republicans will just slap President Biden, every inch of NATO territory. But we need to understand somehow, if your enemy is completely irrational, is stupid, is not acting like a state actor, but more like a mafia, criminal, paranoid system, genocidal, with very few hope for anything in the future, better to keep it at very, very low temperature. We are not in the planes. We are not on the ships. We are not the soldiers which are probably in alert past 14 months, exercising, training. Is not easy for any soldier in Europe. And we must be understanding some measures. I don't expect to be like Angela Merkel measures, more like a rational human being. And we forget essential thing. Ukrainians are frustrated. Soldiers are tired. They spent so many lives. So many civilians died. So many of that country is destroyed. And even in this situation, the officers of Ukrainian army will say, no, it's okay. We understand. And this don't come from lack of, how you can say, impulse to say something very threatening coming from Brussels or Washington, but understanding the consequences. will not be better for Ukraine if NATO enter in the war with Russia. It will not be. Everyhow you want to put it, if NATO enter in the fight with Russia, will not be better for Ukraine. They will not get a faster victory. Will be less consequences or less dying in Ukraine. Is not what you want probably to listen from me, but I think we are close to general ground.
And John?
Yeah, no, Danny, I know you're right, and it's not about what I want to listen to. Obviously, I understand that also, that no one will gain from that. But or will we? I don't know. But the thing is, now nothing happened, right? Nothing happened. That missile went down in the forest, and no one was hurt. Fine, but and that was kind of luck. Next time, it might hit somewhere. Even if it's a stray missile, it might hit somewhere. And then suddenly, because it hit somewhere, then now we need to act. And is it then worth it? That's my question. Would the decision be made that, okay, now they have stepped over the red line, and we will not allow it anymore, because now we were a bit more unlucky. It actually hit something.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So if that missile hits a building and kills 20 people in Poland or Finland or Sweden or Romania, whatever, is it then worth it? Because that would mean the same consequences as you said, over 20 people. You understand what I mean?
Yes, that's exactly right. The one thing that needs to be understood as well, just as a point, because I know I'm going to get questions otherwise. When you shoot down a missile, it doesn't disappear. It doesn't evaporate. It doesn't vanish. It still hits somewhere. And if you shoot it down, but it doesn't explode in air, and it explodes when it hits something, then you know how it is. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. And that you can say, oh, but if you didn't shoot it down, most of Poland's empty, right? Most of Poland's field and forest. But if you do shoot it down and it hits something, then the Air Force kind of gets the blame for it. That's part of the calculus as well, I'd say. Yeah. Anyway, Daniel, please.
John is right. But his point is very right. But if public diplomacy don't appear for us on Twitter and tell us what the chief of staff or leadership, military or political, United States, in Poland, in any other country who had this experience, let's call it, doesn't mean Russians didn't receive the memo. Don't imagine if we see the cover of what we have very few months ago, because that incident was almost lost under control. And if I remember well, I was extremely radical asking for stern measures. But they somehow, in less than 18, 24 hours, they managed to cover up. And Ukraine insisted, almost naive. And after that, they agreed also to cover it up. It's better to let this pass. Yeah, if they will made a huge mistake. Imagine there are many people, and doesn't necessarily need to hit Romania or Poland or Lithuania. Let's say a small country, uninteresting and totally neutral, like Republic of Moldova. And imagine, I don't know, hit Turigina or Comrade, not necessarily Chisinau. And even then, we will be forced to act somehow. But nobody wants this. And I don't think if it's not a public attitude like, if you do this again, Russia, you will be punished like this. I don't think so. I think the messaging was clear, not public, but the message existed. And I don't think Russians imagine, we can play with this. If we need to look at Telegram or Twitter account of Dmitry Medvedev, we are stupid. He doesn't represent power in Russia. So let's be rational. I imagine Putin is very scared. I imagine Gerasimov is not in happy days. They have big internal problems. Their pressure, their military might is failing publicly. Imagine how many doors was shut in the front of Lavrov, Putin, and everybody from Kremlin, from countries like Botswana, yeah, or Indonesia, or even China. Their main ally at this moment is Iran. Iran is not in a good spot. So, yeah, I don't like it. Maybe I would like something more hawkish. Maybe I would like someone to be more, less calm and a bit stronger in words. But somehow I wonder, will it be helpful? Will it be helpful to have someone like Ronald Reagan now? If Axel will be here, he will say probably, oh, yes. I disagree. We don't discuss with Soviet Union leaders who somehow, and sounds very strangely, they are more rational. They were more predictable. They have calculating some risk, assuming how they need to act. We forget because we talk about Cuban crisis missiles, and we don't forget how was de-escalated by the decision of political leaders, both American and Soviet. We forget about that captain on the submarine who doesn't execute an error order. These things are good. Okay, we don't like it. Yes, we don't like to see people killed in their dormitories, children to be massacred. I totally agree. But I don't think a bigger conflict will help anyone, including Ukraine. And I'm not pacifist at this moment. I try to be rational.
See, I think it would help. It would help this much. It would help because there would be a very clear calculus. I think I dare say a very clear calculus saying, look at how little money we are spending, or how little in terms of stuff we are needing to spend for the Ukrainians to be beating up the Russians. Now let's triple that, and the Ukrainians will swiftly, in the next few months, demolish what there is of the Russian military in Ukraine, and Russia will be unable to, do this again and go invade and genocide across its borders yet again. I think that's the difference, and I think what's being done now, I'm up for criticism of it in terms of quantity. I'm even more up for criticism of it in terms of expedience. But fundamentally, Ukraine is being supplied with what it needs. Is it enough? No. Is it quick enough? Definitely not. But the approach is, in principle, the correct approach. The place where I disagree is the quantity and the expediency of it, which needs to be increased. But other than that, it's being done fundamentally right. I think with a slightly more propulsive attitude and slightly less hanging back, that would be the right thing to be doing. That is to say, Bradleys and Leopards last year, F-16s decided on last year, or F-18s decided on last year, and by now in service. And at this point, we wouldn't be looking at the front lines where they are, but somewhere way back from where they are. Part of the reason for that is something that keeps being brought up, which is Ukrainians are consuming air defense missiles, and the longer it goes on, the more air defense missiles they consume, etc. Makes sense. But really, the only thing that really would need to change, I think, is the expediency. The approach itself is, good. There's just too many breaks on it, and Ukraine should be allowed to win more quickly. Basically, that's the only issue I reckon. Then, John.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And as you said before, I mean, the right response would be to double down on the support. But the problem is that we're not seeing that. Maybe it's happening. I don't know. But we don't see it. And as long as we don't see it, I will keep complaining. Because there is a chance that it's not being done. And there is a possibility that it is being done. But until we know that possibility is in place, then we will complain. And the way I see it now is not being done. It's not, as you said, it's not, yes, they are getting things, but not enough. And we have lots of it. We could do much, much, much more. And until proven wrong, I will not stop complaining. So
yeah, exactly, and that's all it is, right? It's not about the principles of it; it's about the execution of it. It's about getting stuff done, kind of with a bit of foresight and in a more timely fashion. And that's really what needs to be done. And this is done where I reckon there would be a difference were it somebody else in charge, the right somebody else, not just any somebody else. Then, John.
Yeah, and what is definitely missing is the sort of campaign, the official campaign that this needs to be done. Yes, there's a lot of talks from governments that we're going to send this and that, and we need to help. But there's no kind of, sorry for the noise, there's no real educational campaign saying that this is what we need to do for our own sake, and we need to make sure that Ukraine wins this war, or it will not be good for the Ukrainians. It will not be good for us. This is not really, yes, in some countries this is being said, but not everywhere, not really where it matters. That's a problem.
Daniel.
I wonder if we have this incidents of the end of the range of these missiles. And I wonder, remembering the first strikes which Russian Federation made it when they intervened in Syria and bombarded with, I remember well, 4 or 7 missiles, northern Iran. How many of the missiles launched from Caspian Sea landed on Russian cities?
Well, they were launched from above the Caspian Sea for good reason, right? So that they wouldn't land on Russian cities.
Oh, but are a lot of territories in the way. There can be a lot of malfunction for navigation, and they not only launch from Caspian Sea. And this behavior appeared, I think, at the half of the period of these 14 months. They fired from northern of Belarus. They fired from around Engels. They fired from many places. And I wonder if I go with Google Maps on the new map scanned by satellite, how many big craters I will see in Russian Federation if I have the time to scan?
Hopefully many, but I have no idea.
Nobody have any idea, but if we take statistics, for example, right? We'll make a simple equation. If so many fail to detonate on Ukraine, so many fail to go at the target, so many fail going short. And it's not just this area launch. Imagine a lot of S-300s in soil-to-soil attack mode. We have video proofs of S-300s bombarding Belgorod. I think this incident is at least a couple times, if not 10 times. So that's why I ask. I wonder how many missiles launched by Russian killed Russians.
I'll put it this way, Daniel. I don't know, but there's somebody in a three-letter agency on the other side of the Atlantic who's having a lot of work counting up flashes in and around Belgorod and figuring out what's what. Then, John?
Yeah, also, I don't know the number, Daniel, but I know one thing about the number. It's not enough. Doesn't matter how many. It's not enough. The number is not high enough.
I don't know, then, John. I don't know, mate. If I will be reasonable, and some people said that I'm too civilized when I talk about Russians. I think the people with some education, with some travel around inside and outside Russia, they have a not very happy image. Mark Galeotti was on Radio Svoboda Space probably Monday or Thursday, I don't remember, right? But I know I go there and I listen to him. And I asked him simple questions like why Russian doesn't act more empathic? Why don't try to be more humane, you know? And he is very compassionate. He understands very well that place. And he says something which sometimes it's hard to accept. He said something like, you know, most of the Russians doesn't know what happens. And for us, looks very wild, you know. Look, we have a lot of proofs. We have a lot of people cheering on Telegram when you see something atrocious. But he is right. For example, how many Romanians are on Twitter? How many follow this topic? How many come and go and say Slava Ukraine, for example? And there are statistics about how many watch television and don't know anything else. And Margalotti said something like, don't imagine Russians to be just monsters. Don't imagine them to be just cruel and killers. Their society is horrible. Their violence is no more monopoly of state. They don't have the same values. They don't have the morals, but also they are humans. And probably they don't know what happens. It's very hard for me to accept this, but if you apply logic, and I don't think Mark Galeotti is a Russian lover at all. He's very humane and educated.
And before we carry on, and that's a good point, Daniel, I just want to say good morning, Verlaine. How are you?
Morning, guys. Battling a slight cold, but other than that, I'm good. Yeah, it's my own mistake. I was walking in the rain for a bit. I hope my voice is not really like raspy or whatnot. Um, sorry for those of you who are listening and who haven't heard me yesterday. I'm gonna be here for as long as needed for the whole day, like usual. So, spring edition of 2022. I had my reasons of not being on space for a really long time because I was executing
Busy.
mission. Yeah, busy. Uh, on one thing, I'm gonna tell you right away because it's already like posted. But before that, I have two important tweets in the nest. So the first one is about Peace for Ukraine suspension. She didn't deserve any kind of suspension whatsoever. Both just attacked her, so she lost her account. If you were gonna be so kind just to help us get her out of Twitter prison, I would rather ask you to do that, please. It's the second tweet in the nest and the second tweet in my feed. And the first tweet is about me translating Zelensky, Zaluzhny, Budanov, Maluk, and Reznikov for one of Ukrainian journalists who conducted interview with them. So it's going to be posted every Friday on Ukrainian television. Eventually, it's going to be posted on YouTube, and I will share with you the link. The subtitles are translated by me, integrated, authorized. I have an NDA, so I can't tell you in advance what's going to happen, but as soon as it's posted, I can. So Zelensky is there. It's a full day spent with the president, filmed once again, translated by me. And yesterday, when I was telling this to the guys, we were laughing so hard because can you imagine how hard I was laughing and dying with me, thinking like how much credibility and interpreting this country can get. And how funny and bizarre it was for Walter and Alon to attack me. It's just bonkers. Yeah. So once again, if you have time, it's 50 minutes. Very educational. You can see how the President's Day looks like from within. You can read my translation sometimes. It's really like rapid just because of the situation changing quite fast. So don't be too frustrated. It's just how life is in Ukraine. Everything is really, really fast. Other than that, I feel like I have I have exceeded my own expectations in terms of what can a person do during wartime being in the rear. And we're still supporting my unit. So today is I feel like tomorrow we were gonna close the fundraiser here, and I'm still fundraising for my unit Rubish. It's the pinned tweet in my nest, in the nest, and in my timeline. So if you have a chance to help us, just by the gracious donation, whatever you choose, or just replying, retweeting, and doing something to raise awareness. If you even if you donate to someone else in Ukraine, thank you for doing that. Like it's still a great support. But I'm solely focused on supporting the unit I'm part of right now. But not solely, I also support other units. But this fundraiser is just for my guys. Thank you. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, if you would like to to make me blush, please do this now or keep silent.
I'm concerned that or at least I was concerned about your voice initially, but the more you spoke, the more cleared up it got. So I'm no longer at all concerned, and therefore I will allow you to hang about and speak as much as you wish. With that, I will echo briefly what Verlaine said. It is the 30th of April, which I'm told is the last day of April, scheduled to run through the end of April, which is today. So go to, who wrote this? Okay, I need to change the title a little bit. There we go. That will do it. And go to the website, which is now in the title of the space, MriyaReport.org. Very easy to find, and support the Rubish Brigade. Also try to help get Peace for Ukraine out of Twitter jail, because it's very annoying we don't have her. And she can't go and post things like special equipment destroyed statistics, for example. Now, wouldn't you want those back? There we go. All right, and with that, we shall power on, I think, as normal. Let's go to Denjon, then to Carrie, whether on missiles or talking to Verlaine or anything else. Go right ahead, Denjon.
Yeah, thanks, Ottoman. And Flame, thanks for what you're doing. Well, actually, yeah, what you're doing is great. And I listened yesterday when we were talking, and I remember when you first appeared last year. I mean, the change of your attitude is very evident, and I think that's what's going on in many Ukrainians' mind. That there's determination. Of course, there's a hard job to be done. It's terrible, but it has to be done, and you're steadfast and getting stronger. And that's a good, very good sign. So thanks for that. And to Daniel about what Russians know and don't know. I don't buy that they don't know. I mean, how many 100,000 soldiers are involved in this? Cannot be that they're not talking to people at home who are talking to people at home. And so a lot of Russians know what's going on. Maybe not all, far from it. But I would assume that most people in Moscow, St. Petersburg, other big cities knows very well what's going on, and do nothing about it. Basically, just doubling down. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to give them that reason for doubt, actually. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Denjon. Carrie.
Yeah. So I just wanted to respond to what Daniel was saying. I understand his brave attempts at trying to have compassion for the Russian citizens. However, it's not our responsibility to worry about their feelings. They don't worry about each other's feelings. Their governance doesn't worry about their citizens' feelings. It's not our job in the West, because we do have emotions of care, of love, of respect, of courage, of compassion for each other. It's not for us to have empathy for the Russian people. It's for us to have empathy for the Ukrainian people. And it is for us to ensure that we care about their feelings. They are the people we want to support. They are the people who we want to ensure victory for. We should not be wasting our time worrying about Russian people's feelings. They either know and willfully choose to behave in the way they're behaving. They either know and don't want to do it, but they're being forced to do it because of the way that their society is, and they haven't stood up to it. I know from personal experience, as a result of coercive control, that is incredibly challenging. However, nobody was going to necessarily bail me out. I had to find my own way out, and we cannot help them. We cannot help them. They have to help themselves. You can't save people who are colluding in the way they're being treated, or they are being brainwashed. They are choosing to go along with that. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be people out there to help. You know, I had certain key people that helped me, and I kept fighting till I found the people that would help me. So I'm not saying there should be no help. What I'm saying is, fundamentally, at the end of the day, you need to make a decision for yourself about where you stand, both as an individual and in the way that we're supporting Ukraine. And we, in our wishy-washy democratic way, it's not the time to start having feelings for Russians. It's the time to double down and ensure that Ukrainians are given all of our attention and focus. I just wanted to share that, because I think we can start going down traps with our little brains, the way that we perceive and have emotions for people, and it's not the time to do that. Did you hear me? Have I gone dark? Can I not hear me?
Absolutely. No. We got everything. Sorry, we was just a little bit distracted for a second there. I agree, Kerry. It's not our job. It's not anybody else's job. Right. The job of the West here is what? Get Ukrainians what they need to kick the Russians out. Everything else is for others to sort out, kind of, right?
100%. 100%. And this space is, I really respect that Daniel came up here trying to show his compassion, but that's not, I think it's important that he said it, but I think that's not what we're here for. We're here to worry about, to be concerned for, to have compassion for the Ukrainian people who have courage, who are standing up, who are doing the impossible. That is our job.
Exactly. 100%. Daniel?
It is wild. I perceive like compassion for Russians, but even an atheist can mimic Christian values. I'm not compassionate, and I never focus my attention for Russians ever. I try to understand. I try to look deeper, to listen more than talk. But believe me, I am not in that place where a burning village in Bryansk Oblast will make me move like Mariupol. Never. I start listening people who have more experience there, people who live there, people who know them, especially Ukrainians know them very, very well, like Kazakh and Belarusian and Baltics. They know them very well. But we need to be smart enough to analyze evil deeper and deeper and deeper. I hear that call which say is not Putin war, is a Russian war. And most of the time I agree with this idea. What Margalotti said, Russian didn't know, is not about, they don't know about war. They don't know horrible things happening there. Because they have a long experience of horrible wars. Even Georgian war, very, very short, was full of horrible incidents. They know very well what happened in Chechnya. They hear it, they see it, and they were proud of it. I don't talk about this. I talk about the scale where Russian is defeated in Ukraine. They don't know very well. They don't know very well how horrible the corruption destroyed their army before entering in Ukraine. This I talk about, they don't know. They brag every time. I imagine every time some family is destroyed by missiles in Ukraine, they brag about. And especially if they are old and women. If you are young, well-educated, and you are very close to be conscripted, I don't think you are very happy. This is a meaning, and I guess is the same meaning which Margalotti put it. They don't know. In this angle. And sorry, I will always, if I am not clear, I will always support Ukrainians before any thinking too much about Russia.
Helene?
Yeah, just gonna second the thought that I've been saying for the rest of my life, probably. I stopped thinking about Russians long ago. I'd rather transfer all my energy thinking about how to help Ukrainians. Like, Russians have a choice. They chose what they've chose. This is what they're doing with us. Either they are complicit, or they decided just to deny what's happening, or they decided to turn away from what's happening, or saying that this is not their business. It is. By the end of the day, they attacked us. We never asked for anything from them. We never, to be honest, the majority of Ukrainians never actually thought about Russia too much, because we were so focused on developing our country, so focused on thriving for European Union, of being like equal members of the European society. We didn't have a second thought about someone attacking us, even though we should probably. In 2014, it was obvious what's happening for the majority of us. And I feel I can disclose that, but in one of the interviews, which I hinted, there's going to be an idea how this whole situation was developing, like the year, approximate year, how it was all set up. So one of 5 state authorities have his own answer on the things, but I think we all have our own answer on some things, right? Or at least we are trying to find some answers. At this point, I'm not even looking for answers. I have another mission. That is why I suggest you also try to convert your destructive energy, or at least your desire to find something productive within something destructive, into productive energy. So just by helping people who are in need. Right now, Russians aren't in need. They don't need anything from us apart from our land. They don't need our mercy. They don't need our grace. They feel like we don't have the right to exist. And those who feel like there is no war, they also don't feel like we have the right to exist, because they don't step up, right? Because technically, not acting is an act of denying things. And I think it's obvious. Are they brainwashed? Yes. Are all of them brainwashed? No. It's statistically impossible to brainwash every and each of them. So someone had made their own decision. That's their way, I suppose, because they've done this strategy of coming and conquering countries for decades, if not centuries. And this is a mindset of an invader. You just feel like it's something alien because you've never been in that mindset, and you'd rather not step in their shoes. From what I see, you're all civilized and you all understand the value of life, the value of freedom, the value of democracy, and they don't. These concepts are foreign for them. That is why they feel like Ukraine is not abiding by their flow, and we will not abide by their flow, and we will now never bend, especially after what they've done to us, what they've been doing to us. Are they trying to exhaust us? Yes. Is it war of attrition? Yes. Do we feel exhausted? Absolutely. Are we gonna pretend that this is the life we are worthy of and to step down? No. Like, I feel like when we meet with my unit and just speak with the guys, there's like a common thing that we don't want to pass this war to the further generations, for whatever, like, no matter whether I will gonna have descendants or I will not, like, the further generations deserve peace. They deserve to live in prosperity. They deserve to know what is international community, global community, what is to feel secure. By the end of the day, we're going to have thousands, if not millions, of kids after this who won't feel safe anywhere they go. They're going to have panic attacks, anxiety. Their whole life right now is being determined by the war. Some of them have been born in bunkers. Some of them have been born and killed right at the moment they were literally given to their mothers in the maternity hospitals. So we've been deprived from our future. Them have been like they have been deprived from their future. And it's extremely hard to keep on living, understanding that you're living not only for yourself, but you're also living for the guy who was killed or who was bombed or who was raped and then hanged herself or himself because he couldn't stand this pressure. This thought is haunting, and my English in the morning is probably really slow. Plus, I'm having a sickness, but I hope you understand my overall sensation.
Morning, Verlaine. I thought I would say hello to you and thank you for coming in and spending some time with us today because we love to hear from you. I don't know who was next, Doman, because I was sending you a message.
Well, I'll just say to the last bit, Verlaine. I think it's both impossible to understand and impossible not to understand at the same time. It's a very interesting, horrifying yet interesting overlap of the two. Then John?
Yeah. So I didn't want this to turn into something bashing Daniel, because I mean to think that he's compassion about Russians. I think that's ludicrous. I've been long enough to hear what he has to say. So I think we just the only thing I disagree to is that Russians don't know. I think many don't, but most of them probably know what's going on. And to what Verlaine was saying, don't care about, don't put energy on caring about Russians. I fully agree. They don't know about democracy and so on. And but so it was the same case everywhere. We have democracy now. Was a thing that people didn't know about, but strive to get, and that's what's missing with the Russians, and that's on them. Yeah, they should change their ways or be frozen out and not careful. But then again, Daniel, no bashing on you, definitely not. I love your thoughts and analysis.
I think it's nice to see the sweet side of Daniel sometimes. He's a he's a complicated fellow, but he has a good heart. Kerry, my love, go ahead.
Hello. So I was going to say to Verlaine, I saw the first film last night of Zelensky, and it completely reinforced everything that I feel about the man and that embodies Ukraine and Ukraine's fight. And the bits in particular that I picked up, and I did raise an idea a few weeks ago, which I would still love us to do at some point. So having seen Servant of the People, I just constantly see him living the character he was in Servant of the People, not in a comedy way, but it was like a manifesto in terms of that humility, in terms of not bowing to corruption, in terms of the sort of the memes and the jokes and it is a wonderful depiction of who he was going to be as a president. And the two things that I really picked up on were the size of his bed and the guy saying to him, that's a small bed. Is that good enough? And he said, yeah, I've got bad back. It's a massaging bed. There was more than enough room to get a bigger bed in there. It was in the back of his office, and he's actively chosen to not go all out to give himself the best of everything. You know, the guy just Dima, the journalist, just walked in there. He showed him around his personal space. You could see the minimal amount of stuff he had. He's living, breathing, doing 100% of everything he can for his people. There is no other objective for him. And then the moment when they were having a discussion on the train, and he was talking about the importance of the non-military people as well, the electricians, the basic everyday people who are also doing everything within their power to fight for their freedom, to keep the country going. And one of the things I absolutely love about watching him talk, despite the fact that I cannot speak the language, and thank you very much, Verlaine, for your translation. So I will sometimes, something like this, I will watch it and read it, and then I go back and I just watch it, because the emotion on his face, the way that he expressed himself, you cannot fake that. You cannot fake that. And the absolute passion and compassion with which he talked about normal everyday citizens and the way that every single person is stepping up was so powerful. He is the man. I'm sure he will be the man of this century, and absolutely unimpeachable. But just we so rarely get leaders like this. We so rarely get leaders like this, and it is our honor to watch this person and to watch the Ukrainian people and what it means to be a human being. It's just, we are not worthy, and we are not worthy. We're not stepping up to the plate to live up to what they are doing. And we have to do more, all of us.
Thank you, dear Carrie. That left me speechless, to be honest. Firstly, thank you for watching. Your feedback is really important. As I mentioned, it's something which you need to stop, process, and watch again. Not only because you've seen they talk really fast because of the situation, and the more it escalates, the faster they speak. But also because of the body language, the emotional output, and the content. It was extremely important to me. That's why I was battling how to do some things in a 120% proper manner, so there is no room for misinterpretation, misunderstanding, miscommunication, cross-cultural things. I went full mode nerd, and those of you who know me, I am a nerd I am a nerd by default. It's actually in my Twitter profile. Come on, it's multi-purpose nerd, a versatile weirdo, battle mag. So I went full mode, just nerdish, and I went every sentence by sentence, you do it in the translation, interpretation tools. Every sentence, then made sure that it's all aligned with the whole concept. It was a process. Guys yesterday asked me how long it took. It took me a lifetime. It actually was a little bit more than a week, a little bit of a more than sleepless week doing that, but it drained me completely. It was extremely challenging. I managed. Thank you for watching. But he's the way he does that, it's extremely emotional and extremely touching, and you can feel the pain. You can even not looking into the words, you can feel what he's saying with his facial features and facial expressions. And it touches the heart, because you can't, I mentioned the guys, you can't keep up the act for such a long time. When it hurts. When it's moving, it's moving. And when you don't have anything to hide, you're not worried about anything apart from revealing state secrets, which they did. There was one state secret revealed, but we will never tell anyone.
Verlaine, can I just say, darling, and to all of you, I'm busy doing stuff today and I'm listening to all of you. I normally react while people are talking, and it's purely because I'm trying to do things at the same time. And I completely agree with everything you've said, Verlaine.
Thank you, ladies. We can go on to think ethically.
Yes, good morning for me. As an instructor, as a teacher, we have to give you an A plus. Just because you captured Zelensky's nuances intellectually and emotionally perfectly in translation. So all of that effort was worthwhile, and all of your nerdish focus is a benefit to the objective, which was to transmit the intention of his heart to his people and to the world. And you did phenomenally well in capturing that. So I just want to say, I hope you get your rest and that you're feeling better. And we love you, and continue the good fight.
Thank you very much. I'm going to spare Verlaine's blushes, but I have to agree. She's done an amazing job. Lunchtime, go ahead.
Lunchtime.
Hi, mockers. Hello. Hi, Domin as well, and Valinchik. Hello. But I just wondered, is this the video that's on Verlaine's profile? Can we put it in the nest or something? Because I haven't seen it. I think I've seen clips where, like I think Zelensky's asked about his parents, and it was really a really moving moment. If that's the same documentary, is that the same documentary? How do we? For those who haven't seen it, how do we see it?
It's in the nest. It's the last tweet in my profile. It's not the documentary. It's like documentary was a movie the whole year, and these 5 interviews that's going to be released. It's a full interview with Zelensky has already been posted. The second one will be with Reznikov, with the Ministry of Defense on next Friday. It's 50 minutes of them just mostly talking or showing something or going to different locations. So you haven't seen this footage, maybe snippets. They were in the documentary, but not the whole thing. It's first time released.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, good. I just wanted to. Well, that's. I'll do that this morning, I think. All right. Thanks, everyone. I do have to drop down because I'm in the middle of doing stuff. But nice to see you, Verlaine. And
Is
nice
it
to
also
see
your hangover
usual.
lunchtime? I heard about. It's because of a hangover.
Now,
I heard
Kerry.
about your escapades last night.
Wait, hang on. Right, I was hoping to rather gloss over that.
Never.
Okay, fine. I'll just disappear into the ether again. Have a wonderful day, everyone.
We were going to play some loud music to try and wake him up earlier, weren't we? But we felt a bit sorry for him in the end.
Oh my. Okay, Verlaine, I have a cultural linguistic question for you, if you're up for it. And either way, you can blame lunchtime for it.
I think I'm down for challenges. Go ahead.
Okay, so lunchtime said Verlaincik, which would be a diminutive form, right? But it would be a diminutive form in the masculine, if memory serves. Now, what would be obviously masculine diminutive forms are used for women occasionally. I know that's a thing, but what I want to ask is, I don't know what the feminine diminutive form that's appropriate would be, because Verlaine doesn't sound like a natural sort of Ukrainian word.
Domin, you're absolutely right. So I have to explain. So we have a drone operator who's our dear friend. He's in another crew. His name is Yuri, but we call him Dronchik. Drone and Dronchik, that's diminutive. So we call him Dronchik. And Shaggy is actually gonna make him a fella. He likes fishing, so he's gonna be a fishing fellow. That's spoiler alert. Apart from that, they decided to use this diminutive form for me, like a cute way, like Ferleinchik, whatever. I'm used to hearing myself as Ferleinenya, like Lisenya, or like Fox Pop, or so anything. Like basically, this Enya is the usual form, like Vichenya. So my friends who know me for decades and they use my call sign, they usually call me Ferleinenya when it's really, really cute and it's extremely strange. But like if we talk about my actual name, oh god, you're gonna be laughing. So people call me like Vic, Victoria, obviously, Vikusa, Vikunya, Ежевика, Wikipedia, Vicomte, Vicodin, Викентий, Fairlane, Sveta, basically. Fairlane, like I just like whenever just someone like say V, I already turn because that might something might happen, you know. Like but nowadays the most commonly used one is Sveta or V or Fairlane. That is why I have like my backpack has two stripes. So I have Ukrainian call sign, which was graciously sent to me by the unit because they feel like I'm worthy of that call sign, and my usual call sign Fairlane. So I have two. I have both, whichever you prefer. The guys are joking like Fairlane will be for the foreigners, Sveta will be for Ukrainians. So not to confuse people. And I'm saying this is already confusing.
You had me at Wikipedia.
But am I? I think I am.
You're pretty close.
What do you mean close? I have a definition of Wikipedia. Like guys have made a meme. There's like the Trojan horse, and there's like people, and it's like Victoria, new people, and like random facts about everything within the Trojan horse. It's hilarious.
I was cracking up at how many of those you could recall on command. But they're all equally funny and equally endearing.
It's better than what I call my sister, which is bum face, and she actually responds to it. That is her name, bum face.
Lord.
I love her dearly.
No, that's so cute. Yeah, I forgot that since I'm really curly. Whoever hasn't seen my photos, I'm a really curly person. They called me Vikucheravka or Kucheravka, but that's like it's a combination of me being curly and my name. But those are really like some separate individuals who. So basically, there are groups of people who call me in their own way, and I still respond. Meh.
As long as they're not calling you bad names, Verlaine, that's all.
I thought my name was Damn It until I got to kindergarten. So she's doing way better than me.
That's an old Bill Cosby joke, you jerk.
You're still awake, Prince. What are you doing still awake?
I need to go to bed. I really need to go to bed. But yeah, it was Bill Cosby growing up. Didn't realize that his that his name was his dad made some oh man, he was exclaiming, "Damn it, why don't you do whatever it was?" And Bill Cosby looks at him and says, "I thought I was Jesus Christ," because he called them Jesus Christ, why don't you do something, damn it? And they thought, him and his brothers thought that that's what their names were. So yeah, I like it. I like it though, Ryan. I sort of stole your thunder, but you know.
No, it's fine. Actually, I had a brother, and our names were Trouble and Run Amok. And we were trouble, and we ran amok.
And this does not surprise me at all.
I already know your trouble, Ryan, because I've seen you in the paper.
Yeah, regarding that, my mother would be mortified, but nobody can tell her, so win-win.
Yeah, right. It's only on the internet, right?
Just on the internet.
Do you want to tell the people? Do you want to tell the people what you're photographed doing in a national publication?
I guess it's out there for the world to see. They're going to figure it out sooner or later. And photos like that are why I will never be able to run for political office.
I don't know. I'd vote for you. I think it shows an appropriate attitude. You know, maybe the way you're exhibiting isn't the best, but it's relatively obfuscated, so it's fine.
As you said the other day, you can take the boy out of Oklahoma, but you can't take the Oklahoma out of the boy.
I think you left a little bit of Oklahoma on their car.
To be honest, he's been Ukrainized. Українізація прийшла вдало. So Ukrainization had gone really well.
Love
what
it.
Can I say? Ukraine grew on me.
This is the way. Oh, by the way, Ryan, since you're here, you're gonna be in the HQ this week.
Working back that direction slowly but surely. I finally have a return trip planned to the States, but I think we may be up here for a few more days. Some of the other people are headed to HQ now, and I think as soon as they get there, they're going to pack up and head my direction. But inevitably, we'll be coming back that way, and I will certainly find you before I go.
Would be odd, but I'm also going to be going to the unit, and on the way back I would like to just hop on. Is there going to be someone who can like come and meet us, or should I arrange it in advance, because I don't know the schedule, like even remotely?
There should be somebody there now. Chris and Julie are working their way back, but there's always somebody there at the house.
Okay, I hope that we will try to arrange so
just let me know when you're coming, and I will let them know to expect you.
He just managed to disconnect, unfortunately. We do have a little green witch with us. Hello.
And
Wait, sorry, I'm driving, and I have a motorcycle behind me, so I need to pay attention to him. I'm sorry. I jumped up because I was really excited to see Verlena and Ryan, to hear both of you. To say I was really happy to listen to Oche last night. I wasn't awake the first time he was in, and I'm waiting for the recording on Spotify for that one. But I was really excited is one word to put it, but more happy. Happy because as long as you hear in the voice the optimism, you hear in the voice the drive, it's reassuring that they know they are loved also, and they are confident in themselves. I like that. So thank you very much for bringing him in the space, Verlaine. and it was really cute to hear all the nicknames you have. It means people care about you, and the more nicknames you have means the more friends you have. So that's another thing. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for being the way you are. Stay the way you are. And I will share with you some pictures from here. And actually, I have some questions about Ukraine, if you have time and patience.
Well, for that, we're going to have to fish for Lynn back up, because I think she already went to Ryan's HQ. The moment Ryan said, yeah, you can just go there, and just vanished immediately. So we can turn to that as soon as she comes back, unless you think Mr. Mark's his spot would be good at commenting on these as well.
She must have visited one of those Ukrainian biolabs. I hear that's one of the super
local attractions
you can get. Yeah, teleportation. And just to keep this a little bit real, more air raids, another day in Kharkiv.
Someone was asking me this past week, actually, Ryan, does Kharkiv still get bombed? And I was like, yeah, 3 days earlier, Ryan was showing off the air raid sirens.
Well, it doesn't always mean there's an imminent attack. They do it preemptively to try to help people avoid getting hit, but yeah, it definitely gets hit. The oblast certainly gets hit. The city has a decent air defense. They're pretty good at shooting them down, but some inevitably still get through.
And then?
So, Ryan, I don't know how to ask this. So, you have been in the West and also in the center of Ukraine. Is anything being planted? I know it's an odd question, but actually,
absolutely. I know what are you talking farm crops, or are you talking tulips that are all over the place here?
Actually, I'm so pragmatic. I love flowers, but I'm talking about crops because I am pragmatic, and I want money coming in next year for Ukraine. So, and people to have what to eat and so on. And so tulips are nice. They are nice, really, but not edible. So let's start with the basics.
Understood. The juxtaposition of fresh tulips planted out in front of a house that obviously saw some very intense fighting a year or so ago is always a bit, I don't know if you should call it ironic, or it just hits you right in the feels. That's the only way I can explain it without getting stuck on my words. But yes, fields are being replanted as much as they can. There are communities out here in the Kharkiv region that they cannot plant their fields because they know there are some UXO. I was at a particular field with Ryan Hendrickson yesterday. We took him out and showed him and some of his EOD team a few places where Russian UXO had landed. One of them we thought was a mine, and when one of the mine clearance guys went up to check it, he realized it was a 60 or 80 millimeter mortar and said, absolutely, we cannot touch that. It needs to be destroyed with plastic explosives and left in place. You cannot try to move it, because if you do, it could go off at any moment and it would kill every one of us. That one, thankfully, is sitting out on the edge of a field that has been tilled and planted, but right on the corner of the field is a giant mortar that could kill somebody if they drove over it with a tank, not a tank, but a tractor. It's been clearly marked, and thankfully it's not in the middle of the field, but who knows if there's one in the middle of the field that just hasn't gone off yet. I had to stop yesterday as we were coming back in from an outlying place outside of town to allow a tractor and the tilling equipment, what do they call those? The implement he had attached to the back of his tractor needed to pass through a checkpoint, and the vehicle was too wide for he and I to both pass through the barricades and the hedgehogs all at once. So I had to pull over and yield to the farmer, which I was perfectly happy to do. But people are continuing on, trying to resume some semblance of a normal life. I saw a video the other day of a Ukrainian farmer who had created some sort of automated tractor. He basically turned his tractor into an auto-driving Tesla and has a remote control, and was sitting in the top of the bucket on a backhoe. So
did you actually meet the guy who does that?
No. I haven't met him. I saw the video of him doing that. I wish I'd met the guy. He's very resourceful. If I knew where that guy was, I'd go meet him and shake his hand and ask him what we need to do to help him build more of those. We learned as we were out checking some stuff yesterday. One thing Hendrickson and Tip of the Spear did that was very useful was go out and check an open ammunition crate that appeared to have a bunch of grenades in it. And they were not grenades. They were some kind of arming fuses for rockets, but they had to go out and check it. It was sitting down kind of in a ditch somewhere that the Russians had taken up a fighting position. Sorry, I had a call. It was maybe 100 yards, 200 yards in front of a tree line where a bunch of Russian tanks had sheltered, and it appeared they left it there. Maybe they forgot it was there, don't know, but you can't just pick stuff like that up. The local community was terrified that the kids were going to go get into it, and one of those could easily kill every kid standing around it. They had to check and make sure that it wasn't booby-trapped, so it would go off when they picked it up. So they did some checking, removed it from the spot it was at with a very long rope, and then did some checking underneath just to make sure that there wasn't any booby trap set under it. Apparently, that's the norm around here, is they'll try to set up something for the sappers to go clear, and they've rigged it underneath so it explodes when they're trying to take it away from its spot. Thankfully, this one wasn't set up that way, and they removed a whole box. It was probably 24 fuses for rockets, and they're explosive. They looked like flashbangs to me, but somewhat clear or translucent instead of painted green like you would think of a grenade, but they're just as deadly as a regular frag grenade. And I should probably hop off here and return that phone call real quick. I will be back shortly, though.
Thank you, Ryan. I think a harrow is what you meant if it wasn't a plow. Okay, we'll leave it. Daniel.
I hope Ryan is going to bunker to not be too brave. Go to bunker, Ryan. Please.
I go to the bunker if I hear, I go to the bottom of the stairs if I hear any impacts or anti-air in my vicinity. If I ran down to the bunker every time I heard one of those air raid sirens go off, my legs would be jelly.
Ryan, he is an Artemis, which is coming from Lithuania to Poland. Global Hawk is above my head. is another asset which is hugging the border from Suceava to Iași. I joking with Dom, and they watch election in Comrat. They expect 25 Wagners to act in that autonomy in south of Republic of Moldova. Maybe we'll don't, but please don't ignore, mate. Air alarms, please.
I definitely don't ignore them. I listen to everyone and check to see what exactly the reasoning for the air raid is. I've gotten some fairly good info. I've got a WhatsApp channel and a Signal channel that they post more detailed info. So when you hear the air raid siren go off, you can check and see why it's going off, whether it's just a jet with a cruise missile that's scrambled somewhere over Russia, or whether it's expected incoming from artillery or whatever the case is. But frequently the air raids go off as a precautionary measure. And if I hear things start landing around me, I certainly take cover. But just like a lot of the people here in Kharkiv, unfortunately, they've grown a little numb or deaf to those air raid sirens because they're trying to live as normal of a life as they possibly can. And if you hide in a hole every time the air raid sirens go off, you don't get much done during the day. Some days are better than others, but I'm more worried about all the kids who grow up in this environment. It inevitably has an effect on their psyche, living through what they endured the last year, and then hearing those air raid sirens go off all the time. The kids are traumatized by that noise. They remember exactly, and some of them are probably too young to remember exactly why that noise is so scary to them, but they're still scared by that noise.
Ryan, at this moment is bombardment in Kherson and Mykolaiv, and probably they will try to bombard with bombs even Kiev, probably. I think it is Sevastopol, spite.
Yeah, a lot of their missile salvos are retaliatory strikes when they get kicked in the gut. But that's not going to stop Ukraine from kicking them in the gut, because they need to go home back to Russia where they belong. Sevastopol is Ukraine, Crimea is Ukraine, Luhansk is Ukraine, and Donetsk is Ukraine. Kharkiv is Ukraine, not Russia. Maybe in the next 5 years, Belgorod will be Ukraine, but that's just me making an off-color joke.
No. Nobody's going to be invading Belgorod.
I understand. But I certainly think we should allow them to have a referendum, just like they had their bogus referendum in Kherson.
Actually, Ryan, on that point, I disagree. I don't want Russia fragmenting into a bunch of little Russias, because all you get then is a bunch of extra votes in the UN for Russia.
Thanks, no thanks. I'll switch to Team Doman now.
I know just what to grab Ryan's attention with. Daniel, did you have something else other than telling off Ryan for not hiding, or do we go to Chris?
Go to Chris, but I think we need to watch Comrade.
Oh, I agree. So the election thing goes, yeah. The other way for Russia to infiltrate and control Moldova from by destabilizing it, they have elections today, and somebody was inviting Putin to go there to campaign on behalf of, who cares? It's behalf of Russia, basically. It'll be very interesting. We'll see what happens. Chris?
Morning, Doman. Yeah, it was just really to try and let Ryan know that I think I said this to you the other day, Doman, that there's a massive project kicking off between Ukraine and the UK on demining, involving autonomous and semi-autonomous tractors, such as the one he was describing. So we, be able to tell more about that soon. But there was deputy minister level people over from Ukraine, meeting here with like the Worshipful Company of Farmers and National Farmers Union, and talking about the hands-free hectare project, which has been running in the UK for some time. So I think you do know about it, Doman, but I was just coming up to remind you. And actually, we just want to spread the word, because there could very well be helpful people in the USA, in Canada, elsewhere that can contribute to the project. It was actually interesting as well what Ryan was saying, because I was in a discussion the other day, which was, and basically put simply, was saying, clearing mines that are in or on a field is one thing. Clearing mines that are in ditches, culverts, sides of the road is entirely another thing. So, with one, you can basically run up and down the field with something. With the other, it's a bit more of a job, so it's interesting anyway. So, yeah, basically, I had put the word out. I was speaking to a couple of people from here the other day that were in Ireland, actually, just saying spread the word over there, because if we base something on tractors are not cheap. I'm not a farmer, right, but I'm surrounded by farmers, and that I know they're not cheap. And I've got a farmer next to me that's got 2 massive sheds full of tractors, because they're appreciating in value all the time. Yeah, there's going to be some money involved in this. But anybody that thinks they might have something to contribute in that area, please get in touch.
And so the idea, Chris, generally is like the chap in Hartlepool did, right? You take the old tractors that are 20, 30, 40, 50 years old, whatever it is, and convert those into autonomous, remote controlled, whatever demining machines, right? You wouldn't be manufacturing new machines based on a tractor to do this. You figure out how to make a kit to remote control an old thing, and that's kind of the difference between what the people in the UK are doing compared to what the self-help farmers in Ukraine are, because the self-help farmers in Ukraine are not turning their new asbestos tractor into one of these. They're taking the most disposable one they have, the least important one they have, and because you don't need all the fancy schmancy stuff that it has in it. The modern one has in it to do it. If you can backfit, adapt, adjust something old to remote control. Now the principles are pretty much the same, but really what you'd ideally want to have figured out is how do you take the Belarus tractors, not the ones from Belarus, but the ones from the company, right? And have like a standardized kit, figure out what's relatively common, figure out and I'm sure somebody knows, and figure out how you can make like a standard, bolt-on kit that you can make 5,000 of to then make these deminers. That's probably the real trick there, Chris. Eh?
Well, actually, Doman, I can tell you that like the senior person in charge, right? I mean, obviously, there's going to be local initiatives, because people are not going to wait around, are they? Like that farmer that's done that with that tractor that Ryan has talked to, and we've talked about before. But what I can tell you was that the attitude of the senior guy was, okay, we see all this stuff going on, right? However, let's just like review it all, right? Because it may be that I'm just like giving you something for example here, Doman, right? It may be that basing it on old tractors or whatever isn't the way to go. There's a better way of demining fields and land. Sorry, the doorbell's going here, so just give me a second. It is not the best way to go. So it's basically about finding out what is the best way. Sorry. Yeah, I've got somebody on the phone. So yes. Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Yeah. So basically, there's a sort of like a high level out of the box thinking, review going on. So it'll probably involve drones. It'll probably involve, autonomous or semi-autonomous, tractor type vehicles or something. But some bright spark may come up with a better way. Actually, I mean, obviously, there's been there was I can't remember her name, but a lady who is an archaeologist, I think, who was like talking about drones that they're using for archaeology that are doing all sorts of clever things with that. But all sorts of ideas at the minute, Toman.
Oh, 100%, Chris. This is going to be more for mapping. The drones are going to be for mapping, not so much for getting rid of the mines, but 100%. Super important. What I think is going to happen after Ukraine expels all the Russian forces from Ukraine, quite a lot of the kind of borderline military equipment that isn't going to be necessary anymore, BMP-1s, MTOBs, stuff like that, is, I trust, going to get converted into sort of remote control demining machines as well. It can go anywhere on tracks. It's already relatively protected against shrapnel and so on. And I have a hunch there's going to be a few hundred of those turned into demining vehicles as well there, Chris. And, there's not one correct tool, right? And you're going to agree with me on that, I bet. There's going to be 20 different approaches, and complementarily they will together do the job.
Yeah, absolutely, Doman. And I think we should just note here, the Ukrainians that I met here on this project, absolutely believe they're going to win, absolutely believe they're going to push the Russians out, absolutely believe that they are going to clear that land faster than anybody has ever cleared land before in the history of demining. And I'm sure they're probably right.
Oh, I'm always really heartened whenever I hear, commentary from government folks, or just like the polls that the Kiev Sociological Institute, I forget exactly what they're called, does. The attitudinal surveys of Ukrainians, where it's ever more clear and ever more determined that there's only one option. There is no choice. The path is set. It's just a question of what all needs to be done to go down it. But I'm always very consistently very impressed with that. And I think that the more people were to be in contact with that, the more people would not just be impressed, but also wanting to help them along with that.
We can do things in parallel, is their attitude.
Absolutely, and I trust most Ukrainians would agree with that, because it's frankly the only option.
We've run out of hands. Oh no, we haven't. And go ahead.
So I have something to tell, a story, a short story, and promise. And then I have a question. So the story is about my grandma, and one of the things that she had two things that she kind of tried to instill in us, in all of us. One, that there is no problem without a solution, so you just have to search for that solution. And two, you have to believe in succeeding what you're starting, right? Everything that you set your mind to, you have to believe that you will actually gonna be successful sooner or later, because that's what actually drives you through, right? Everything that's happening, and that's how she managed to push through. She made plans, right? How it's gonna be after the war, how she will have a family, how many children she will have, that she will have a house, that she will have this and that. And she did, including the fact that she wanted first a boy and then a girl. And I don't know how she managed that one, but yeah, it happened. Anyway, so this was one of the things that she constantly pushed and pushed for in us. She knew that some of us, my parents, for example, were spared of war, but she never forgot what war looks like and what's all about. And yeah, so when they say that's the only way, that's the only way, literally. There is no other way. You kind of envision yourself after the war, in a good place with good people. So all these made not only sense, but how should I put this? Is worthwhile, right? So I do have a question. I have more questions, but one question in particular, because I didn't have the time this morning to check what happened during the last hour or so since yesterday evening. So, as I know, Domen is always on the spot with everything, and Mockers is always on Telegram and with the latest booms and where they are. I wanted to ask what happened in the last 12 to 24 hours. What's new?
Deafening silence. A lot of it is deafening silence.
That's not new. That's not
No,
new. I want
no.
something new.
Oh, way more deafening than before. Right? Like a bunch of places that I usually check and have news, which is nothing, just blank. There's a lot of complaints from the Russians. A lot of complaints from the Russians about Ukrainians hitting Novakhovka with artillery, hitting all sorts of places with artillery. But Ukrainians aren't saying anything at all. And it's a part of shaping both psychologically and physically. And who knows what's true, who knows what isn't. Well, I know who does. And that's where it's going to be. It's going to be like that for a while. Do you want to know something really interesting that I think we'll be looking at for quite a while? You know, this is it just got out over the well, yesterday was already out, I think, yesterday evening. So the UK government put up a little while ago, over this past week, but it really got traction over the weekend, a procurement order, like a tender. They launched a tender. Among other things, on the tender are guided missiles, precision guided missiles, with a range of 100 to 300 kilometers for Ukraine. And they're very detailed specs that say a payload of between 20 and 490 kilograms. You know, It's a big range. But various electronic, warfare resistance and ability to launch it from various places, and low probability of intercept. Very interesting. The deadline to answer the tender is 4th of May, so this week. So they basically said, "Hey, world, who wants to sell us some very particular abilities that Ukrainians have been asking for a long time, which are basically kind of like attackums, more or less, and you have like 6 days to fulfill it." That's really good. And it might seem like a really little bureaucratic thing, but it might end up being big, and it might end up being big all over air bases in Crimea. Verlaine.
Yeah, Domin, I think I have a fella who wants to say hello.
Hi, fella.
Hello to all European guy, and I want to tell that Europe not must be tolerance, must be strong, and please, you must understand that if we lose, you will be next. Good luck.
Yeah, so that was Oche, and Oche is online. If you want to say something to him, he's here just wandering around. Yeah. So for those of you who haven't followed my timeline, Oche is a drone operator from my unit, a really decent human being who is right now going somewhere. Let's go like there to put them up.
Just say hello from all of us, please, Verlaine. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Hello for all of you, and really, really thank you for your support. And really, my message for all European guys that Europe must be strong, and it's really important for Europe. And it's really great that all people in this radio, it's really strong people, because these people have soul and have understanding that Russia is really a true aggressive country and true terrorist state.
We spotted that.
Love you all.
Much love back to you. Carry on. In fact, Anda, go ahead.
Well, I have questions. I have questions. I don't have I have questions picture up, but I still have questions. So my question is, one of them, because I couldn't, so this one is for Oche, because I couldn't listen to the first interview, and I really wanted to do that. So how is, to my understanding, the drone operators cannot stay with the whole unit all the time? So how are you managing the off times, and what do you do in your spare time, if you have some, if that makes sense? Does it make sense?
Yeah, sure. Okay, if I have free time, I try to sleep, because I don't have a lot of time for sleeping, and I try to eat hot dog or burgers, and I try to read the book, and of course I try to prepare all my drones for next mission.
What books do you like to read?
Oh, a lot of. One of my favorite author is a German author, Ernst Junger. He's amazing because he been on 2 war, like First World War and Second World War. He traveling around the world, and he try a lot of interesting topic for me. Like, he's the best author for me. Verlaine tell me what I must say. Well, it's joke. It's joke.
I'm gonna kick him. But yeah.
Okay, and of course, I really don't have a lot of time for reading book, but if I як буде бліндаж? Strange. Strange. I try to read really everywhere. Doesn't matter. Have rain, have bombing, have doesn't matter what. If I can, I do it.
Audrey, you said you prepare your drones. It'll be a really silly question, but how much cleaning goes into keeping drones at their optimal?
I clean my drone only if my drone crashed, or only if we find any another drone, like a drone of our союзники, aliens, allies, or enemy, because I use the drone too. But more important, it's prepare battery and prepare camera. Like you clean camera, you clean battery, you prepare battery, you charge this, because you must understand that sometimes you use around 30-40 batteries per one day. It's really a lot of time.
Can I have more questions?
Go for it, Anda.
Sorry. All right. I need. Okay. So three questions out of just for this one. I'm sorry. I'm the one with questions. So are you? Is it useful for you to have more batteries to change them? You know, like having you take your drone out and then exchange the batteries. Do you have enough batteries? Do you need more batteries for that?
Of course, no. Because if you use battery a lot of time, this battery is not working. I don't know how to explain in English, but if you use something a lot of time, this is have not good condition, yeah, and this is damage, emotional damage, and of course, of course, we find every time a lot of new battery, Now I have only 12 batteries, but I have good charging system, and I charge every time. Like I use one battery and charge. I use and charge every day. Our electricity is working. Does you in trench or in another place? You have like big battery like EcoFlow or something like this, and you use it for charge your battery for drones.
Thank you. So, one more question. We were talking about mines earlier. So, at some point, someone mentioned that there are some drones with which you can spot, and mark where mines are uh, um, set in the field. Is this something that you did, or you're just using them for recognition and, I don't know, hitting the enemy?
Yeah, sure. We find a lot of anti-tank mines on the Russian territory and and on our territory too, because it's our job. And sometimes when we find the mines, we must put this information on the big map, like I don't know how to explain, military map. That another map model, yeah. Okay, on map model, and of course we must do it for another підрозділів, units too, because if only I find it and not will tell about that to another units, someone can die. Like, it's our job too. We must find mine pools. We must find enemy. We must find all recons that we can. Like, really all. You can find about recon, and I will tell you, yes, of course we must do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One more question. I can do this whole day, but Domen, you stop me when you think it.
You can write me on my Instagram. It's not problem.
Actually, he can talk the whole day. He's like a chatty box.
Good. So, we were talking with Verlaine the other day about your equipment, right? Not only the drones, but what you wear, the fact that it's getting the summer is coming, right? And summer here is, well, explain to me. I'm sorry, I'm driving. All right, I'm Zen. So, back to my question. So, summer is coming. The winter gear is obviously not something that's helping you right now. Winter boots, you probably, how do you say the coach? Uh, you're like in an oven, right? In them. So I was wondering how many guys from your unit have summer equipment from last year, if they have some left, and if it's in good condition, or if it breaks down, how often do you need to replace it?
You must understand that like guys who serve a lot of years know a lot of about good quality of equipment, and of course we try to buy something good. Of course it's really expensive for our salary, but we try to find something good. And of course I think 75 or 80% of our units will be used the same equipment than 1 year before, and it's okay because this equipment is still working. Why not use this? Like, I buy my plate carrier in March last year, and I use it till today because it's okay. Like, of course it's not great, but it's okay. Why not use it?
And this is the thing I was talking to you. Like, they will wear it to the point it like just falls apart, rips to the bones, and then they maybe will text me like, Victoria.
I really wanted to ask this because, and you can say this is a gender thing. I know a lot of guys who will wear their equipment to death.
No, that's the thing. I also wear it to the death, but not that I'm under attacks. Like, you will still feel like you need to be more or less conscious of what's happening around you, and just be sure that there's something to at least substitute if something happens, right?
But for example, helped us. Like, she's our fairy
godmother.
Fairy godmother. She's our fairy godmother. Oh my god.
From Fairy to Kerry. Do you want to jump in, Kerry? Well, Verlaine is being embarrassed.
Yeah, I'm being extremely embarrassed. We're just sitting having like breakfast finally, and he's throwing me under the bus again with this. Like, but actually, I wouldn't mind being here, being the godmother of his kids.
Kerry?
Hi, Oche, and hi, Verlaine. I wanted to ask you, Oche, do you think that when the war is finished and you will be victorious, which is 100% certain, that you will maybe carry on working with drones in some capacity? I'm sure there'll be an enormous amount of military related jobs still that will need to be done. But I know also that in your past, you're a dancer and choreographer, and we have a videographer on here who's working with the military, but also normally does videos for Ukrainian bands. So I was wondering if you've had, I know you're very preoccupied, you're very occupied with what you're doing at the moment and how important that is, but has it come into your mind that you would like to carry on working with drones?
I don't know, like, of course I can tell that, oh yes, I will work with agriculture drones, or I will make video for wedding or something like this. But I don't know, because after 1 month I can die, like it will be okay, because it's, and I not think about it. But of course I have a dream. It's not will be serving army. It's not will be choreography, because I not dance already more than 7 years. And of course it will be something that can give me a lot of money, because I love traveling. Like the best hobby in all my life is traveling. And of course I will try to go to another country, because before the war I live in Asia, and I traveled around the Asia 3 years, and I've been at 8 countries. It's like Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Israel, and it was really best time in my life, and I want to continue this.
Can I respond? So, Oche, I didn't want you to think that I'm disrespecting what you're doing at the moment. And I do understand that life is very precarious for every Ukrainian person at the moment. So, does it offend you if we ask you questions about your future? Is it okay? I don't want to be upsetting you or not understanding the challenges that you face at the moment.
Of course, no, it's okay for me. You can ask all what you want. I'm really free for all question in the world. Like, it's okay. Why not? Of course, all of us have a dream for futures, and it doesn't matter. You know.
I have a question for Oche, but for later.
You know, have book. Як воно називається, коли ти в пошуках сенсу?
Man in Searching for Meaning.
Блять, що?
He's reading Viktor Frankl book, The Man in Search for a Meaning.
And it's amazing book when people been at really terrible situation, but still dream about futures. And I think doesn't matter about situation, doesn't matter where are you, but you still dream about better life in the future. And you can ask me all what you want.
And I will ask you all what I want. So why, like, how the heck did you find yourself in Cambodia?
It was a surprise for me, because I've been in Cambodia without English, without money. I have only $70, and in COVID time, and I can't leave the country because Cambodia near China. It's really stupid rules in this country. And first, I working like waiters. After I working like staff for preparing boat. After I working like a dancer of go-go. It's like strip from, I don't know how to explain. Strip, як буде стриптиз? Strip dancer, motherfucker. You know? And after I find the best work in the world, I support forest, and I've been a ranger in American organization Wildlife Alliance. It's really amazing organization.
He was definitely studying Duolingo or someone in between. I dare to say that his Duolingo skills have far surpassed someone's Ukrainian Duolingo skills from what I see.
I loved your response. I think that is the thing, to have those dreams, to still have those dreams, to hold on to those dreams, to have your aspirations for the future, and for those to help you to stay positive. Definitely.
I think it makes a big difference to keep a positive attitude with everything. But yeah, it's excuse me, it's lovely to hear somebody who is so cheerful. Yeah, it's the same sort of attitude that you've got to have in any times of real hardship. You overcome with humour, and well, if you're not happy in your work, you find something that you are happy doing. It seems like Oche's found something that he's enjoying right now. So, just having a coughing fit. We have some numbers today, Doman, that I haven't actually given to you. Would you like them?
If you want to run through that, absolutely. Let's give Berlin Moshe a chance to eat their breakfast in a couple minutes of without needing to talk. So yes, please.
So today we have 470 liquidated personnel, 2 tanks, 5 armoured personnel vehicles, 6 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 4 UAVs, only 6 vehicles and fuel tanks, I'm afraid, but they've made it up with 2 more special equipment today, which always cheers me up.
So despite Peace for Ukraine being currently banned from Twitter, she messaged me with because she does these fortnightly totals for special equipment, and I have the numbers here in front of me. So the last 4 fortnights, the last 4 half months were 27, 37, 30, and now this one 33, the one that just finished. Pieces of special equipment destroyed. I think that's quite notable, right? And quite interesting. And these 4 are the 4 highest ones ever. So there hasn't been a fortnight over the 5th highest is 18, and these 4 have all been 27 and above. And the next highest are 18 and then 17. So it does certainly point towards a certain focus. Certain focus. I do need to say one thing. I've seen a number of people edit the graphics saying "and 1 oil storage facility," which is fine, but then they also say for a total of 1 oil storage facility. I'd say at least 3 or 4 oil storage facilities of Russians have been destroyed thus far. So maybe more. So anybody who says +1 for a total of 1, you're just flat out wrong. Sorry to say.
Got to be accurate if you're going to take the mic.
Exactly. You need to do it right. You can't just think of something willy-nilly and on a moment's notice. You need to do your research. Unless you were tracking it throughout, you need to go and do your research. Can't half carry sisters face it.
I have some information from the British intelligence update as well, if you would like it.
Absolutely.
Excellent stuff. So here is your defence intelligence update for the 30th of April. In recent months, Russian commanders have likely started punishing breaches in discipline by detaining the offending troops in zindans, which are an improvised cell consisting of a hole in the ground covered with a metal grill. We have seen these, haven't we, and heard reports. So the MOD there, a little bit behind on the times. Multiple recent reports from Russian personnel give similar accounts of being placed in zindans for misdemeanors, including drunkenness and attempting to terminate their contracts. How very dare they? In the early months of the war, many Russian commanders took a relatively light touch in enforcing discipline, allowing those who refused to soldier to quietly return home. However, since autumn 22, there have been multiple increasingly draconian initiatives to improve discipline in the force. Not improving morale, though, I would imagine. Especially since Chief of the General Staff Valery Gerasimov assumed command of the operation in January 23. So from January 23, when he assumed command, apparently it's all got very, not nice. Not having a good time. Oh no.
I'm shocked and appalled, frankly. But it does give me, I think, a good question for Oche there. And I hope the Ferdinand and Oche have had a couple minutes now to eat in the meantime. And my question is kind of, what was the most absurd, ridiculous, funny thing that you've seen on a recon drone of the Russians? Not anything serious military, just the most ridiculous, funny, absurd thing.
I think they wandered off on us.
Doing dishes.
And probably so too. Eating the dinner. We'll have to come back to that later, no doubt.
We'll come back to that later. I want to add to the Ministry of Defense report then a little bit. These zindans, it's literally just if you think of a hole in the ground that's 2-3 times as deep as a person's stall, and just a big metal grate over the top. Now sometimes it's bricked around or concreted around. Old septic tanks are pretty useful for that. Anything that's already an underground concrete space. And it's really the most primitive option of a dungeon. But I think it must motivate their troops massively, doesn't it? That's how you get motivations up, by literally exacting medieval measures against your own people. I'm sure that works terrifically well, Mockers.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does morale the heck of a lot, especially when they're also using very draconian disciplines before they throw them in there. So usually they're sat in there and also in need of medical attention, which is, an addition to the joys.
Sounds lovely. Durik says, morning.
Hi, Domin. You asked about the drones observing weird things. Don't you remember the drone flying over a building without a roof, and there were 2 soldiers doing?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
But that's why I was asking, our friendly drone operator here, who's mid breakfast, what specifically he had seen.
Mid breakfast, yeah. Okay. Okay, thanks.
We also saw the gentleman yesterday who apparently lost his pants in the in the move to get away from a drone. I think the drone may have caught him busy. Short, so to say. Caught him short.
So he was wearing shorts, you're saying? Or wasn't?
No, he wasn't wearing any shorts.
But he was wearing loo roll.
It's modern fashion for you, I guess, Kerry. I never get to keep up with all of this.
I wouldn't advise it.
Talk about single use.
I believe he lived to fight another day, didn't he? Just without his pants.
No, I didn't. I've heard of it. I've not actually had a chance to see it or anything like that. But I don't particularly care to. It's not something I'm particularly interested in going to watch.
Oh, don't be a spoil sport. They've put a really good little movie together, like a Benny Hill movie. It is good.
I do love it when they film things that are obviously a bit daft and put the Benny Hill music over it, because it adds something, just that little something extra. There's a video that Thomas Tyner, who is coming later today for an extended conversation, there is a video that he produced. He tweeted out a couple of days ago, I think, and it's specifically about a particularly unfortunate group of tanks and vehicles who were going into an assault at Vuhledar, I think. And just the word Vuhledar lets you know what's coming next. That they weren't very successful. In fact, they received quite the spanking. Sorry, I'm being attacked by the cat. Go away. And yeah, so it was quite unfortunate, and there were many comments that it required Benny Hill music to just add that little something. I had to deal with being bitten then while talking, by the way.
That's what happens when you have an apex predator cohabiting. I mean, seriously, what did you expect?
But they're cute. They shouldn't bite just for no reason. I literally stroked him, got bitten. Yeah.
It's basically like a cactus, but mobile.
Something like that. I sent you something earlier, Doman, and I'm just going to retweet this again, just so other people can look at it, because found it quite interesting. That you know how Ukrainians have been making their own drones.
Yes.
Yes. Well, obviously Russians are not above this either. So they too have been making their own drones, but they're missing a few things, like maybe a 3D printer and nuts and bolts and specialized parts. So they made their own out of some plywood and some plastic pieces, which they sort of bolted together. And they popped some little wheels on it that look like, the sort of the training wheels that you get on the back of a bicycle. Really nice thing it was. It didn't survive very long. It's in pieces. But yeah, just amused me greatly that they are indeed producing their own drones, but maybe not of tip-top quality.
Wacky races, mockers, wacky
Yeah.
races territory. Did they have like a little hole in the bottom where you like leg it along and try and launch it once you've picked up some speed?
Oh, I wish. No, it was fully automated. It would appear, but a little bit cumbersome. It looked. It didn't look as though it was. You know when you see like carting carts where they have to put them together from like wooden boxes and things like that. It was kind of like one of them, kind of like a project that you do at school to make a wooden cart for racing. Yeah. But drone style. Daniel, go ahead.
Oh, I raise my hand because I have a solidarity with aggressive killer predators. She now sleeps very nice and quiet, but she meow all day and bite me and scratch me because not enough attention. So all the felon lover know this sadomasochistic relationship. Can I be serious?
Please.
Okay. I know Ukraine want to be OPSEC, but is happening. I see Russians calling about. It's not about Ukrainians saying, but Russians are crying. Flanks in Bakhmut, Adivka, south of Vuhledar, moving and maneuvering on the south Kherson Oblast. So it's happening. Probably not something spectacular, not something we'll hear very soon. But I think it's happening. And I hope will be faster, quicker, and like General Budano said, deeper and deeper. 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 Okay, let's be happy. Happy. And confident.
I like his statements too. When I first saw him, I thought, oh, he looks like a serious chap. But he's hilariously good. Every time he speaks, I am impressed by how few words he uses to say so much. Yeah, he's excellent. I love him to bits, and his deadpan exterior is just perfection. Welcome back, Tony.
Thank you.
Do things work? Things work. Excellent.
Russians put T-54s in Berdyansk. So Berdyansk will be defended with T-54s. Long live Russia. T-54s. Oh, man.
Are they the ones that Abrams can't identify because they're actually considered to be monuments?
Allegedly, yes.
The sniper tank. The sniper tank.
I thought the point of sniper rifles was that they have like extra range as well.
You are so conventional. You don't think like you need to think. Look at him.
It's my Russophobia showing.
I don't know. This space is all full of Russophobes.
Your cat also had an opinion about that, so please pet the cat on my behalf. Thank you.
She sleeps. I don't touch it. I don't want to wake the demon.
So, Damon, I am sorry for cracking you up, but did you like that that I just sent you?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Before we go to that, Daniel, I have a question for you. So, different people when they go on holiday, they take pictures in front of different things. No, what sort of things do you like taking pictures of in front of, like old monuments
Garage
or
in the Danube.
or anywhere really. What do you like having as a background for your pictures?
Usually not when Ukrainians helicopters are coming. Usually. Also, usually never when I see big containers on flatbeds go in some direction with weird immatriculation numbers. But it's joking aside, that image is very close with that moron who made a picture, and behind him was S300 battery, which was hit 24 hours later.
So there's a picture to clarify, Daniel. There's a picture of a woman in Sevastopol, casually, having her picture taken in front of the port, and there's a submarine just casually going behind the lady. I don't know if the photographer even noticed the submarine.
It's more than that. It's more than that. They are the nets, the booms and the nets, defensive nets, and how is in place. How is the entering in the harbor?
It's just perfect, isn't it? Who needs satellites when you can just rely on Russians to take pictures of their own stuff.
I imagine is a bot on Instagram, VK, Facebook, Twitter, every application which scans people living in Sevastopol, Fedosia, Yalta, everywhere, and scans for pictures. Vacation. I am with Sasha on the beach. All things, because I think they are more ISR than Global Hawk.
Yeah, if only. Then John?
Yeah, just a word of advice to Daniel. If you see those big flatbeds with flat packs and strange number plates and some blue and yellow, obsec here, but it's most likely a delivery to and from IKEA, and not IKEA, my friends. IKEA. That's how it's pronounced. So
Usually, then John, I suppose they are just sunflower oil and sometimes, but just sometimes, some cigarettes. Nothing more.
Yeah, but that's considered smuggling. So we keep quiet about that. We don't speak it out loud.
We need to support the economy of Ukraine. Be optimistic.
Yes, Diljan?
Yeah, did you see about the Russian school in somewhere in Poland? I assume Warsaw. That was
the alleged diplomatic property. Yes.
Yes, which they didn't pay rent for, the last, I don't know, decades or something. But nevertheless, seems to have been closed down, and it's making people very unhappy back home. And it's hilarious.
I mean, it's just terrible. It's terrible it took them this long.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. It should have been done a long time ago. But never better late than never. And when it makes it up to the foreign ministry, then you did something right.
So already in 2016, they had been requested to pay $7.4 million in back rent plus interest on top of that. It's a lot of rent to have skipped out on, no?
It is, and it will never be paid. Mind you that Sweden have a similar beef with North Korea. They bought some boxy Volvos from the 70s, which they never paid for. And I think the debt now, including interest, is in the billions. So yeah, better be careful.
And there's also that German farmer who tried to stave off, hunger in North Korea and send them, I think, was it a dozen giant rabbits to breed off? And, the North Koreans in their infinite wisdom aided them before they did what rabbits do. Yeah, there's lots of people very disappointed in them, I think. Daniel?
I was very, very surprised when Cyprus people needed to throw a Molotov cocktail to make the cultural centers of Russian to disappear. Most of, let's say, Russophobic countries already closed that shit. And I joke with you, and I think this must be a political proposal for all mayors of capitals around Europe. The best thing we can do is start to repair the streets around Russian embassies and accidentally cut them electricity, water, and access to plumbing. And just let them to experience Ukrainian way, because the paperwork move very slow. We need to be very cautious, and works can land for 24 months, and to experience Ukrainian way of life is best way to keep all the Russian agents outside Russian embassies. Cut the electricity, cut the water, because construction, repairing streets.
Well, you know what happens, Daniel, right? When you have to install new street signs, sometimes you just hammer the new street sign too deep, and there just happens to be a cable under there. When you're renaming a street from whatever it is to the street of Ukrainian heroes, or something along these lines.
Totally agree. And
Yeah.
when they exit in the city to go to take a vodka, put a washing machine. Is a good trap.
Now, we already have one fella whose washing machine got stolen, or was it his toilet that got stolen, not washing machine? He'll see if he can bait him with a washing machine on the 9th of May, he said, I think. Let's see how that one goes.
You know what we don't touch? We don't touch about that bullshit talk of Prigozhin about, again, complaining about ammunition and how he will retreat his troop from Bakhmut. And people fall on that shit. You know what does it mean? If you look, because there were numbers, they publish his letter. And it's nothing like we don't have ammunition. An Ukrainian officer in Bakhmut explained what does it mean, ammunition hunger for Russians. Instead of launching 100 shells, they launch 50, and for them that is shell hunger. Don't fall on Prigozhin transparent psyops.
Oh, definitely not. And also, he's exposing one kind of critical thing in there with that, that it's not just about the psyops that he's conducting, out to the rest of the world, the West, Ukraine, and so on. But also, at the same time, there's a kernel of truth here, right? Which is he doesn't actually have the power to get whatever he wants from the Russian Ministry of Defense, from the Kremlin, from the indicted, wanted war criminal within. No, he just doesn't. There's just not capacity for that, not really, and that's important to note, because he's considered, way more important in far too much of the global media, far more so than he actually is, just because he's visible. But this visibility is now out of desperation, out of inability, much more so than it is out of any sense of actual power on his behalf.
By the way, about ISR assets above my head, and that's unidentified planes inside Republic of Moldova watching Bender Conrad. They are still there. They are watching. They're signaling. Don't move. Don't move. Don't be stupid.
Have you noticed, Doman, that the people who have no power make videos to moan about the fact that they have no power?
Yeah, pretty much, yes. And I think they're doing so just so that they stay visible, so that people remember them, and that they're a little bit less likely to suffer a fall out of a window. You know, visibility apparently helps combat gravity. Again, you know, that lost chapter of Principia Mathematica is really that was really the golden one, but we never got to read it.
Well, apparently, it's not stopped Igor Gherkin speaking out. Apparently, he's had another rant today, slamming both the MOD and Wanga Group for being unable to do almost anything during the winter and the spring. And of course, he also berates them for having to retreat again around Avdiivka, which is nice to know, isn't it?
Russians retreating around Avdiivka? No, that cannot possibly be true. But I've heard that they've taken it about 17 times already.
Yeah, surely they've taken it by now. Mind you, they've been trying to take back Moot for what, 11 months now?
About 10 and a half, yeah. Yeah, but it's been a while. Daniel?
Yeah, Avdiivka probably can be called the worst place than Bakhmut for Russians. If you want to be killed, you are sent to Avdiivka. If I remember, a lot of interceptions was something like this. They send us to Avdiivka without artillery preparation, without armor, working on the foot and put in the trenches, expecting us to resist. We go a company, we retreat free. That's something like that. I think it's interesting. Let's be keeping cool and calm and don't explode in enthusiasm. But they said they took Avdiivka, Bakhmut, Marinka. With Vuledar, then said almost nothing. For me, much more interesting is the shelling in Kremina area. There are months and months of shelling, and I think they get some small forest where they dig up and push Ukrainians, I don't know, few kilometers in 4 months. But everybody watch it very, very closely. Vuledar, Bakhmut, people remember about Avdiivka, Marinka, but from Kremina, almost nothing. And what I still hear from the Russian side is always complaining Belgorod, Kursk, Bryansk. And lately, is going up above Kursk and Bryansk. And it's not just worry, it's about shelling, distraction, people killed, raids, people working on the mines and dying on Russian mines. How weird it can be to place a minefield, don't put a warning for, I don't know, people going around, and Russians be killed by Russian mines inside Russia. It is like make a step back a few hours ago, missile launch by Tupolev and falling on Russian cities. Yeah, karma is a bitch, and I'm here to support karma.
Tom's dog has very little to do with this, Daniel.
Still, Sevastopol will close the beaches. No, not Sevastopol, sorry. All Crimea will close the beaches. If you want to be tanned, you need to go to Novorossiysk, Sochi. No more beaches in Crimea. Because it was weird. Yesterday, the tourist ministry of Crimea said, "Oh, we are prepared for the season. People are expecting the tourism will increase. We expect 34% more tourists in Crimea." And was a huge mortar-like cloud of ash and burned oil above Sevastopol. And this guy was public. Today, no more. Today, they will close the beaches in Crimea. Maybe they will send tourists to fill up the trenches to experience second-hand war defense of Perikop and Isthmus and defending the Kerch with cope, tetrahedra, radar reflectors, barges. I don't know. I hope a missile will come this night and hit the Kerch bridge again. Why not?
But they've prepared so well. The new trench system that allows parents to carefree let their kids run around on the beach, knowing that they aren't going to run off the beach and onto the road and into traffic and get run over. No. So all this investment for nothing. Daniel, do you think this is was this a wise expenditure, or is it really showing itself for the waste it is?
Always is a waste to dig on the sand of a beach. If you ever go on the beach and try to make a sandcastle, you'll discover if you dig half a meter, you enter in a wet zone. So, okay, their brains. I want to tell you something different, very interesting and connected. So, Russians, previous night, they start complaining for the hit in Sevastopol. And was no more bullshit Putin yelling, "Oh, terroristic attack against Russia." No. They take another angle. They believe they are smart. So they said,
ecological disaster.
No. That is almost European to say. No. They said, how can be people accuse Russia because you hit the city of Uman and killed 1-2 people there, and they said it was a civilian target. But look, they hit in Sevastopol a civilian oil tanker, and people don't have gas, and nobody is empathic with us. So is hypocrisy. Ukrainian civil targets are unacceptable, but if you hit Crimea, nobody cares about Russians. Was weird. And believe me, was a lot of Russian accounts telling this story. How evil is the West because they are happy Ukraine hit that oil tanks in Sevastopol. Weird people, very weird people.
So clearly, the question is, Daniel, why are we so evil?
Even
Why are we so evil?
evil. Maybe I had 6 years old, 7 years old, something around, and I was at grandma in rural side. Communism was there. Ceausescu was still alive, and my grandmother, blind, 90 years old, told me her experience. First World War, Bolshevik Russian soldiers raping her, getting a child, being thrown away by family because it was a disgrace to have a child without father. Raising the child, become a kulak, like Russians said to rich peasants. World War II, Russians come back, enter in her village, raping all the women, men running in the forest, killing all the pigs, drinking all the wine, and raping my grandmother again. So why I'm so evil? Imagine why.
Yeah, they've certainly earned an awful lot of their reputation.
And this was but a distillation of, Central Eastern European history of the last century. That's why.
I just watched the observers in Gagauzia. And they have European flags on their hats, European stars on the vest, celebrating the elections. I feeling something is, how I can comment, I'm not agree with Gagauz autonomy.
Blesse mon cœur d'une longueur monotone.
Sean, we do
80 foreign observers, Axel.
Daniel, you missed what Axel was getting at.
Probably, mate, because I speak so badly French.
It was what you were getting a half an hour ago. Things are afoot.
Things are indeed possibly afoot. We've had a report from Russian sources that they are struggling a little bit on the left bank of the Dnipro. I can't imagine why that might be, but one of their situations is the Russian authorities admit that all the privately owned boats that they've seized in the area, about 30 boats apparently, are actually going to be used for military use. Goodness knows where their military stuff went to, hey? Possibly along with their missing uniforms and artillery rounds. So apparently a well-known and really respected general came to the area a couple of months ago, having delved into the problem of organising observation posts and defences along the islands of the floodplain in the Dnieper. He pleased the fighters and commanders with the fact that 140 to 150 boats had already been allocated by a respected department and were about to reach the frontline soldiers. The boys were happy as they hoped the boats would come. So the media content, a beautiful picture, and all the accompanying quite logical actions from the point of view of promoting a healthy amount of stuff that was coming. But there are still no boats. So the guys had to take boats to go to war with from the local population. Sometimes units do this by just bullying the local population and just taking them. Well, there's a surprise. Apparently on the 18th of April, the acting governor of the Kherson region was forced to reassure the local population about 30 boats with motors that were seized to provide the military with watercraft. In conditions when the enemy receives small, modern watercraft from United States and NATO for specially made for their operations, the boats that the Russians have obviously been waiting several months for never turned up. So they're now using local fishing boats against obviously whatever it is that the Ukrainians have. And well, we saw what happened to a little inflatable motorized boat yesterday. Inflatable boat goes boom. If you look for that on my timeline, you'll see what I mean. And I've gone husky now. Can you hear? Losing my voice.
Better husky than Malamut.
I don't know. I've been sat on by a husky. You still can't move.
And yes, indeed, there was a very notable small fishing vessel, whose occupant went to sleep with said fishes very soon thereafter. Very soon thereafter. There's a lot of movement. You know, this shouldn't be forgotten. There's a lot of daily activity locally all along the front lines. And that doesn't get, usually, generally, except for a few fragments depicted, shown, isn't seen. No, it's important to mention that, and it's important to know that all of that exists. So, yeah, Klaus.
Hello. Pardon, I'm working in an area with spotty mobile coverage. So, but I think it's better now. I have 3 stripes. How is the weather in on the eastern and southern part of Ukraine at the moment? Is it getting better for the coming counteroffensive? And I heard that you talked about Mr. Potato Head and Gherkin complaining. Mr. Potato Head said that the counteroffensive would start no, not after, would start before May 15th. And I think that Ukraine is very content with all these different rumors of when it's going to start, where it's going to start, and just sit back and look at all the different scenarios that is being played out in the public and have the plan already not set in stone, but have the is almost ready to go ahead. So thank you.
We'll learn from Ukrainians about 2 days after it started or so. We'll learn from the Russians about before that. The thing I think that's interesting is we won't really know for sure exactly where the main push is for quite a while after. And that's normal, right? There's no Normandy landing here. There's no one big commitment of forces that's necessary by the Ukrainians that's kind of irreversible. So they can try in a bunch of places, or to really oversimplify. They can try in a dozen places at the same time, and then figure out where they can have the best success, move people and equipment over, and exploit it. And that's what's keeping also the Russians guessing, and we'll keep them guessing for a while into it, and we'll keep them dispersed for a while into it. And until that happens, they can't concentrate. And I've just said nothing that not everyone knows, but it's kind of the obvious logic here. That's why now Russians are complaining at Kakhovka, they're complaining in Zaporizhia, they're complaining in Vuhledar, they're complaining in Marinka, Avdiivka, Bakhmut, probably a few other places as well. Because they don't know what's happening, where it's happening. Because it's kind of happening everywhere. But who knows where the real push will come. So, sit back, wait and see. Because frankly, as far as I'm concerned, anything's possible. And that's probably pretty close to what the truth is. Klaus?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we also know that they have crossed the Dnieper River and have established a small bridge here, and that is they are scouting the area, and it's probably because the Russians have withdrawn many of their soldiers to reinforce where the attack will most likely occur. But if this area is weakly guarded by the Russians, we might see that Ukraine will sort of put more soldiers into that area and maybe start some small attack to sort of get Russia to push more soldiers into that area. And then, but I don't know, as I mentioned earlier, I'm just a blind man trying to describe the colors. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just sending a tweet, because that's what I do all day when I'm sat here. Can I please just mention the marbled polecat that the Ukrainians found in a trench?
It's just tremendous, isn't it? The sort of wildlife that they end up encountering. I didn't know those still, existed more than in theory, in principle, in the wild.
Well, they're obviously quite feisty, but yeah, they're in the red book. Apparently, they're very endangered. That's probably why they're so grumpy.
Well, the feisty ones that survive, right? That's why it was so hissing and biting at the roots that were growing through the side of the excavated out whatever, however you're supposed to call it. It wasn't really a trench, right? It was more kind of like it wasn't a foxhole. It was too deep for a foxhole position. It was more of a storage site, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But obviously, somebody wanted to use that to to either stand in or put something in, and he was like, "It's going to kill us! It's going to attack us!" Little thing, and yeah, there's somebody done some subtitles, and they've just described the noises that the polecat makes as angry death noises. I think that just about sums it up.
to add to that, they were wise not to get closer. They were very wise not to get closer.
They're a bit like a skunk, aren't they?
Yeah, twice the feisty, much less on the smell.
But still not terribly pleasant.
I mean, the smell's like any weasel, Mustelide family member, I guess. So not too bad, but the claws and the teeth definitely are.
Yeah, you don't want to be losing a finger out there in the field, really, do you? Not to something like that, anyway.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, very interesting. I think a beaver is easier to handle than one of these.
Yeah, I do wonder if Sigourney Beaver is still in that trench.
I think that they probably went off and dug a new trench because they knew there was no way.
Yeah, Sigourney won in the end. I'm pretty sure of that.
No question of that. No question.
Sorry, my app just decided to close on me. I thought I'd crash for a minute then, but no, just all fingers and thumbs. I have sent you a few things to discuss there, Doman. Is there anything in particular you want to choose from that pile?
Yeah, I want to talk about the bridge. I want to talk about the bridge. So there's a Russian, which to me looks like it could be. Is that an air defense system? Is that a tracked air defense system? That looks a little bit like a book all packed up to drive around. Not 100% sure, but it sure looks like one. In Voronezh, being on a flatbed truck being transported around, and whoever it was, they didn't realize the bridge, which has clearly seen many things slam into it already by the looks of it, was too low. It was too low for the thing, whatever it is, the tracked vehicle on the back of the flatbed to go under it. It clearly wasn't the first. It clearly wasn't even the 10th thing that crashed into it. But very well done on that. With planning like that, they are sure to lose even sooner than they would otherwise.
Yeah, I just thought that's typical, isn't it? It's one of those things where they go, "Yeah, we're going to do this," but they don't think it through. A tiny bit of forward planning would probably do them an awful lot of good. But of course, we are reminded of the meme. We're so lucky they're so stupid. Daniel.
I have a very, very, very bad news for Russians. I just saw a small video of, stupid drone made it by plastic and plywood. But I don't here to brag about ingenuity of the Russian people. I watched the land is very, very dry and is very, very sunny in the south. I don't know what will happen.
I did also spot that, Daniel.
Did you see any mud? Any water?
I didn't. I mean, we don't know how old this video is, of course, but
It's new. It's very, very new.
well, I was going to say that the more recent videos we've seen last couple of days don't seem to show an awful lot of mud, but I would imagine there's still mud in localized areas.
In the
Chris?
east. In the east is very wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just said it, Daniel. But I checked the weather forecast the other day. I think I sent it to Doman actually. 2 to 3 weeks of nice weather. Well, I'm assuming that you're getting it as well, aren't you, Daniel? Are you getting nice weather?
Yeah, for me, it's similar with Kherson, Zaporizhia. So it's very, very sunny, 20 plus, warm. All the rains stopped last week. So perfect weather. Perfect weather.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I thought you would probably be similar to the south. Yeah. So, whilst I keep seeing, wet pictures in the east, I keep seeing dry pictures in the south.
If I was a Russian soldier in Melitopol, at this moment, I will start making my baggage and find a nice pit or just go forward with a white flag.
Marcus, maybe those Indans we were talking about earlier are going to get really popular.
Do you think people are going to be asked to be added into them?
Yeah, they're double the depth, extra safe. Klaus?
We apparently got the snow here instead. It has been snowing the past week. It melts during the day, but it's slightly above freezing point. So we are willing to take that snow if it gets warm and sunny in Ukraine. That's fine with me. So just hope for the best. Thank you.
Klaus, how far north are you?
I live about by car. It's 4 hours north of Bergen. In distance, it's about 150 kilometers north of Bergen.
Okay, so
And
they're
then-
Ålesund.
Yeah, it's near Ålesund, correct. So that's where I get. I'm on this app where people try to meet each other and maybe get acquainted. And I do get some people from Ålesund. But the response is so and so. But that's probably on me. Thank you.
This is Comedy Sunday, isn't it? Benjamin.
Yeah, Klaus, did I hear it right? 150 kilometers, 4 hours. Don't you have roads in Norway?
We have roads, but we have also mountains, and most of the roads are 80 kilometers. And when we drive through villages, it goes down to 50. So and there's a ferry in between. So it's not uncommon to use 4 hours. But after they build some tunnels, we don't have to drive all the way via the fjords. So it has gone down from 4.5 hours to 4 hours. So that's it's quite. I live in a rural area with roads that are sort of okay standard, but 80 kilometers is max.
Yeah, I was about to say, because otherwise, there was a Swedish inventor called Nobel. He made some stuff that you can actually blow mountains with. But apparently I heard about it.
Who is he? Is he the one that has a peace center in Oslo? The same guy? Yeah, but they recently opened a new tunnel that's 8.6 kilometers on my way to work, and there was this road that went by a hillside, and sometimes stones would fall down, and they hit a driver once, and he lost his legs. So they built some tunnels, and that wasn't enough. So after 10-15 years, they built this long tunnel that is saving some minutes and a lot safer to drive in. So that's how it is live in a rural district. So thank you.
No, you can have all the snow and the rain. It's Ukrainians who need solid ground to drive over. Very good. Daniel, do you want to touch upon this? These news, these. Oh, actually, no. Let's wait. We have a mud report coming in, which is good because mud report's important. Okay, Mikhail, before we start, question for you. What's the cybersecurity equivalent of mud? Mikhail?
Sorry, I just lost audio. Thanks, Domin. Actually, speaking of the weather thing, I think one thing that one might overlook is the fact that the Ukrainians. I mean, we need not just for the ground to be dry and ready to take on a massive amount of tons of armor. It needs to work for maneuver warfare for the many weeks to come. So it's just not another question of whether or not everything has dried up sufficiently. It will also be a question of whether or not it can support continuous warfare, at least in certain places. And planners have to take that into their operations planning as well. I know the Russians don't seem to use operations planning, but we do know that the Ukrainians are very adept at this. So the weather report is not just about everything to dry up; it's also about conditions to be at least okay for the coming weeks.
I think an important part of this is the dynamics of the drying of soil, right? The reason why there's so-called mud season is because you have mud, but not sufficiently high temperatures, not sufficiently dry environment for it to ever dry out. And drainage is slow in certain areas, especially further to the east where it's less sand, more clay, right? So there's differences in the persistence of the mud, subject to temperature, but also subject to the fact that once that's drained away and dried away, it can take a lot more water absorption. And of course, it's a separate question once you have a lot of mass traveling over it all the time, right? That's a separate issue. On top of it, but it's a complicated dynamic here in the first place. But absolutely, and the one thing that really shouldn't be forgotten is exactly what you said, right? Take a lot of weight for a long time, and even then still function as a solid enough surface. It's never about the first tank that goes. Tanks can go lots of places. It's about the trucks that follow the 70th tracked vehicle to go there, one after another after another. And Mikael, we spoke about this with the horses analogy, right? When you have say horses or cows or whatnot use the same path over and over and over again, and there's 200 cows that go in the same bit. Now, it used to be grass; it doesn't stay grass for very long, and however dry everything else gets, that's the first bit that gets really muddy really quickly every time afterwards as well.
Yeah, that's actually with horses at least. There's a whole, I think with cows as well. But it's a science. You need to calculate how much field you need for each animal, both for grass production, but the muddy part, especially if you have a type of soil that tends to retain water and mud, you really need to think about how you plan out all of your fields, or you will end up. I mean, I've been a place at one stage where the mud would go up to your knees, and it's not tanks, it's not armored vehicles, it's just 600 kilo horses. That's it. So yeah, it really does take a toll on the soil. But I mean, again, the Ukrainians will have units who have been serving in the different areas, and even though they equip some of them with considerably heavier armor, I mean, the soldiers, the veterans, know how the vehicles perform in different areas. There's such a vast amount of knowledge and experience in this field, and the good staff, good command HQs, when doing their plannings, they take these factors into consideration, of course. So we'll see how things plan out. But for sure, everything is going to be dry and dry from now on. It's May in just a little bit, I heard.
Yeah, May starts officially in 10 hours in Ukraine. Chris?
Yeah, I was going to say a couple of things, actually. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, sorry if I'm changing subject, but I was going to say it's the last day of Russia's presidency of the UN Security Council. When does that come round again? How many are there?
15, I think. So in 15 months.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Okay, cool. Right. Well, yes, I was also going to say that my tweet to the Princess of Wales is over 2,000 views, and thanks to everybody for supporting that. And I particularly liked the Commonwealth countries that did an equally polite reply to the tweet to the Princess. I quite enjoyed those. As to, I know, I was going to say, and as to the mud, I would say the sea for the D-Day landings was less than perfect, but it still worked.
Absolutely. It's not a question of perfection. It's a question of good enough. And it needed to be good enough for the D-Day landings. It had to be good enough for this. Just hoping we won't be waiting till June for this, and I'm pretty sure we will. Mikael?
Yeah, but Dominus, as we talked about, you and I, May 9th is coming up, and that's the Victory Day, where in Russian or Russian folklore, that's where they saved themselves and the rest of the world from the German Nazis. And that's a huge thing, and it's become a huge thing in Russia. And I would love for the Ukrainians to be able to absolutely spoil and ruin the good mood in Moscow and St. Petersburg, St. Petersburg on May the 9th. That would be beautiful, and I guess could be pretty impactful in Russian discourse, or what you want to call it. It's would really go against their self image on that day.
Yeah, I'm all for destroying their own perception of themselves. It would be a great coincidence. I hope sincerely, and I think they are, the Ukrainians, that is, wiser than to go for symbolism over every other bit of expedience. But if it were to so align that major operations would align with, against Russia, would align with said date, I don't think that'd be exactly a bad thing either. That'd be just a fortunate coincidence.
Yeah, well, you could have Operation start on May 8th, anyways, or during the dark night where only the forces with good night vision capability can move and initiate at that point. It's just, but it's totally, and I totally agree with you, Dome. And they need, and they are going to do what is right for them. And it's a really hard calculus to figure out what to do when it's a huge planning operation to plan something as big as what we think is coming. It's just that in the grand scheme of things, it would just be beautiful. But I'll take any date as long as they protect as many of the Ukrainian soldiers' lives as possible. That's and knock the Russians out of Ukraine. That's the most important thing.
100%. Chris?
Yeah, so I was going to say a couple of things. One was I keep seeing that or the Monobank guys' offer for the drones to Red Square is increasing up to $1 million now. I don't know whether this is people getting overexcited or what. I think it was about, wasn't it about $500,000? But anyway, so it's I'm thinking it's somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. So that's that. I'm curious about your cybersecurity Earth equivalent. What I will say to you, Doman, is that we teach 4 aspects that are important. One is leadership from the management. The other is people training. The other is processes and procedures, and the other is technology. Where's your mud in that, my friend? I don't know. I'm trying to work it out.
I don't know. You can tell me. When you work it out, you can tell me.
Well, I was going to say complacency was the nearest thing that came to mind. Because we're always wading through complacency and refusal to take action, Doman. That seems to be our lot. I don't know if Michael will agree with me.
100%, Chris. It's the enemy of everything, and it never ceases to amaze me of how quickly that sets in after sort of when normal working days and no one is having troubles or issues, and it's not top of mind in the media. Complacency sets in. Always. That's the mod of cyber. I like that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Chris, now that you're here, can I ask you a question about the conference thing? How is that the planning going? And could you just say when was the conference in September?
Yes, I will. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, the Security and Cybersecurity Conference in London. I did put a tweet up the other day, Doman. I put it up for Axel because Axel was like saying to me, "Can't you put something up on Twitter, Chris?" So I did. I put something up on Twitter, but it's probably lost in the sea of people's feeds now. But it's on my Substack, and it's also on my LinkedIn for those that want to get it, and I can post it again if you want me to. So basically, it is 25th and 26th of September this year. International Security and Cybersecurity Expo in London, in Olympia. So not quite the centre of London, but the West End of London. Which I personally prefer it because I'm not a massive fan of running out to the East End for an expo, because it adds about another hour onto my journey from the Midlands. So it's a very, very nice place, and that the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo originally started as a physical security and military expo, and then they tagged on the cybersecurity bit onto the end of it. And so obviously the last few years have been interrupted by the pandemic. But other than that, the cybersecurity part of the show has grown a lot. And then they have, I think I'm right in this, but I've got a question over it, but I think I'm right in this, that they also normally have a thing called B-sides on as well, which is basically like a hacker meet type of thing. Obviously, white hat hacker meet, so usually when you go around the pubs around Olympia and that, they're full of hackers, right? Which is quite fun.
How many of them are called Jim?
I don't know. It's it's I worry about engaging them in conversation, to be honest with you. But anyway, I just usually drink my beer and stay within my lane. But anyway, what was I going to say? So where are we? Well, we're doing fantastically well. Quite a number of Ukrainian cyber and tech, and actually just now drone companies have been introduced to the expo, and that the speaker list has been closed for some time, but they actually opened it up again for us. Well, at least they opened it up to consider our speakers, and we've already got one of our speakers confirmed from a Ukrainian cyber company called Under Defense. So the CEO of Under Defense will be speaking on the main stage and on the cybersecurity stage, and hopefully, if we have a pavilion speaking area on the pavilion area as well. So a number of them met with the exhibition organizers at the RSA conference in San Francisco last week. There must have been about three. I don't know what you think, Doman, but Mokas and I were talking about this morning, about 3 or 4 Ukrainian delegations in the USA last week. I know there was one at the RSA conference. There was another startup conference in, I forget where, it's gone out of my head now. There was a big delegation to Washington, and there was another one somewhere as well. Anyway, so so the exhibition organizers will have met with, I don't know, 3 or 4 of the Ukrainian cyber and tech companies at RSA last week. I haven't actually heard yet because the ladies from the exhibition organizers are not back until today, actually. Well, I think they fly back today, so it's bank holiday here tomorrow, so I'm assuming that we won't hear anything until like Tuesday or Wednesday, until they get back at their desks. So everything is going well. We started talking about cybersecurity, but we've quickly got on to drone technology because the exhibition is interested in drone speakers as well as cyber speakers. And we've also got into situational awareness and battlefield management systems discussions. And then more recently, I don't know whether actually it'll be something that the Expo's interested in, but what I was mentioning this morning was the demining area. Doman Mockers, did you see I don't know if you'd already seen that other video
Of the tractor.
Yeah. Quite cool video, eh? Yeah. So that's that. We've got like masses of support. Obviously, Axel has volunteered various people. I see David's got his hand up, including David. Yeah, David's been volunteered.
His hand is sticking right out of the hedge. I can see it.
I know, and I think he's a very appropriate person to be hosting MriyaReport from the show, so that's good. Lots of NAFO people saying that they will come. I don't know whether they're going to come dressed as cats and dogs or in normal gear. Hopefully, we'll have some ladies dressed in leopard skin stuff as well. And I've got what else have we got? Oh yeah, actually, last night there was a discussion about, I don't know if it has to be approved by the NAFO ranks, but I was having a discussion with a NAFO person about, could people join NAFO on the stand and get their dogs forged and all of that, if that's the right terminology, so yeah, very excited. That's probably not everything, but hopefully that's something. That's enough for now.
Did you just highlight that we should be doing live forging at the stand? So somebody says they want their fella and they can get it in, say, half an hour, however long it takes for a decent graphics designer to do it, or a team of people in the cloud.
That's exactly right, Axel. That's the plan. Now, like I say, I don't know if it has to be approved by NAFO hierarchy, but
I'm sure there are people here who know how to liaise with those chaps. Having said this, what you're trying to say is that there's human beings coming into the expo center and brainless dogs getting out of the expo center, right?
Well, after a long day at the fair, you know how it goes.
That's exactly right, Axel.
I can see a cartoon movie expose and advertisement spot for this already in my head.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Axel, but there was some people that were on something last night, some form of alcohol. Yeah, so there was a lot of stuff going on.
I was not privy to that.
Yeah, well, I've actually ordered a captain's table for a couple of people, lunchtime, and somebody else. Who's that other person? Mockers. Who's the other person that was adrift this morning?
The only ship which is adrift on a Sunday morning is typically gunnies.
I was going to say, you're chatting to me and I'm sending a tweet. I'm so sorry. I had no idea at all.
It'll come to me.
All right, Doman, maybe we can highlight already what's going to happen tomorrow at lunchtime.
Well, before that, let's highlight what's going to happen tonight, which is going to take until tomorrow
Oh,
lunchtime.
come on. Are you a humblebee now?
Well, I'm just objective that, based on experience, it's going to take most of the time until tomorrow lunchtime to be over. So it's only right that we highlight the much more extensive segment, which is starting in, what is this, 6 hours and 40 minutes with Thomas Taina, and it will go on for as long as cat permits.
Yeah, exactly. The Tainathon.
Yep. So the Tainathon tonight, and then about 15 minutes after that finishes, tomorrow at lunchtime, there will be Axel. What will be tomorrow? What's the name? I forgot what the name is.
Tomorrow it's the Fab Four. It's the, so to say, the convention of the four people who've been bereft of sleep last year.
In other words, will be the two of us, Axel, as well as
Fel-
Verlaine, whom people might have heard of, and a mache, not a cat.
Sleepless at Maria. No, okay. So tomorrow at 12 Kiev time, for those who haven't had the privilege last year of being bored to bits and pieces, Maciej, Doman, and I will do so, whilst Verlaine will probably not just sing but also enchant us with a couple of bits and bobs as to the rubbish unit. We thought it's a good idea, given the fact it is the 1st of May, and we don't want to say leave you completely alone, that Maciej cycles by and brings us a bit of Polish spirit with it.
Even though he doesn't drink, which is still very confusing. Maybe that's why the spirit's left over.
That's the point. He brings the kosher Polish vodka for us to say enjoy and imbibe. And the same thing, we're going to do a topical journey as well. Then on Tuesday and on Wednesday, but then we're going to start at 2 p.m. Kiev time.
Very good. There you go, everyone. Now you know. All right, let's go back to Michael. I think has a follow up to Chris, and then we'll go to our man in the hedge, and then across the Atlantic. Michael.
Oh, Doman, you read my mind. Yeah, I just think I really look forward to the conference. I think it's if you are in cyber or defense and you overlook Ukraine, you'll be fast behind, I think, for the next decade at least. And Chris, I'll grab one or two of my guys, and we will be seeing you in London from September. I'm looking so much forward to that.
Oh, thank you very much. I 100% agree with you. I'm really pushing this. Actually, I'm saying, look, if you want to be talking to any cybersecurity company, you want to be talking to a Ukrainian one. I totally agree with that. Thank you.
Perfect, David.
Well, I was going to remind Chris. Clearly, he doesn't come down to London very often. Chris, there is a thing called the Elizabeth line now, right? So getting to the XL isn't difficult. There are so many ways to do it. The Elizabeth line. Do you want me? I can tell you how to go there. Get on that, right?
It's the purple
Incredibly
train,
easy.
Chris. It's the purple train.
It's gone from. So it used to, because I used to live in Greenwich, the beautiful Greenwich. It's gone from, it would take me 2.5 hours from Reading to get to Greenwich, and I could get to Greenwich in an hour now. Right. So the Elizabeth line, or there's other ways you could do it. You could, if you wanted to, you could go all the way down to Westminster and get a beautiful boat and go along the Thames. You could go to North Greenwich and you could get the cable car. So many ways. You've got to get out of your evil Midlander ways. Recognise London for the beauty it is. Travel around it. I'm doing my London expo there.
David, look, you can try and sell this to me, right? But let me just explain to you, right? And I'm sure you know this anyway. Around Olympia, there are some wonderful pubs, right?
There's some wonderful pubs everywhere in London. In fact, we could do the marathon mile of the pubs on Fleet Street. There's some very old ones there. One of the oldest in London, in fact, and the narrowest.
Yeah, but they're nowhere near the East End, mate. All you got out there is like docklands and banks and stuff like that. You know, that's all. Listen, I've got nothing against it.
Greenwich. What have you got against Greenwich? It's very close to Greenwich. Beautiful pubs there. The Trafalgar Tavern, the Cutty Sark. I mean, what's left of the Cutty Sark, that is.
Isn't that? I mean, you are right, David. It's like years since I've been there, mate. Because when the pandemic hit, I pulled up the drawbridge and just like stayed in Staffordshire, But that you are right. But
so I'm getting you out of your closet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you might be. No. Well, I will also confess, right, that I used to basically, catch the train from Lichfield, go into the city, do what I needed to do, get back on the train, come home, unless I was going out drinking with the lads down there.
And there's the thing. So this is the bit I'm saying to you, right? So because of the Elizabeth line, if you went down to Lichfield goes to Liverpool Street, right? Or is it Old Street?
No. Well, if I go from Lichfield, then it's Euston. If I go from Lichfield or Birmingham International, it's Euston. If I go from Derby, then it's St Pancras.
Okay, so then you're just right next to the Elizabeth line. Either way. Anyway, doesn't matter. It is where it is, and I'm sure they're not going to move it now. But you need to get out a little bit more. We will go. We will go out. We'll go to Soho when we come down.
When did it open, David? I mean, it's probably years ago now, is it?
Yeah, years ago.
Okay. Well, I've been, stuck up. I've been stuck up here. I was commuting across to Cheltenham for, for ages, and that used to take me like 3 hours each way.
Yeah, it's not a good route, though, is it? It'd be easier just driving, surely.
Yeah, anyway, that's what I was doing.
Anyway, look, I'm looking forward to it. You've got to send me the details and the rest of it.
Yeah, will do.
So that was my my London advertisement. London's a wonderful place. You should go there. It is filled with pubs, literally filled with pubs. What could be better?
I agree, David. And one thing that London definitely has over, for example, Paris or New York, is the let's say the olfactory appropriateness of its mass transport.
Inappropriateness or appropriateness?
Appropriateness. It smells a lot less bad, is what I'm getting at.
No, I was trying to make sure I got it right.
No, it's pretty obvious. If you've ever been to Paris subway. Ugh.
I have. I've been in trouble in Paris.
Sure you have. Christopher, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning. David, that would be pubs filled with white hat hackers would make it better.
According to Chris, indeed.
So I am calling actually from not from New York City, but on the East Coast, from outside of Baltimore, where I am attending. Go ahead.
Hey, can you call me back in 10, please?
Okay.
I'm sure he can, David. Christopher, you carry on.
I was saying, yes. So saying I'm in outside of Maryland at a B-Sides. And so I just wanted to chime in to what Chris was saying and wondered if there was actually going to be B-Sides at the expo as well.
So all I can say, right, is that the last time that I went, which is probably getting on for 3 years ago, obviously because I didn't go down during the pandemic. So the last time that I went, there was a B-Sides there. And obviously B-Sides, as far as I know, is only white hat hackers, because obviously I wouldn't have anything to do with black hat hackers.
Well, yes, B-Sides is a non, and as you alluded to earlier, it's a non-commercial entity. It was sort of started as a response to conferences like RSA, where there's a huge amount of corporate sponsorship there, a huge amount of corporate speakers, a huge amount of trying to sell you the latest endpoint management product or whatever have you. But B-Sides here in Charm City in Baltimore is going along swimmingly. I'm very surprised, but not surprised, but there's a lot of young people there. Young, and I mean like 12, 7, 10. Parents have brought their children to this and they're loving it. It's informative and it's about bringing education and trying to get people interested in, the machinations of becoming a cybersecurity expert and defender. I have a question, Chris. Have the organizers finalized the tickets, or is there anything? Is it because I signed on the website and I got a "we'll get back to you" sign, so I'm checking in on that.
Have you DM me? But I will certainly speak to the organisers just to find out what the situation is. I mean, I haven't looked at tickets for myself yet. Well, I'm not expected to need one, but anyway, yeah. But please DM me, and I'll try and I obviously I speak to the organisers all the time, so I'll try and find out. But by the way, and I'm totally. All joking aside, I'm totally positive about B-Sides, right? I find it absolutely fascinating. Right? Yeah.
Oh, no, I never took it that you weren't. I just wanted to, because I'm actually here at a B-Sides, I thought I would plug it. Okay, I am working on making my travel arrangements to London. So I also had DM'd you previously and said that I would be part of your team for volunteering. So I just kind of want to firm those things up as September's coming real close. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chris, for working behind the scenes to help make this happen for the NAFO Forge. That is going to be awesome.
Yeah, thank you. All help welcome. No worries about that. Thank you very much.
Was my mic still hot? I did mute my mic then.
Now it was fine because I muted it, David. But we did hear about your gentleman caller.
Oh yes, Ollie. He has a and when everyone is here, they should go and visit. He has a very nice art gallery that does street art. And
So
anyone
how does that work, David? So did they like cut off a section of a wall and move it to a gallery, or?
Yeah, I mean, he does sell some of that type of art, but there are other street artists who do stuff to paper and they do prints and the rest of it, because typically people want to make some money out of their art.
So they're not digging up a piece of street.
They have done. Or sometimes I think he sold one of the Banksy bus. So wasn't a bus. I think it was a lorry, wasn't it? But anyway, yes, depends what you want. But they have some. Do have some quite nice street art if you like that style. People like shtick, stuff like that. I've killed the conversation, haven't I, Damon?
No, we were just wondering. I'll
No.
go outside and see whether, if I start liking street art, I might even start eating street food, which eventually immediately lands me with John Cleese and Roadkill.
But street food's brilliant.
Yeah.
I think Axel's taking it more literally.
No, off the street. Well, that's okay as well. You just make sure you cook it, right?
I think the dogs and I will go forest hunting now, with all you being so happy.
Just make sure you don't find any Russian missiles.
And with that, I'm going to drop down because, as you know, I need to make a phone call.
All right, very well. Now, mockers, we have heard that President of Turkey, candidate to be again President of Turkey, has appeared in public again after a few days yesterday at something called Technofest, which could be a festival of a particular genre of music, but isn't. Could be the sort of place where I know people play with Meccano and similar toys, but isn't. And instead is, Mockers, what is Technofest?
Well, it's some sort of technological festival, I suppose. It's an international aviation exhibition in Istanbul. Yeah, they deal with all sorts of interesting flying things, shall we say.
And since it's in Istanbul, one would have thought that would maybe his son-in-law have accompanied him to that exhibition, seeing that that's where he's based anyway, and he does sort of flying things.
Mr. Bayraktar himself.
Yes, that guy.
I'm pretty sure he was probably there, yeah. And our friend Alexander Kamishin has been speaking about what they've been doing there.
Oh, he was also there then. Minister for Strategic, Ukrainian Minister for Strategic Industries, now former head of Ukrzaliznytsia. He was also there then. Interesting. Such a fateful coincidence.
Shall we get to the point?
The point of the spear, point of the missile.
Indeed, all of those. So Ukraine has apparently now signed 3 contracts with the drone manufacturer Baykar at the International Aviation Exhibition of Technofest in Istanbul. The specifics of the contracts are not yet known, but this has been announced by Alexander Kamishin. And he has assured that these contracts will bring export revenue and new generation weapons to Ukraine. So that sounds quite positive, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and one can only presume that this has to do with the suggestion of a Baykar company factory in Ukraine sometime down the line, which was already, at least in principle, agreed to or just suggested last year. What is this for? Is this for this counteroffensive? No. Is this for this year? No. But it's important to get foreign investment into the country for the rebuild, for after. Also, a country that has both a lot of engineering ability, a lot of manufacturing ability, as well as would be kind of a prime customer for future generations of these sort of drones. It makes perfect sense. Especially now that was it the Akinci that was tested with the beyond visual range missile over the Black Sea a month or so ago? I think so. Now it can be a future part, of course, of the Ukrainian deterrent of the Russian forces after they've been expelled. Because you know the Russians. You know how the Russians are. If whenever they fail, they try again. They're certainly not deterred by the fact of failing. They need to be deterred by the terms, and this is yet another way to ensure and maintain such deterrence.
I have actually a little video. Sorry, I'm just heating up my lunch. I have actually a little video which I retweeted this morning, which I'm going to find. And it was originally given to me by George, our friend George. And it's pretty much exactly the situation, what needs to happen. It's a little cartoon. And it explains the difference between war and peace. And might just go find it and give it another retweet. There we go.
Is it from Martin Sukal?
Oh, you're asking me? I don't know. Let me find it and retweet it so you can see it too. unfortunately.
Is it the sort of
Yeah,
Giphy
yeah.
thing? It goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and
Yeah,
it stops. Yeah,
yeah,
okay, yeah.
exactly. And it's a perfect example of when one person doesn't understand what peace means, and eventually you have to make it stick.
You see, this is where spelling is important, right? To spell peace P-E-A-C-E as opposed to P-E-I-C-E. P-I-E-C even. See, spelling is important, otherwise you get into trouble. Like all those Russian occupying forces. Right, Chris? Spelling matters.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Doman, is like, where is Turkey at the minute on the pluses and minuses? You know, how's it doing? How's Turkey doing? Because they're plus for the drone deal, plus for the grain deal, plus because they're building Ukrainian frigates. What else are they? Plus or minus?
Plus with the couple hundred MRAPs that they delivered to Ukraine and some TRG multiple rocket systems. There's quite a few pluses. There's some obvious minuses, of course. Our Swedish friends will be quick to point out one of them. So quick that then John left rather than being having to listen to this. We'll see where they go in a couple of weeks as well. No, there's an election upcoming, Chris. And it's not at all clear who's going to win. It's very much up in the air. Very, very much up in the air. And we'll just have to wait and see. So the opposition, the unified opposition candidate, Kilis Daroglu, suggested that he wants to pursue a more, let's say, a rapprochement of sorts with America, with Europe, with the rest of NATO, as something of a foreign policy priority. And one specific thing that was said by the United Opposition was that they want to make sure that Turkey cannot be used as a bypass of sanctions by Russia. And were that to be true, that'd be quite a substantial improvement, because thus far Turkey has been one of the principal ways, principal paths through which sanctions were being bypassed by Russia. So that's quite important, possibly. I think we can be pretty sure that one thing isn't going to change, which is that Turkey isn't going to be delivering Russia any sort of weaponry. I think in Turkey, both principal candidates realize the strategic position in which they're in, and it's just not plausible, right? It's just not plausible for them to consider it worthwhile to supply Russia with any sort of weaponry at all, which is a good thing, which is a very good thing. But beyond that, will it ever be nice and clear and tidy? No.
It's a
Thanks for that, Joe.
nihilistic, utilitarian, very specific Islamist and personalized strategy. Erdogan wants to achieve the maximum for his own power elite, for his own transcendent goals. That's the whole point. Nothing else matters. There is nothing solid about it. Every little tidbit he gives to Ukraine, he ruins by all the other things, because he doesn't have Ukraine in his sights. On the contrary, he has only his own strategy. He takes the national interest and forms it into his AKP's interest, forms it into his own specific caliphate interest. He has a different policy. He is instrumental for the demise of the region, which is why he needs to be replaced.
Well, good thing there's an election in a couple of weeks then. I mean, it's very likely at this point that it's going to go one way rather than the other. So
it's Turkey. Let's wait.
Whatever it is, it's close. It's whatever it is, it's much closer to last time around. or the time before that. So I'm not saying he's definitely going to be losing, but I'm saying it's very plausible that he indeed does. As you say, wait and see. But something we will see. Chris?
Well, only Doman is the other one looking and sounding better than the other option.
I mean, not necessarily massively, right? But the specific foreign policy outlook, yes, because he does seem to realize, or at least in statements, it's been made clear that the other candidate wants to play nice with the EU and NATO, because Erdogan simply swung too far away from it in the pursuit of what Axel was describing as the, partial AKP, Erdogan and friends pursuit of those policies. And just because of that, it's well worth it for the other guy to, try to swing the pendulum a little bit the other direction. I think he would do it. Pretty sure he would indeed. So that would be a good thing, naturally, right? Playing nicer with, say, on the one hand, Sweden, not keeping them out of NATO continuously, doing, if they were to do what they said they would, prevent the circumvention of secondary sanctions by Russia through Turkey, that'd be a pretty big deal. Because again, right now they're just about the largest third country through which sanctions are being evaded, right? So what I'm getting at is not when it comes to direct trade, right? So not direct China-Russia trade, not direct India-Russia trade, but for example, getting things from Italy to Russia via Turkey, right? In that sense, they're just about the largest quite consistently now. And if that were to stop, there'd be a whole lot of additional problems for the Russians, a whole lot of additional friction. So that would probably be for the, very much for the positive. But I won't say that I have too much hope one way or another with either of the two principal candidates for massive changes compared to current policy. I do also think that were Erdogan to win, now Sweden is getting a vote of approval for NATO quite soon thereafter, because it's been made pretty clear that they'll keep them out for as long as they need to run an election for, and then there's really no more benefit to them doing so. So I'm not saying that the one election result's the only way for the yes for Sweden to come at all. So, Axel, did you see the victory lap that TASS ran with the quote from Merkel?
No, I did not.
Did you see the quote? Angela Merkel says she used everything in her power to try to prevent the war in Ukraine.
Well, that has been her consistent statement since last year in summer, when she gave that one large interview. She now sat with one of the hardcore leftists who once assumed power after having been a media figure already for a long time on German talk shows, and a listless little verb thug, Giovanni Di Lorenzo, who then desecrated the remnants of sincerity at the Wochenzeitung Die Zeit many moons ago, and since then has blabbermouthed his tosh for so long that it makes you sick already. But there you go. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, which he could have done better other than being completely incompetent in interviewing her. And she was not even asked the right questions. And all the tosh which came out of that interview is as half-baked and uninspiring and useless as we knew it already. So, did you want something beautiful, or is the truth enough?
I'd have preferred something beautiful.
Well, then you have to
But
listen to
it
Paloma
just
Faith.
wasn't. Sorry, to whom?
Paloma Faith.
That
Do you want
okay.
the truth or something beautiful? Anyway, doesn't matter. No, and I did not see how Tuss then regurgitated it.
I mean, it's kind of ironic, right? Because it'd be like the white dove of peace would be a paloma.
That's why I said it. Ay. We're getting the hang of it again, huh?
Absolutely. No, so Tass's highlight was the fact that it failed is not proof that it was wrong to have attempted it, says Angela Merkel. Which is an interesting. I'll put it this way: it's an interesting admission to be making, right? I have tried my absolute hardest with appeasement because that historically works so really well, and I would have done it again. And I know it's not really a difference from what she said last year already, but it's a very particular statement to be making after all that.
Yeah, it's the level of subservient Lutheran communist totalitarian appraising spirit which only Miss Merkel could bring to the table. A leader who wishes not to lead people through a fight is not worth considering as a leader, because the fight may from time to time be completely, utterly without alternative. Unfortunately, she was never capable of doing so because the way she was groomed, the way she grew up, the environment in which she grew up made her completely, utterly irrelevant for any such purpose. She never had the craft or the gift for this. She was only good at eradicating other mediocre level potential leaders and kicking them out of the way and then managing the perception. And that is just astonishingly bad. Her lack of strategic vision, her lack of will to fight, her really bereft of any sense, second-hand knowledge by, say, infiltrated by bad advice, views as economics are just stunning. It's utterly reactive and coined in a time where she grew up under Marxist-Leninist tropes and simplification. No understanding inherently of real science. She was a bad physicist already to start with. And yeah. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Germany should never have elected a person like this to leadership. But then again, after Gerhard Schröder, she was perceived to be a relief. But then you're choosing between the devil and the deep blue sea.
I have a wee report from the General Staff, if you would like it.
Yes, please, especially the first paragraph.
Especially the first paragraph. The bit about the temporarily occupied Sevastopol. As a result of yesterday's large-scale fire, 10 tanks with petroleum products were destroyed, with a total capacity of 40,000 tons. So, in the past 24 hours, the enemy has carried out 7 missile and 39 airstrikes and fired 50 times from MLRS. They continue to focus main efforts on offensive actions in Liman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Marinka. in those areas. 58 enemy attacks have been repelled in the last 24 hours. The epicenter of fighting is Bakhmut and Marinka. So yeah, in Sevastopol there is the so-called hot season, and Russian servicemen have begun to write vacation reports. I'm assuming that that's a request for vacation.
Think so, yeah.
Cool. Indicating the places of their vacations in the main territory of Russia, mainland. So it sounds like some people might want to go home after all. So the oil depot in Sevastopol apparently was also providing fuel to the ships of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. And there are no casualties due to the fire at the oil depot reported. The Air Force of the Ukrainian Defense Forces carried out 3 strikes in the past 24 hours. Troops shot down 2 enemy UAVs of the Shahed-type drones, one Orlan 10, and 1 UAV of an unknown type. I wonder if that was the wooden one. And units of missile troops and artillery hit the area of concentration of the enemy's living force, taking out 2 fuel and lubricant depots, 2 air defense systems, 1 artillery unit, and was an important enemy target. So it sounds as though the general staff are keeping themselves busy.
Very much. Now, 40,000 tons. That's a good number, because I was kind of hoping to get a grasp of how much of that there was, right? How much the, how to even put it? How much fuel there was theoretically there, right? And 40,000 tons gives us an idea. You're looking at enough fuel for normal civilian cars. You'd be thinking, okay, about 1 million for about a week, 2 weeks, right? Depending on the sort of local tendencies and conditions. But it gives you a rough feel how much capacity there was. Now, of course, militaries use a whole lot more fuel in a day than civilians do. So there's simply much more stuff to transport. Your typical civilian isn't going to consume hundreds of kilograms worth of stuff in a day. You don't buy new furniture on a daily basis that you accumulate quite so much mass needed to be transported, right? But soldiers kind of do, because artillery shells are heavy. Tank shells really heavy. Tanks in the first place very heavy, hard to move around. Takes lots of fuel to move them around. So it gives us a feel. It also says that this is far from the totality, let's say, right? The totality of what storage there is in Crimea. But it gives you an idea, I think.
Good morning or good afternoon to those of you further east. Yeah, I found it pretty interesting, all these reports that Prigozhin seems to have stepped off the farm a bit from the usual, what you would typically expect. And then, I read these articles about his statements, but then I also wonder, did he even make the statements, or was this is this some FSB disinformation? But I can't see that angle helping Russia very much unless they think they can convince Ukraine to start the offensive earlier. It's like, what do you guys think of all that? Maybe I'm thinking too much about it all.
We did have a little chat about it earlier, and I was going to say I'm about to pass you to Delman because he sort of formed a better opinion.
Yeah, I reckon that this is the sort of thing where he's definitely doing a little bit of a psyop, possibly one on his own accord, or one on somebody else's behalf. But you shouldn't perceive it as saying, oh, they're out of ability to shoot artillery or anything like that. Even if it is true in part, even if their volumes of deliveries aren't quite what they're used to, it's not now down to nothing. Far from that. The other part is, it could be that he's somewhat suffering of a lack of attention from the higher ups in the Kremlin, especially that one particularly locally powerful, wanted, indicted war criminal therein. And maybe the biggest lesson we can draw from it is saying this Prigozhin guy, not actually nearly as powerful or important as many people, especially in the West, are giving him credit for. He just isn't. He just isn't that guy, as he's often said to be or discussed to be. So maybe that's the important lesson to really learn from it. Lastly, an interesting component here is there's been reports, I don't know if it was in the video that he said it or maybe somebody else said it, that down for 40,000 or 60,000 Wagnerites, there's about 5,000 Wagner troops left. Most of these would be from the prisoner battalions, right? And that's kind of saying something. It says just how high the attrition was. And for anybody who was previously wondering, are they actually going to do right on their word and let the prisoners who survived their 6 months on the front go home? The answer is, what prisoners? I mean, there's barely anyone left alive. And the few that have already returned, they send them off the front because they lost limbs. They were no longer useful to them. So that's probably not a component of it. But the fact that he couldn't replenish troops from prisons, that probably hurt his standing additionally. Because he kind of had this, one neat trick, and then he failed at it, both in the execution and in the preparation for it. Armadillo?
Yeah, I was gonna say the thing I kept thinking about. So I realized there's a term in British English called a prig, and I don't know, but I don't know enough about the uses of that term or the slang uses of that term. I mean, should we start calling Prigozhin, just call him the prig, or would that
No.
be too nice? Okay.
But he's also nothing like that, right? A prig is like a prude.
Okay.
And he's definitely, I mean, that would just be inappropriate, I think, because it doesn't fit, does it?
It would be sarcasm.
I call him Mr. Potato Head, and it seems to fit.
Sorry.
The only problem is the first few times she did it, I thought she was talking about Lukashenko, and I was like, what? Lukashenko said what?
Well, that's a good morning laugh. I've got to get some coffee. I may not be speaking entirely rationally yet, but yes, I'm always. So this was one of the first things I've done today is tuned in right after checking tweets and notifications and that sort of thing. So good to be with you guys.
You know how Russian people have become a little bit paranoid, Doman?
No, that's impossible. They've become paranoid? Over what?
Just a little bit. I've seen something today of a Russian chap who was very concerned that he found a chip inside his t-shirt, and that it might be the sort of thing that could be tracked for a HIMARS strike. Only, you know what he found inside his t-shirt?
Was it? Let me guess. Let me guess what he found. He found a chip, but it wasn't a microchip. It was like a chip from the chippy.
No, it was one of them little security tags. You know, the ones that are like a sticker with a little bit of metal in that stop you from
Did he steal the shirt?
He might have stolen the shirt. But yeah, either way,
Or
he
a good
found
faith acquisition of a stolen shirt.
something like that, yes. But yeah, he found this sticker and he was very concerned about it. So much so that he had to post up some pictures and say, "Does anybody know what this is? And could I be tracked?" Yeah. So education levels high.
Well, what else can you expect from a country that, in parts, not just doesn't have access to, but shuns indoor plumbing?
That's a very good point. That Armadillo.
For a country that shuns indoor plumbing, they certainly have been happy to steal plenty of it, plunder the plumbing. Gee whiz. No, so I was just looking over the weather reports, and it's rainy, still a bit rainy in Ukraine, but after it looks like today, maybe tomorrow, and then it then the percentages of rain start to drop off into the single digits. Then for maybe the next 4 and 5 days, I checked around Kremina, Kherson, and Donetsk. So the weather report is starting to look much more encouraging. Have you guys talked about that bit today?
A little bit. And also, if you look at the volumes of rain, not just the probability of precipitation, but the actual expected volumes of precipitation, say today, you'll see it's like low single-digit millimeters, like an eighth of an inch or whatever you'd call it, maybe. And that's not very much. That's just a light drizzle for a few minutes, basically covers that. So it's not exactly something that massively wet the soil either. And I was explaining earlier, it's not just about precipitation, it's about drainage, it's about how much of that waterloggedness has drained away or dried away, because that's the real holdback, right? A single rain shower isn't the problem, it's the state of the soil before that rain shower came. If it's already waterlogged, well, the extra water doesn't have anywhere to go and it just makes more mud. But if it's previously, already well drained and well dried away, yeah, it will make it muddy for a bit, but then it can also dry off within hours or maybe a day, as opposed to, this weeks long wait for it. So it really depends on where you are. It depends on what kind of soil you have. The more clay soil you have, the more it retains water. The rockier the soil, sandier soils, they tend to drain a lot better. So it depends on many things, and it'll be what will be interesting will be very hyper local knowledge that Ukrainians will have, that they will know from, especially anyone who's previously in agriculture in that area, in a given area, where a push through might be coming, because you kind of know, which are the bits of fields that stay muddy for longer. It's quite obvious from just looking at fields, year after year, where the water, the ground tends to stay waterlogged more readily or less readily. Now you'll see it in the plants. If you're in a cool area, they're going to grow less. If you're in a very hot and dry area, they're places that have locally more water availability in a part of the field or in a field are going to grow more easily, more readily, right? So all of that should be quite obvious. It will not be obvious to the Russian unit that was brought in from Krasnoyarsk Krai, right? They will have no idea about it, and that's good, and that's important. So planning can be done accordingly. They can also kind of know, where minefields are more likely to be, where it makes more sense to have minefields, where it makes less sense to have minefields, where it's easier, due to local conditions, to clear any minefields using a tank-based roller or flail or whatever else. So in many cases, I have a hunch that hyperlocal knowledge will come in very useful, and we'll see. But that's the other part of it. There's no such thing as, oh, now the ground is dry in Ukraine, because Ukraine is huge. No, Ukraine is Ukraine bigger than Texas? Is that what I remembered at some point? Texas is a big place. So it's very difficult to say, oh, it's the same all over the country. And the front line stretches for best part of 1,000 miles end to end. So it covers a lot of different soil conditions, different climatic conditions, really, as well. So, it's not all quite homogeneous. Right, you're from Texas, if I remember correctly, right? So
Yes, sir.
Houston area, very different from sort of Dallas area, and that's not even the extremes within Texas, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And even more different as you go to the Panhandle, and then different yet again near El Paso. I mean, it's different all over
Exactly.
the place.
And Houston to Dallas is like what, 250 miles, maybe a bit more, 300 miles.
Yeah, that's close enough for, roughly that. I mean, in a car at 70 miles per hour. So what's that, about 130 kmh?
Stick with miles. You can stick with miles. How long does it take at 70 miles an hour? About 4 hours, right?
It's 3.5 to 4, depending on traffic. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're looking about 250, 300 miles, right? So, and that's less than half the length of the front line in Ukraine, right? And you can see what change you already get there. So that I think it serves as a good illustration and as a baseline of how of how unhomogeneous it will be. And then on the local basis, literally neighboring fields can look completely different. Somewhere's full of gravel, somewhere isn't, and one of them is just going to drain
and
3 times quicker than the other.
Yeah, to your point, I've even noticed. So in my yard, I have some parts that are really sandy, and if the sand is completely dry, it's actually not so good for I've had 18 wheelers get stuck on my property in the sandy parts while it was dry. And part of the solution to getting them unstuck, other than putting some boards and bricks under and good spots under the tires, was actually adding water to the sand to help it firm up. So, the hyper local knowledge of soil conditions it's very valuable information. This is excellent points. I guess it's still early on Sunday, so I guess it's a bit of a more quiet discussion today.
Not necessarily. You touched upon a topic which we've covered quite comprehensively in recent months. That's all there is to it.
When the space runs 24/7 by 365 now, well, let's see, by what are we on, like day 450? Or I don't know. I'm losing count, right? So, I mean, there's going to be topics that get revisited more often than others, certainly.
Absolutely, and that means terroir, and not just for wine, but in this case for tanks. But fortunately, as we said last year, the area we're covering now in the southeast, that's tank country.
Exactly, and it'll be interesting how it goes. Of course, Russians also know it's tank country, so they're delivering lots of tanks to Zaporizhzhia Oblast. in Berdyansk, lots of trucks carrying T-54, 55 tanks have been spotted. So, you know.
It was high time, right?
Yeah, right on time. Right on time. Delivering targets for the challengers to hit. Jern, what do you reckon? You know, are they being brought as targets, or are they really testing out the targeting system will think it's a statue, a monument hypothesis?
Well, I think there's a fair indication that the Russians often believe and drink their own Kool-Aid. So when they talk about the T-55 and the T-54 being better than the Challenger, they might actually believe it. But I do hope we get to test that. I will be disappointed if there will be no tank-on-tank action.
Nope, I don't think the T-54s are going to know what hit them.
It's evident, as always, that our Swedish friends with their liberal mindset come up with tank-on-tank action, or as 122 called it, tank porn.
Yeah. Show me someone that don't want to see some tank porn, and I'll show you a liar.
We went from tank farms yesterday to what now? It's quite inappropriate. Armadillo fella?
So I always pray. I pray that Saint Javelin may give his blessing to all these Russian tanks, right? You know, and somebody reached out to me yesterday or last night and said that he had seen these photos from the Russian side posted online of tanks dug in, you know, in the classic hull down defensive position. And I love to hear things like that, because that's just, it's like a coffin practically. I mean, in modern warfare, you guys know this, right? As from all the people who've been, that the value of a tank is that you can move it around. To just sit there, a very easy target for any of the modern ATGM systems, and now with the drone's ability to sort of, we can just drop a munition right on top of that weakest point in the all the armor. Yeah, it's lovely to see those. I think.
Yeah, the lesson is you don't want them sitting, right? You want to use the tool appropriate for the job and not just leave it lying out in the field. I trust that their deliveries will be used appropriately by Ukrainians in order to punch a hole, and then not just get parked in the field for anyone to take a pot shot at. Whereas if Russians are digging them in, not a problem for sort of top attack type munitions, and that just means they're going to be staying still. Then again, if it's a T-54, does it really matter? So there's more T-62 classics being delivered as well. Original version, untouched. What was that? Out of the box condition, something like that. Probably not as good. Jan?
Sorry, did some outdoor work and I have a COVID mask on to not get in all the dust and stuff. So that brings out memories. Actually, I had a question about another topic. I've seen some rumors on Twitter that Kadyrov has died. Does anyone know? Is that just bullshit, or could there be something in that?
I believe he has been seen alive and well within the last few days, according to reports. But I haven't seen any recent photos of him. So, I think he's just quiet at the moment. There are talks that he's having some health problems, and he did look quite puffy, didn't he? But as of yet, there is no confirmation of whether he's alive or dead. So he's Schrodinger's Kadrov right now.
Yeah, I love that. While we're on the topic, has there been is there anything going on in Chechnya? Like people rethinking the whole thing being under the Russian Empire?
Well, I think what's happening is somebody realized that Gotland isn't actually full of goats, and now they're having to change all sorts of plans. But more on a separate note, you mentioned Schrödinger's Kadyrov mockers. Erwin Schrödinger actually served as an artillery officer during the First World War. So I guess that when he shot for an intervening period, the Italians on the other end were both dead and alive at the same time.
That's maybe where the theory came from.
Could well be. Could well be. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anything's happening
They were
specifically in
attacking.
Chechnya.
They were attacking and retreating at the same time. Don't forget, they're not French.
But you're joking, Axel. But seriously, the command and control in the Italian army during the First World War was so abysmal that sometimes, indeed, the same unit would be attacking and retreating because they literally didn't speak the same language. And people think, oh, Italian, they all spoke Italian. No. There was barely yet such a thing as Italian 110 years ago. It wasn't until wider introduced education, and radio helped a lot with standardization of the language and getting everybody on board with understanding the same standardized version of the spoken language. It's a really interesting bit of history. Sorry, Jan, you wanted to talk about serious things from now, not Italy 110 years ago. So please help us.
I wanted to continue on Schrödinger and Italy because during both world wars there were Schrödinger's allied because who could know what side they were on at any given time.
What are you saying? But until a year in, they were on both sides.
Yeah, it's just a lot of back and forth.
That's a very good point. It's a very good point, Jan.
They're probably the only country that both won and lost both world wars.
It's very impressive, isn't it? Jan, did you see all the naval activity there in on the Dnipro, or the riverine activity, I guess, from the naval, yesterday or 2 days ago?
Yeah, I saw there were some pictures and rumors out, but has there been anything confirmed, or are they just doing psyops?
Oh, there's a very specific video that Marcus referenced earlier about a Russian sole operator on a reconnaissance mission of sorts.
Yes, he's in a lovely inflatable dinghy. Well, it's an inflatable boat with a motor. Okay, it's an upgrade from a rubber dinghy, but at one point he realizes that there's a drone above him, and I think that's the last thing he probably thinks because the inflatable boat goes boom.
That's beautiful. The Ukrainians keep winning naval battles even though they don't have a navy.
Yeah, it was particularly impressive. I didn't realize they went bang so dramatically, but yeah, they do.
Yeah, I'm going to join a support group where I can stand up and say, hi, my name is Jörn. I always want to talk about stridsbåtnity, but I'm not going to do that right now because I know Axel will need to have another drink then.
Well done for the restraint.
What do you mean another? I haven't had a drink at all since whenever that was late yesterday.
Well, then we need to gather us because that's not positive, is it? What's wrong?
I don't know. It's today. There is no Sunday lunch. It's very strange. Everybody is focusing on the Chinatown. So I've managed to arrange for food to be around at about 5 p.m. It's more like a Vespa.
Yeah, I saw 5 minutes of Formula One and understood that Ferrari wouldn't win today either. So it's time for a drink.
You know what? I used to watch that all the time, and I can safely say in the last 13, 14 months. No, I've completely forgotten it existed until you mentioned it there. There's been something going on that's distracted me.
Yeah, it's the same with me in football. I used to have a football podcast that can't be bothered to watch the games even. I'd rather hang around here.
Oh, yawn, that's so sweet of you. Armadillo, you've been waiting with your hand up. Go ahead.
I spent no. Before we go to our friend Armadillo, just Jan, please let me highlight this. I spent, after having waited since the early 1980s for Eintracht Frankfurt to get back into a European Cup final and then win it. I spent the final. Yes, I watched the final on the screen in parallel, but I spent it with all you all here because we had an important session during that period of time. And I had tickets. I could have gone there. So, because it's more important.
Yeah, I hadn't discovered you guys yet, but on the 24th of February 2022, my local team in northern Norway that has never had any success anywhere before kicked Celtic out of Europa League. No, it was the Conference League. And I was at the stands up there watching them beat Celtic, really beat them to a pulp, but it wasn't the same because the world had changed.
I have to ask two things, Jörn. So, A, was it the green pulp? And B, much more importantly, so was that like the one day that it wasn't super windy and the boat didn't keep being blown out into the ocean?
No, it's always super windy, but the really sad thing is that because we've now changed from F-16s to F-35s, the main Air Force base have been moved from Bodø. It was like 100 meters from the stadium. So all my life, the F-16s have been flying over the stadium with afterburners during the games, and at that time they've stopped. So that's really messed up.
Well, even with that help, they couldn't win more often before. That's really sad.
That's true. The F-16s really came into their element right before they were taken off the land. But I hope to see them again in some beautiful gray camouflage and doing the thing that they were always created to do. Doing the thing that they were always created to do.
In, I think he said he's in Sweden. Is that right?
Northern Norway.
Oh, in Norway. Okay, in northern Norway. Okay.
Sweden.
I
now
thought I
really
heard.
Need a drink.
Okay, I thought I heard Sweden mentioned there somewhere, but anyway, it got me to thinking about.
I'm not
Go
really
ahead.
a fan of Sweden, but I have this hidden love for Stridsbåt-90 that is from Sweden, so maybe that was it.
But anyway, it got me to thinking about the now are all the Nordics NATO members now? Every country in that region?
No, Sweden isn't yet. Will be soon. There's 2 more yeses awaiting, Turkey and Hungary, but soon.
The delayers, the impediments. Interesting. But I continue to see great, the strongest support that I see, or some of the strongest supporters of Ukraine, seem to be the voices of leadership from Finland, from Estonia, from Poland. I don't see Latvia or Lithuania in the news much, but I just, it's just unwavering support. Of course, they're very close neighbors to Russia, so they realize what absolute monsters the orcs are, right?
Oh, 100%. And Lithuania and Latvia are just as much. They're just a little bit less visible in the media, I guess. But Landsbergis, the Lithuanian foreign minister, has a lot to say a lot of the time. And very, let's say he was very much at the forefront of, I think he posted a "give thanks!" exclamation mark. It was just that, and since that has been done, he's been talking about F-16s and ATACMS very loudly, and making sure that his interviews going into all the meetings made that very clear as well. Like the day before any meeting of European foreign ministers, he makes sure to talk about it extensively in interviews, so it's clear about what he is expecting on the agenda the next day, which is just very good. And I can't say it's been working, but hey, at least somebody's pushing for it.
Yeah, and contrary to our beloved poster child, Callas, and the other one, who's been voted out of office, fortunately, he's not as photogenic and doesn't fit into the gender matrix portrayed in the mainstream media. So, but Mr. Landsbergis, as well as his Latvian colleagues, have been pushing extremely hard in front and behind the scenes to get the material in. And Landsbergis has one more thing going for him. Lithuania is the assigned country in the Baltics for Germany. So the German brigade command is there, not just in Poland, in Stettin, but where they are the multinational command, but they are in Lithuania. So whenever there is any kind of official assignment or assignation, as you would call it in the good old days, whenever there's an official assignation, whenever there's any kind of presentation, he and his colleagues, the defense minister as well, have been present and have been pushing the Germans hard. Not that you need to push the brigade commander there hard. I think he is pretty much in favor of invading the Donbass, quite literally, if we could only help, and kicking Russia out there. But I think Landsbergis is an exemplary politician, and his steadfastness is highly commendable.
And John, did it hurt when Armdela asked if all of the Nordics are NATO now then?
Still crying, yeah. Yes, that's a lot. And yeah, soon, hopefully. But there's a lot to unpack here. Let me take it in order. So, now I finally understand you're actually a decent person. I have the same feeling about Formula One. When you see Ferrari is not making it, then you switch off. No point. So good. Number two, Norway actually used to be kind of Sweden. We gave them independence just before they found the oil. Can you imagine? But that's how we are, and we never tried to claim it back.
Well, they tried to give you half of it, but you refused.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, yes, they wanted to take half of Volvo for half oil, something like that. And yeah, I think the Volvo boss wanted to do it, but it fell through somewhere. Really bad decision.
And therefore, you let Volvo slide into abysmal bankruptcy, illiquidity, and sell it off to the Chinese, right?
Yeah, but no. That's not fair actually, because we sold it to the Americans. He went to Ford, and then they sold it to the Chinese. So yeah, they have a lot to answer for that. Last
this,
comment.
this concept of national capital assets, one would hope that you would keep that for Bofors.
Yeah, definitely. One last comment to Jon. No, we will not buy F-16s, I think, because you said you wish to see them painted in yellow and blue. If that was what you meant, then it's probably not going to happen. Not going to happen. Out.
Well, to answer that, you clearly must have understood that I was referring to a much more beautiful roundel than the 3 crowns that you have. And in those 3 crowns, you also understand that proper Sweden are only those 3 lands. And even though you still occupied some Norwegian land, and you didn't give us our freedom, we split, and you threatened to go to war, but we had bought a couple of armored ships and some Vickers guns, and you were afraid of the losses if you went to war, so you didn't, and here we are.
I missed that history lesson. Sorry.
Yeah, you kind of
Evidently,
did, don't you?
because I do remember something like it too.
And it all started because you wouldn't let us have our own foreign policy when it came to shipping and piracy. So we had to follow what pirates you were paying off and fly the Swedish flag. So that's why we split in 1905.
Okay, so now it's all becoming kind of negative on the Swedish part. So I would say, no, they did. You know, I wasn't even born, so I wasn't involved. Obviously, it would have turned out differently if I was. So
you have inherited responsibility. But on the Finnish note, just give us our lands back, and we'll call it even. But on the Finns, of course, the Finns are eager to support Ukraine because they still have lands that belong to Finland that are occupied. I have a Finnish colleague. She says that her family farm that was supposed to be inherited down to her is still in occupied Russia, and she's been there once in her life. But her family had lived there before the continuation war for hundreds of years. So it's not only in Ukraine and Georgia and Moldova that Russia occupied land still.
We have a Finnish friend here in the audience who can talk about this, and I think we might have even a second Finnish friend who regularly snug into occupied territories. Just to be on family soil.
John?
Yeah, last thing, actually, I forgot before. Regarding the support for Ukraine. Sweden is quite strong in that regard. There was some kind of opinion poll done in the EU. And if I'm not wrong, the support for Ukraine was 97%. That doesn't mean 97% of the Swedes want to send heavy weapons on that, but there's a very strong support for Ukraine there. And also it's quite outspoken policy by the government, which is a good thing to sleep on, actually. Out.
Yeah, I think Sweden has been really good when it comes to supporting Ukraine, and the Norwegian government hesitated for a while, but has now given a lot of what we had. But unfortunately, we don't have as much cool kit and as much production of as much cool kit as the Swedes do.
You could go shopping, though.
Yeah, we could.
No, you simply just imagine Norwegians were to say, you know what, it's a fantastic idea. Thank you, Sweden, for having all these wonderful old Gripens. Let us take them off you.
I agree, but we're ready to give the F-16s. We're just waiting for the go-ahead from the Americans. But what we are doing, we're buying 152 shells from Bulgaria that are sent to Ukraine. So we're doing some shopping. But some good news from the political world of Norway. Rødt, the communist, the self-declared Communist Party of Norway, had their yearly national meeting last week and decided that they now as well support giving weapons to Ukraine. So now 100% of the political parties represented in Norway's parliament support giving weapons to Ukraine.
Can you explain to people what that means, that the party which has always been affiliated with hardcore support of the Soviet rule in the world, the party which has been equivocating like hell, the party which has influenced, by the way, Norwegian policy far more than its electorate would say merit, that this has been done?
Yeah, we have two parties like that. The socialist left, which was broke out of the Labour Party because they were against NATO. They turned early, both on support and are now pro-NATO, even though their whole party was founded of opposition to NATO. This is the other party which I mentioned now is Rødt. It's basically a coalition or a unification of all the communist parties that were in Norway, and there were lots of tankies. But it was the tankies that actually turned. The youth was more uneasy about this, but the old tankies that supported the Soviet and the Soviet invasions of Europe, they realized that. Well, one of them said on debate on NRK, he had always been against imperialism, and that was the whole intellectual reason for his political stance. But now he had woken up and understood that it's actually Russia that are the imperialists. So therefore, he has to be against Russia in this war.
Finally, such an easy, obvious conclusion was reached, right? But it does say something also, I think, about a broader, let's say, national political culture that this conclusion was reached, and that this isn't a question, isn't an issue. Earlier on the point, briefly before we got to Armadillo-fella, Jörn, you were praising some Swedish deliveries. The thing that you skipped over is, while a transport plane might be able to fit, 2 tanks normally, the Swedes, of course, give them in flat pack. It does require a little bit of assembly and work on the arrival end, but you can fit 4 on the same plane instead of just 2.
Yeah, they're good at assembly stuff, but those CV90s are a bit heavy, so there's a sign on them that you shouldn't try moving them around alone. You should call a friend to help you flip them over when you assemble them.
Yeah, and just make sure that to put it out on the carpet when you're doing so, just so that none of the corners get chipped.
Yeah, it can. The CV90 famously can harm wooden floors.
Does it come with a special key?
Yeah, if you lose the key, you're fucked. Then you're gonna lose the war.
The MREs that come with them, though, excellent. Armadillo-fella?
You guys are absolutely cracking me up this morning. I'm nearly forgetting what. Okay, yes, yeah, the topic of interest for me. So, what is it? Who in the okay? So here's the thing, right? And as far as fighter plane production in America, the F-35 is produced not far from where I live, and in the lovely town of Fort Worth, Texas, where the West begins, as we like to say here locally, the American West, right? The old American West. And the F-16 is produced in, I want to say, Greenville, South Carolina, one of the reddest red states that there is, right? So why is it that we don't have some Republicans jumping up and down with glee, shouting from the rooftops, "Send the F-16s!" And I mean, obviously, I know where some of the resistance is, MAGA, Trump, and others, but surely there's got to be a way to persuade these guys, because it's in the best interest of American jet fighter production to send the F-16, I would think. I mean, you guys tell me where my thinking's off. What am I missing?
Well, I'll tell you this much. I think that what they're lacking is party discipline. They're seriously lacking party discipline.
Without a doubt.
Because they can't get some of the worst examples that for some reason are in their own party into line. And imagine this, even Rutte managed to get their party into line. So what are they doing? Jörn, what do you reckon?
Can we just please highlight that the famous senator of South Carolina, Mr. Lindsey Graham, the eternal bachelor, is very, very hardcore in favor of exactly those little items you just described. I'm just saying. So I don't think that it's a lack of support from South Carolina or the Senate Republicans or anyone on the Senate Armed Forces Committee or the Senate Judicial Committee. On the bloody contrary, I think those are not the issue.
And yet, of all the
the
elected politicians from that state, he doesn't manage to even be the loudest voice.
Well, let's put it this way. He's definitely the most important voice of the beautiful state of South Carolina. Purely politically in terms of heavyweight. And he doesn't weigh much. You could say he's punching above his weight class physically, but in terms of importance in the Senate, there's not so many others left.
That's fair. It sounds like we need to do some further loud lobbying with members of the Republican House to get them to start to get on board.
Well, that's the other funny part. If you go to the Republican members of the relevant committees in the House, they are all staunchly in favor of sending a lot more ordnance, a lot more tanks, a lot more strikers, because they really like to get rid of them. They are even in favor of sending upgraded A-10s and F-16s. It's not even that. This is the insanity of it all. If it were for the members of Congress, this administration already would have sent more. The ball is in somebody else's court.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I agree with Axel, and if I could vote in America, I'd vote Democratic 9 times out of 10. I went around for Obama in Virginia in 2012. That probably wasn't a good idea when it comes to Ukraine, but I agree with Lindsey Graham here. And yeah, there's some MAGA holdouts, and that's a theme elsewhere than in the US as well. We saw the same with COVID, that some things that shouldn't be politicized are politicized. It's the same with Ukraine, but we can't point on the Republicans of this, because if Biden wanted to give these sorts of weapons, he would have no real opposition. He would get applause from both sides of the aisle. So there's something else going on there. But if you live close to the F-35 production, I'm going to send you a DM with a very good podcast I listened to earlier today about F-35 production. That was very interesting.
Sorry, I want to make, since you brought the F-35s back up, I want to make one more lovely point about the F-35s. I had the pleasure for a period of about 5 years of working very, very close to the. In fact, I would say we were probably 200 meters, or maybe only 100 meters off the approach path to the runway at the facility. It's called the Joint. It's called the Fort Worth NAS Joint Reserve Base. It's part military on one side, and then it's the fighter production on the other side. And it was an absolute delight to come into the parking lot. And well, sometimes you would see them landing, sometimes you would see them taking off, depending on which way the winds were going and what was going on. But to hear those beautiful, awesome machines just roaring on takeoff, just ripping into the sky. I mean, what a delight. It was also quite delightful when the B-52s would come for a visit. They would run touch and go missions. And so you would see they would circle, for about several hours of the day, they would run touch and go missions. And so they would keep circling, and those are still a sight to see, a sight to hear, a sight to feel. Just under that the jet wash. Anyway, sorry, just had to share that with you guys.
That must be very exciting. Hop.
Fat figured the mic button. Sorry about that. Well, a couple of these points were already touched on. Something I've noticed on this channel is people seem to, based on their own perspective, assign MAGA, former MAGA voters, people who are still pretty shrill about Trump, a certain monolithic characteristics that don't exist. I'll just leave that sitting up there. Secondly, the person holding the purse strings is inactive on to put it mildly, on this subject. Rarely refers to it publicly as far as what's next and what we're going to give, what should be given. And circling back around to the sort of extreme on both parties, the adults in the room are slowly, i.e. sort of the Lindsey Grahams, are slowly taking back the narrative. I'd like to see it a little faster, but they speak quietly and carry a big stick. They don't. It's when you're ill-behaved children. I'm a father of 5. Throw a hissy fit in the grocery store. You talk to them privately and try and bring them back in line. Now, some brats. Let's say you had a little girl named Marjorie who just wouldn't listen to anything publicly or privately. Well, sometimes you just have to ground them and not give them the keys to the nice committees or car or something like that. But I'd love to see us stop saying, oh, the Democrats, oh, the Republicans, oh, MAGA. How you choose to vote generally is a lot more nuanced than that. And it's not the monolithic face that people want to, especially Europeans want to assign. I'm sorry, losing my point here. Want to assign to what they think a MAGA Republican is, or a MAGA supporter. Somebody who's still hanging on the side of that life raft might have some of those tendencies, but as a lifelong conservative, I look at the issue, and as most of you do who vote as an adult. And you gotta, and lastly but not least, you gotta love a B-52 mission. So those guys are doing touch and goes, and then they probably go out and do a low level up in North Dakota, and then come back to Barksdale to, for dinner in the club.
Yeah, I agree with that. And saying MAGA was probably not as specific as I should have been, because the original MAGAs don't necessarily at all agree with that. But of the current Donald Trump supporters, those that still support Donald Trump, I think there's a higher percentage of those voters and supporters that are skeptical to giving weapons to Ukraine than the rest of the population. Also because he's feeding this, because he blames Zelensky for not helping him produce evidence on Biden.
I would agree with that, 100%.
Well, we should feed people a proper, sensible Texas steak then, and not this shitty fast food.
May I jump in? Is that okay? No, I appreciate the comments. And gosh, there were, I didn't even catch who was speaking because I was going back and forth while waiting. But as far as the adults taking hold of the conversation, it can't happen soon enough. And yeah, I mean, I will also say I actually grew up not far from Barksdale, by the way. So I've seen the B-52s on and off at different spots. Well, for the first 18 years of my life, I saw them regularly because I grew up in Northwest Louisiana, just about 10 miles from Barksdale. Quite a sight to see. And then the air shows were great as well when the F-16 group would come in, and it's not coming to me right now. Somebody will probably remember before I do, but the but yeah, as far as the adults taking hold of the conversation, it can't happen soon enough. I hope that Marjorie is being grounded. I hope that's happening. I don't know. I try to ignore the things she says because there's generally it sounds a lot like Russian disinformation, frankly. Yeah, but I vote. I'm perhaps a complex voter myself. I voted Republican for a lot of years, and then I voted twice against Trump. I'll vote thrice against Trump if he comes up for it again. I hope the Republicans put someone else up who is more honorable and more honest and more trustworthy. And I'm not sure who that would be. I'll take a look at any other candidate, but I won't vote for Trump. So that's sharing with you guys a bit.
With the benefit of distance that I get to have, it's a question of party discipline. If anyone in the British Conservative Party would behave the way that certain people in some other parties do, they'd remove their whip, like the British Labour Party removed the whip of a couple of people for behaving unconscionably. It's a question of party discipline. Roland, go ahead.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? If you hear loud noises like screaming, I've got my autistic kid in the car with me. We're going out looking for trains to look at. So please pardon any background noise. I've sat here and listened this morning to you guys talk about MAGA and Trump and all that good stuff. And I know that this space does not like to focus on North American or even United States politics, and with good reason, because it's a quagmire. I don't think, at least from listening to comments that very smart people way smarter than myself, make on a regular basis right here in this space about our political situation here in the States. I don't think the rest of the world really realizes how deep the rot goes in not only the Republican Party, but in society in general. We are being held hostage by these people. What we have right now is a hostage situation. The better majority of people in the United States are reasonable people, are reasonable, moderate, politically inclined people. And the folks that speak like we do about these matters are not the audience of the MAGA crowd. You have people like Marjorie and like Louis Gohmert and my my representative Dan Crenshaw. You know, they're all towing the line of the extremists, and it's a really scary thing to watch because they are holding us hostage, and that's not the way we're going to solve the problem. And I agree with the comment about the adults in the room and Lindsey Graham. I don't have too many good things to say about him, so I won't. But I agree that it does sound like there is movement of reason, to the fore. So let's hope that that continues. But I get the impression that most folks outside of the United States really don't know how extensive the problem is. I mean, all the way down to the school boards. It's crazy.
Roland, let me
Yes.
disabuse you of one notion.
Yes, sir.
The rest of the world, sadly, and Europe certainly, knows far more about American politics than anyone in the US knows about politics of any other country outside of the US. And we
I
don't
do not
want to
doubt
know
that.
this. And we don't want to know this much about American politics. As a collective, we are very annoyed with the fact that there is, levels of problems, and especially export of problems into other countries
Yes.
of American domestic issues. That's bad enough. We know more than we ever wanted to know.
Delman, and forgive me for painting with a broad brush. That was not my intent. But I listen to the comments sometimes and think to myself, the problem the problem is much simpler than everyone everywhere else is giving these people credit for. The problem is the weirdos have been duped. I mean, that's what it comes down to. They have been bamboozled by grifters. The whole thing is a giant grift, and none of them know it because they've had the carrot of social issues that all of them have been moaning about for, however long. And the stick is we're going to defund. That's just what happens. And I don't think that I think there's more credit being given to the intelligence of some of the extreme right wing political figures. I think we're giving them more credit than they're due. They're pandering to the ignorant among us, and they're winning. And it's painful to watch because folks like us know and are able to identify those things, and no one really wants to listen. It's really disheartening, but it does make me feel better. And I think I hit a nerve with my comment, and I didn't mean to do that, but I find it interesting that I did. In thinking about it, yes, you are probably right. The rest of the world probably does know more about it than I'm giving them credit for, because of how front and center all of it has been. I mean, our dirty laundry's been out on the wash line for quite some time now. There's no doubting that. But I just think that the problem is a whole lot simpler than everyone realizes, and it's pervasive. It's everywhere. The other gentleman in the space right now from Texas up there in Fort Worth, same thing. I mean, he's in the middle of it just like I am. And and the crazy thing about it is these aren't bad people. They're not. Most of them are not people that you would assume would be, a right wing, extreme view holder,
And
but where a lot of them end up.
This is why we're trying not to spread it, but also we're humble enough, I think, to realize that if you guys all together can't get to fix it, we can't fix it for you. So it's
we're trying. We're trying, Doman. We really are.
And at that point, it becomes kind of a Sisyphean effort on our part, were we to devote ourselves to trying to do it. That's why we try not to.
I agree, and it is a Sisyphean effort, and it feels like Ouroboros a lot of times. We're eating our tail, and I try real hard to keep my chin up, but at the end of the day, it's you can't hold a cogent conversation with some people that live next to you about things that make both of you uncomfortable. We've lost the ability to talk to each other. That's the other portion of the problem in my eyes in the United States, is we're unable to look at someone and have a conversation about a difficult topic without one of us getting up.
Roland, I will underline this now for the third time.
Yes.
We know, everybody knows. You've told everyone, not you personally.
I know.
As a society, you've been broadcasting it into the world. You have no idea how detailedly everybody else around the world knows American politics. For pretty much every European, their familiarity with American politics will only be second to their own, beyond that of their neighbors, because you've broadcasted so well. So anything that you might say won't come as news to anyone outside, because we know. I know it's you don't get the reverberation of it back, but we all know. We know exactly about everything.
It's also fair that typically in schools in continental Europe, as well as in England, of course, you learn a lot about American society and history. This is part and parcel of the program. If you want to discern the differences in the development of democracies and parliamentarism in Europe and in Britain, you end up with American history, and you go very deep into the development of your US Congress and how it actually works, and the interplay between the states and the level of federalism. And you read the Federalist Papers. I mean, this is just what you do. This is a normal, sensible, basic, good school education. And the rest is, as Doman quite rightly said, is media and a general still remaining fascination, even amongst those who remain anti-American in their stupidity and stupor, but a remaining continuous interest in America. So there you go. You should take this as a compliment. But to the extent that it is a compliment, it also reveals a certain, shall we say by now, tiresomeness of your fringe nutters annoying us all with their righteousness.
I could not agree more.
You had this once, funny enough, with Prohibition, which fortunately never went anywhere, but it created a sense of disdain in Europe. I think you might wish to fold all your hardcore populist writers and all your wokies, put them somewhere in Idaho, and let them slam it out with each other.
That would be an interesting take on it. I can tell you that.
you could probably put them in rural America and have the same thing happen. You know, that's the crazy thing about all of it, though, is it they weaponize the people that need them the most. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch. But anyway, that's the view from the bottom. And you guys are right. I'm not saying anything that hadn't been said many times.
But it's good that you say it. We very much welcome a sensible, calm, and shall we say, if not outright frustrated, but detached view. So there's nothing.
It is frustrating, Axel. It's horribly frustrating because it watching it in my daily life, in my career. My career has been affected directly by the decisions of the Texas state government, and it's been pretty painful to watch. And I'm not going to go into that, but it's been a hard thing. And you know, even at the age that I'm at, I feel a certain amount of risk in my professional career as a result of that. And that's a real small place to be, you know. And I can't imagine that there are not other people listening right now that are in the exact same position that I've been in for the last, 8 or so months, or whenever that was. But I feel like, it's tiresome. We are so ground down. We are worn to a nub. I was on the front line of COVID for 3 years from the beginning to the end, and it was a hard thing. And listening to all that garbage that came out of the propaganda machine was just crippling. And it turned into an echo chamber in my own neighborhood. What do you do when you're that isolated? I mean, it messes with your head. In another aside, the folks.
Tunnel or train? Or on my side? I'm gonna guess tunnel.
Tunnel. Sounded like tunnel. It was like zip.
Could be an EW warfare train. Who knows?
Okay. Well, we have more Texans and more naval aviators. So.
Hop.
Sounds like a growler turned on the signal generator. These are some wonderful points, and I can only imagine the frustration of our continental friends that when they look at the absolute chaos that is spewed forth, via our multi-poled.
Did I lose you?
Media machines. Do you want? I can go back and I can step back and then.
Oh no! I'm done. I just happened to be driving along and looked down and I realized I was talking to myself. So, yeah, no, I don't have much more to say. I just, it's aggravating. It's aggravating, and the aggravation is the people that think like we do know that these things are costing people their lives. The indecision and the lack of urgency. There are people dying right now in Ukraine that need us to help them, and it feels like it feels like a real hard thing to do, to keep hammering at your elected officials, but we have to. They work for us, and they prefer that we stay silent. And when we do stay silent, people die as a result of it. You know, I burned up Crenshaw's phone, email. I've written him letters. I've done everything I know how to do to make that man do something. You know, it is our responsibility as human beings to help the guy next to us. So anyway, I'll shut up. Y'all have a good Sunday morning. Please like, share, and retweet this space and donate to Maria Aid. It's a good situation. Take care.
Thank you, Roland. Hop, please carry on if you remember where you left off.
Fourscore and no, oh, that was a different speech. I had started to touch on how I can only imagine how frustrating it is, depending on if you're, you know, which news organization you're listening to at any given minute, for our European friends about what's how to figure out the chaos in U.S. politics, and it's always been to a degree chaotic. We just the megaphones have gotten louder. And as to the point about Europeans understanding U.S. politics, in a way, a lot of times, certainly the process better than your average American. We sponsored a Norwegian student coming to the States maybe 20 years ago now, and her knowledge on how a bill came to be and the U.S. political process and everything Anglo. She was a huge, not Anglophile, but more an American file. Her English was amazing. And I was so impressed and I asked her, I mean, was this a personal interest of yours that you became so knowledgeable on the U.S. political system, Congress, Senate, House, the three branches of government? And she's like, well, I was one of the better students in my class on this because I was more interested, but this was presented to all of us. I didn't have to seek it out on my own. And I just found that has always resonated with me, that when I listen to somebody speaking not even in their native language about the U.S. political system, I tend to listen because their perspective is generally one that is not completely without some baseline education, and I found that to be true. I'm amazed continually on this space on how the understanding of, by non-natives, air quotes inserted here, of the machinations of the U.S. political system, and I tip my cap because to you all, because I'm constantly illuminated and never stop learning on this space, and which is why as I'm doing my house cleaning on a Sunday morning, I'm listening to it. I'm trying to make something good with use of my time. Retweet and donate.
Where are you from, Hop? Are you from Texas as well?
No, sir. I'm from the Midwest, up in the Show Me state, where you have to show me why I need to do something.
Yeah, I was just wondering. You said a Norwegian student 20 years ago. I'm going with my wife to Prairie City, Iowa this summer because of her 20-year anniversary for going to high school there.
It's funny. Our student did end up settling and marrying in the States. She was from a lovely little town called Pushgrund, and we got to know all her relatives. It was a wonderful experience. In touch with them to this day.
Yeah, Porsgrunn is an important industrial city in Norway, and one of the things that some aid and the people behind Hydro found out how to make artificial fertilizer from power and some stuff. I don't know the process, but it started in Porsgrunn.
And pretty good pottery.
That's true.
Oh my. Armadillo fella.
I guess I did start I kicked off a hot button issue, which I'll try to steer away from.
What? What do you mean a hot button issue? You kicked off a transatlantic love. You kicked off a transatlantic love fest.
A love fest. A love. What is it when I'm trying to think these well, maybe almost like a mosh pit, you know, where people are dancing around and they're slamming into each other really at times. It's all in
And that's an orgy.
I think it's a mosh pit of ideas. That's what we have here.
There we go. Well, and there were many good points made. I couldn't help but think that we need in this day of technology, you know, that we have, elected officials being appointed for 4 years or for 6 years in the case of senators. I mean, we really need a way to, with technology and things, to put something out there to have a referendum to be able to recall or call into question or call for an election. You know, when I don't, you know, if 2/3 of the electorate feel that, you know, something, it needs to be probably more than just a simple majority. But if some super majority of some kind feel that their elected official has turned into an enemy agent, if you will, there needs to be an opportunity to call for a new election. So something to think about there. But you know what I haven't heard this morning? I've been on almost an hour and a half. Maybe we should talk briefly about how the fundraising is going for Toys for the Boys. Does anyone want to? Alan does this so nicely to plug the charity things. I'm sure when you guys hear Alan do it, he has a true finesse in talking about you know, the charitable aspects. But anybody want to talk about that briefly?
This is the pregnant pause of Mocha's trying to see what the most updated number she has is. To fill this pregnant pause and to afford a little bit more time, I have a question for Hob that I've been kind of saving. So you might have heard it a couple of days ago, and we'll come back to this, Armadillo fella, I swear, but this is just to get the numbers right. A couple of days ago, the UK Ministry of Defence put the following tender out that is running until the 4th of May, so kind of imminent to imminent request for defense industry to give proposals and ideas. And they're buying something not for themselves, but for Ukraine. And they call it long-range strike, essential requirements, missiles or rockets with a range of 100 to 300 kilometers, land, sea, or air launched, with a payload between 20 and 490 kilograms. That's quite a range. Desirable requirements include low probability of intercept, mission planning capability, assured navigation in the face of advanced countermeasures and EW, air defense penetration methods to increase probability of successful strike, and technical readiness level of at least 8. Now, do you have any guess of what fits those requirements other than ATACMS?
Oh, I was going to say ATACMS. No, I don't.
Slam ER jumps into my mind right away, because there is surface, subsurface, naval, land, and the air launched versions of that. I mean, does it have the range? It has a warhead. It has some EW. I mean, that's an off the shelf missile. What is the my brain is fogging out here, but Slam ER right off the bat would check, I'd say, 9 out of those 10 requirements. What do you think?
I think 100 F-16s would do.
And also a suggestion from our Swedish Daniel. that the Mark IV of the RBS 15, so the most modern version of the RBS 15, which is a Swedish anti-ship missile, but also land attack, just general surface-to-surface missile, which apparently can be launched from all of those, both from the air and from the surface, either from a ship or from a truck. I really wonder what they'll end up getting for this, but it seems like exactly also what the Ukrainians have been asking for: something reliable, or a long range, and enough explosive power at the other end.
Could you put something on that up in the nest? I'd like to reference back to that.
Yep,
and
yep,
read a
absolutely.
little more. Thank you.
One second. The thing that also has the link in it to the IFU. Where is it? Here it is. There we go. Up there, you should be able to see it in about 20 seconds or so. They're also ordering a bunch of other stuff, but it's just less interesting, I guess, than these ones were. They just did a tender for more air defenses, which is probably a good thing, as well as they're also doing one for mobility support. So basically, mine rollers, etc., and bridges, so engineering equipment, more or less, for the Ukrainian military. I think the realization is coming that simply stocks readily available aren't anything like sufficient, and that there is need to be getting stuff that's actually newly built, freshly produced, fresh out of factories, because otherwise it doesn't really function. And with the sheer scale of the war, fighting back the Russians in Ukraine, you need a whole lot of that. So Slam-ER, Hop, is that only air launched? It is only air launched, right? There's no ground launcher for that.
Actually, I don't think that's true. I'm obviously familiar with the air launched aspect of it, but I think there's a boosted version that's ground launched, hence the ER part of it. I would definitely have to go check that before I'd bet $1 on it, but that's the one that jumps into mind. What was that British missile that
Storm Shadow?
Storm Shadow. Gosh, that's since it's a British MOD request, I kind of feel like that's. I don't know if Storm Shadow has a ground to ground component. But boy, if it did, that would be, that'd be the front runner probably, because I think that meets all the requirements, and it allows them to let a contract to a British manufacturer or a contractor who's primarily British. That's just kind of, those are the two that jump into mind for me. I have to check.
So the Storm Shadow is the interesting one, right? Because when in early February, when Zelensky went to the UK to meet with Sunak, the press release that came out of the British government sort of a day before that, 2 days before that, was specifically saying, we will be sending longer range missiles to Ukraine, such and such, and it's going to do whatever it's going to do. I think that in itself is kind of interesting, because at the time we just surmised, okay, well, Britain is going to be sending something that they have in stock. They have 3 things that are longer range than harpoons, which they already sent. 2 of which are launched from submarines, so that's kind of a no. One of them is a no for other reasons also. And the third one is the Storm Shadow, which is the air-launched cruise missile. Same thing as the Scalp, which is the same thing as the Scalp, which the French use. Same thing, different name. One of them, smells of onions. The other one of ale. Kind of the same thing. Other than that, So no ground launch variant on that, and we just thought, well, this is going to have to be the solution then, right? Because that's the only thing that fits the bill. Now I'm thinking in the context of this tender that's been posted by the UK MOD, this is then probably what they were actually going for. Now maybe their initial intent was to send Storm Shadows, but they couldn't figure out how to affix them to Soviet-era jets, or they thought that Western jets would be more forthcoming from somebody else that they could affix the Storm Shadow to, and then they weren't. Or maybe this was the plan all along. Maybe the plan all along was, we're gonna buy something new off the shelf for Ukrainians this way. And if this was the plan all along, why did it take the 2.5 months to go and execute this plan?
I think the answer to that is Sunak doesn't have quite the political will that we would hope he does on all things. But that's just honestly an oversimplification. I don't truly understand the internal workings of British politics and probably never will.
Who's this Will and why is he so political? Keeps being brought up for some reason. No, just kidding. No, but you're right, and obviously that's definitely a part of it. With greater will, things move along more quickly. The other thing that I think is interesting that they say, it needs to be at least a technical readiness level 8. So I googled what that means because I had no idea, and I found a NASA website that explains what technical readiness level, technology readiness levels are. So basically, there's 9 levels. 9 is the highest, which is actual system, flight proven through successful mission operations. Technical level 8 is one below that, which says systems completed and flight qualified through test and demonstration, brackets ground or space. I'm guessing in this case it's more of a ground or air, but nevertheless. So beyond the prototype, something that exists, something that is production or on the verge of production. In other words, something that Ukrainians would be able to put into use, no more or less immediately, or within weeks, rather than anything like years. So at least that's a good thing. That it isn't like some of the other things that were suggested that might only be coming, in 2024 or 2025, or whatever this is. At least it will be coming well before that. So that's a bit of a. Now, is it a silver lining even, or whatever it is? Oh, Gunny tells me that scalps can be launched from naval platforms. Interesting. Because if it can be launched from a naval platform, one presumes that whatever launching system can be put in a big enough truck. So that'd be interesting.
Well, Gunny would know. I always defer to him.
Yeah, he also knows that it has a naval strike missile written all over it, but that they're already procuring that anyway. That'd be an interesting one, right? So we mentioned RBS-15 from Sweden, but then the NSM, the Norwegian NSM, might be the other pretty sensible option here, because it has the range, has the warhead well within the range of all of those, and it's definitely off the shelf. The only question is, how many can be made, how quickly, and that's more of the issue with many of these things. It's not getting one of them, or even 15 of them. It's getting 150 of them, or 1,500 of them, and that's the difference that's kind of missing, or the difference in the understanding that's missing between where we are and where we want to be, or rather, where this very, very large scale conventional war is, and where we want the Russian troops to be. That is to say, not in Ukraine. I keep going back to that graph from last summer from Volodymyr Datsenko that shows the consumption of artillery, both in terms of number of shells, but also in terms of total mass of projectiles shot. And the only thing that Russian consumption of artillery up until last summer compared with, the rate only compared with the rate only compared with belligerents in the two world wars and nothing else. And in terms of the sheer mass of projectiles, there were plenty of years that say the Soviet Union in the Second World War was consuming less in terms of shells than Russia was last year. That's kind of scary in itself, right? But it does also say a lot about the sheer scale of what Ukraine is having to undergo, and why having lots of whatever it is also important. It's not just about the capability to do it once or twice or 10 times, but doing it repeatedly. Mette.
Yeah, I've been just there was a question just like what would it do to a U.S. arm industry in case the F-16s wouldn't go there, and it's been like all of us, we've been sort of waiting what's talked about behind the doors, and living in this hope that the F-16s are happening behind the doors and the ATACMS. And I sort of see this British order maybe like a signal that it's not going to happen, that White House is keeping the policy that they are. So it's just, this is speculation always. But, I really hope that they would be more open about it, because I'm pretty sure that Europeans would step up if there was a sort of a definitive answer. And there are European F-16s that have been offered to Ukraine. And just, holding this question is very costly for Ukraine, because I think the Gripens could be sent, or some other solution from Europe. But playing time is not good. And it would be very harmful for the US industry, I think. Think if Gripen would be decisive of the war, because they are very capable planes as well. And I don't know, that's just my assumption. Thank you.
And you met any such modern jets would make a big difference. In two things: one, keeping the Ukrainian Air Force flying; B, or two even, actual big difference in capabilities. But I think Hop can speak to this about 15 times better than I can on his worst day. So Hop.
Okay, kind of was in a conversation. What am I supposed to know a little something about?
Fast jets.
Oh,
So-
okay. So somebody was tossing Gripen out into the mix.
Yeah, Mete was saying, if the Americans don't do it, surely the Europeans should, and something like Gripens, for example, being sent to Ukraine would make a big difference.
Yes.
And basically what I'm saying is that it's kind of what I was saying yesterday. Any remotely modern Western jets would make a huge difference for Ukrainians, so they can A, keep flying, and B, have abilities that they currently just don't have.
Yes, to answer as succinctly as possible. If you think of the MiG-29, the Su-27s, they're generation 3. For somebody who's trying to differentiate why even a baseline F-16, a bare bones Gripen, any Western fighter that's still in production would be superior to the 29s and the 27s. Google Generation 3 versus Generation 4 fighters. The fighters that would make a difference that would come from any Western source would all be considered Gen 4 baseline or Gen 4 plus fighters, far more capable than anything. The Soviets are running. Maybe their most sophisticated fighters would be maybe Gen 4 basic, Gen 3 plus, and that's communications, weapons capabilities, data link, sort of things that expand the sphere of situational awareness when you're operating in a combat environment. Could the Griffins do the job? Oh, absolutely. Would they be a difference maker? Yes. The fly in the ointment would be the production capability and availability. Unlike F-16s and even Eurofighters or Hornets, if you really want to get down into the nitty gritty, the numbers aren't available, from what I can tell. And one of the things Ukraine needs now and will need in the future is a large and very robust tactical air force. And it would be great, but to get any Western fighter, but numbers matter at this point, and availability matters, and timeliness of those two things. I did a little research on the SLAM ER if we want to go back down that road, but you just let me know.
I think Axel has a comment on the jets first.
Oh, just very briefly to tie in with what Pop has said this time and many times over in recent weeks and months with us. In the last meeting, and Jeff Fisher was so kind as to tweet this out. In the last representation, General Cavoli, together with Secretary Valander, well, she's deputy secretary, isn't she? Yeah, she's deputy secretary, made this unique statement. I mean, that she would do so. Okay, fine, I can tolerate it. I don't like it, but I can tolerate it. That the decisions made were all in favor of ground-based air defense and and that on the list of things to be given, fighter aircraft were, so to say, on 8th place and the likes. And Cavoli then somewhat muddled, uniquely muddled for a man otherwise speaking straight, direct, and clearly, and who recently at the Munich Security Conference had briefed Mitch McConnell and Kelly at the same time one morning, very clearly on the needs of Ukraine, which included ground-based air defense and fighter jets, meaning F-16s. Somehow was led to obfuscate that statement, let's say it in this format, or mellow it down, temper it, however you want to put it, with a very friendly statement added by Ms. Valander that Russia would still have 1,000 fighter planes, and therefore Ukraine would need predominantly air defense capabilities, and giving them a few planes would not make the change. Whereas, of course, on another question, a few minutes prior, she had answered that, and he had affirmed that the mix would make a difference because they could be used immediately, blah, 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 blah. Hop, what level of argumentative insanity is vested in this crap?
Now, thanks for such a not open-ended question.
Yeah, from time to time, this is what we do here.
It's either a sentence or an essay, but nothing between.
Yes. 500 words or less. It's nonsensical. I mean, you're talking about handing somebody a Band-Aid when they need a full-sized bandage. you know, because they're bleeding out. Um, it's ridiculous. It's political grandstanding. But what occurs to me as we're speaking about this is that it's such a, for lack of a better term, lame argument that it almost begs to be picked off and discounted. And it's, now they're getting down to it. They know they can't, from their own, Air Force is telling them that, we're getting low on excuses is where I'm going here. We used to say, oh, it's too complicated. Oh, we'll never train the Ukrainian pilots in time. And our own experts in our own military are doing things like, well, actually, Senator, we can train them in 2 to 3 months, and they've demonstrated the ability to deal with Western technology because they already have these 25 things which you have to be, competent to run. So sorry to say that, sir, but that's not going to cut any mustard. Well, then they cast about and they find another excuse, which is the level of argument of logic that's being presented in this argument. There is none.
So they have 1,000 airplanes, therefore Ukraine should get none, right? That makes sense.
Well, it's like that old Three Stooges routine where the recipe calls for a can for canopies, but the only thing they can find on the shelf is a can of peas, but they don't want to use it because if they use the canopies in the recipe, then they'll be out of canopies. The numbers won't wash. I mean, our capabilities, and this is not, standing on, waving the flag or anything like that, will not be diminished in the slightest, and will be enhanced by the diminishment of one of our two primary antagonists' capabilities. So, I mean, it's such a win-win. It's economically, morally, and politically just a good idea.
So wouldn't you think that then someone who is Saka and also in personam also the head of UCOM would know that, right?
One would hope.
And given the fact that he has spoken about it before, and most recently, both publicly as well as seemingly as reported to some senators in such terms, that he evidently did know, but then in this meeting in Congress, sitting next to this woman, he seemingly failed to know all these things. Sorry?
Well, I mean, there's that, I never got anything even resembling, the kind of rank that these individuals run with. But maybe he was told to sit down and shut up and answered thusly. He hasn't forgotten everything, all these obvious lessons. So I'm not sure if it's you or Axel that likes to refer to kabuki, or a Japanese tea
It is
ceremony.
me. It is I, Leclerc. It is me, Axel, who refers to kabuki.
Well,
In
you
other
do
words,
have a
yes.
scary mask. Yes. In other words, yes.
The problem is I have such a sincere respect for General Cavoli. You can't imagine. I think he is an exceptional man and he's an exceptional military leader. I am just so stunned and sick to my stomach. It feels as if, somebody had put a dagger into my back.
Well, that dagger, hopefully it's was just a flesh wound, because this is far from over. There you can, here in the States, you can feel the groundswell building. Maybe I'm hypersensitive to it or overly wishful, building towards the the political will being asserted into the White House from the outside instead of them as in the manner of true leadership projecting the case outwards. They're having to be talked into it because there's a lack of leadership in this area. And I'm not trying to go political again, but his true viewpoint hasn't changed. Don't judge it by the 20 minutes in the Kabuki Theater in DC.
On that note, I will make sure that I'll put some white wine cold for the Tylerton.
Sounds like a good plan. Mette?
Yes, thank you, Hop, very, very much. You are so right about it's about availability and it's about the will. And I mean, there's F-18s in Australia that are ready to go. F-16 in the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway that are ready to go. Only waiting for the US approval. And it's getting very frustrating because, as you said, the European fighters, there's no such availability. It would be okay, we can get the fleet from Sweden, but Sweden is just joining NATO, or they are very vulnerable at the moment. So it would take arrangements that we need to move the F-16s from Norway, etc., etc. It would be very complicated. And it's but we have to do something. We have to get some planes for them. And it's really frustrating. But I don't know what to do anymore, what to say anymore, but because it's so obvious that we could do it in a day, with the F-16s and 18s that are available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Armadillo-fella?
Well, I'm glad we got to this bit in the discussion because it reminded me that the topic this morning has reminded me that coming on and being informed is important. Coming on, countering disinformation, it's very important. The people we meet day to day, online, everything. Giving money, absolutely important. Giving to Maria Aid, and other bits. But one of the things I was doing early in this conflict, I was reaching out to senators and congressmen in Texas, in my case, and to the White House. And I was reaching out and I was saying, support Ukraine, send weapons, close the skies, send air defense. I was saying all these things. Send leopards, right? And I'm going to confess, I've been a little lax on making the same bit of noise about the F-16, but that changes today, by golly. So that's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, Armadillo-fella. And maybe I'll bounce this question off of Hop. There's more than one thing that can be achieved with Western jets, right? The question that in the hearing in Congress they seem to have been addressing was, can we give Ukraine 100 jets or 50 jets or whatever, a realistic number that they can get pilots trained on and ground crews trained on, and can that in itself completely change how the war is going and ensure all of those usual things that America wants to achieve, like air superiority, as opposed to answering the question, what does Ukraine need to at least maintain or slightly enhance the current level of their Air Force abilities, activities, capabilities? And is that disconnect not being made clear enough? Is that really the problem here, Hop?
I believe so. I mean, we're. It feels like U.S. policy is give them enough to survive, but but we seem to be afraid to win. It's like playing prevent defense in football. For those of you American football, you know, the one thing I was always told about a prevent defense is that it often prevents you from winning. Um, it is that we're giving Ukraine just enough, this slow trickle, this drip 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 of aid, when we need to give them what they need to win, not just because it's the right thing, but 100 fighters would be 100 F-16s, 100 insert Western fighter here would be a game changer on so many levels. It's you can't make a cake without flour.
I've seen cakes without flour. They're not very good. And they often substitute something else that's meant to work like flour, then it's ever so slightly off. It has to be quite
Better to
dry
be
as well.
seen than eaten. Yes.
Yeah, quite. I wonder almost as if there's kind of like a cutoff of sorts, in terms of the upcoming Ukrainian counteroffensive, that will kind of say, is this a test even of, is this assessment that you've just presented of the American, or rather broadly Western approach to supplying Ukraine, is it true or not? And I think the cutoff is at around 20,000 square kilometers, pretty much. If Ukrainians get over that in terms of land liberated, or whatever the number might be, but it's somewhere around there, then maybe it's not so off an approach. Then maybe it's an approach of thinking that this is a reasonable rate, and it's about the rate of being able to absorb things and putting them into use. If it's markedly less than that, then 100%, right? So maybe there is that cynical calculus somewhere at NATO HQ or the Defense Department. Maybe that is going to be used as kind of a test as well, which seems incredibly cynical. But I wouldn't put this past people planning at those highest levels. Mark?
Yes. Hey, Doman. Good morning. And as always, thank you and the co-hosts for keeping the space going. There's something very reassuring knowing that you're always going to be there, kind of like the sun's going to always rise tomorrow. So anyway, thank you. It's a great discussion you're having. I would like to ask you, Doman, and maybe some other people in the know. Hopsy seems to be very informed. What do you think is behind this disconnect between the rhetoric, the words of support for Ukraine, and the actions of putting material and armor on the ground? I mean, if people want to argue the F-16s are escalatory, okay, I don't buy it, but okay. But infantry fighting vehicles, I mean, the line is what, 700 or 600 miles long, and we're providing 60 infantry fighting vehicles. And I'm not just focusing on infantry fighting vehicles, but even all the other non-glamorous hardware. What do you think is behind that, this reluctance to really provide everything Ukraine needs to win? What's going on there? I just can't understand it. I'd appreciate any insights anybody has.
Okay, I have a theory on this that I've expanded a couple of times, so I'll put it quite quickly, and then if you want a clarification, feel free to ask. I think it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't problem to some degree in a strategic level, and happening to be around when a decision is or isn't being made. That is that always hits you over the head as a politician. So, for example, imagine Prime Minister of Slovakia, for example. Slovakia, a small country in Central Europe, 4 or 5 million people population, and last year there's lots of inflation. Of course, he got blamed for it, right? Like, is it really the doing of the Prime Minister of Slovakia that there's inflation in Slovakia in 2022? No, because there was inflation everywhere in 2022. So of course there was also inflation in Slovakia, and it makes no difference, frankly, what he would have done. Maybe a few percentage points here or there, but there would have been roughly the same amount of inflation regardless, right? But he gets the blame for it. I think here it's a different one, which is what might happen later when Russia loses and Russia goes into a tailspin, and there maybe even is no more Russia, and it breaks down in possibly a civil war or whatever else, and then they get blamed for it because how could they possibly not have foreseen that this was going to happen? Well, what's not being realized is that they probably can't do anything about that anyway, because when Ukraine wins, something's going to happen in Russia, and one of the possibilities is that there's a violent dissolution. And frankly, regardless of what happens in Ukraine, regardless how quickly Ukraine wins or how Ukraine wins, there's a chance of a violent dissolution in Russia. That's how autocratic regimes often go, especially when they're keeping together a patchwork of very disparate places, ethnic groups, language groups, and the myth of the empire is gone, right? That's kind of obvious. The problem is that on the one hand, people who are of a psychological type who want to seek high political office think of themselves as a lot more capable than they actually are. Not quite omnipotent, but certainly, they're kind of on the control freaky side of things, right? And on the other hand, they know that whatever happens afterwards is going to hit them over the head, or the populations are going to hit them over the head in the long run because of it. I think that's the primary reason. The secondary reason is, in many countries, a domestic reason of how much are we spending on this, and aren't we going to get complained at for spending too much on this? And this is where I'm particularly frustrated with every country where the opposition is going on about spending and incurring debt and deficit over this, when the volumes of funds being spent on aid to Ukraine are comparably ridiculously, absurdly low, so low that they hide within defense budgets even in most cases, or that's really where they end up, right? And rather than being some sort of huge things, but because absolute numbers are large and because people don't have perspective of numbers, anybody using or abusing that for furthering their own political aims domestically is, beyond where they should be. But that's neither here nor there. That's just what it is. So there we go. That's what I think it is. I think it's primarily about strategic long-term thinking, which is fundamentally flawed, because there's paralysis over doing something that might lead to something else that's unpredictable, but at the same time thinking that you might be able to affect it, and certainly other people thinking that you should be able to affect it even when you're definitely not, and then some very silly, almost daily within single parliamentary or congressional rotation politics. The last one, to some degree, is always this worth it if it doesn't make a difference in itself. I think this is less frequent, but that might be happening here with the planes. Kind of a question of, well, will this alone do something? Well, no, nothing alone will in a word this big. That's my thoughts.
We should add one thing which Hop and Jeff and I have discussed a few times. There is a certain level of also discovery which would go hand in hand when F-16s are delivered, because they are difference makers, if we want to call it in such colloquial terms. they make a significant difference. The F-18s would make a significant difference. And what would that tell us? It would tell us that the exuberance with which a mixture of political and corporate interest have pushed the F-35 program with its excessive bells and whistles and massive capital layout could have potentially been a bit slimmer, could have potentially been, not as fast and in its rollout, or it could have just been all over more complementary than completely replacing everything. But then again, people like to sell things. And the F-16 is an absolutely fantastic piece of kit. And whilst it has been designed ages ago, it has been upgraded to an extent that it still today would shoot pretty much everything our adversaries can muster out of the sky. We haven't yet tested whatever the Chinese have stolen and how that would behave. But if history is any guidance and economics is any guidance, the failure to innovate leads to very bad outcomes when you copy. The Soviet-occupied zone, the so-called GDR, copied a lot of Western German kit, and it never really worked. We should beware of fear. We should beware of driving ourselves into that conundrum and cauldron of China fear. But then again, we have, and the F-35 has been literally an outcome of this. And the way it has been handled has led to people now who are in charge also of the F-16 benefiting from a better rollout and a sole rollout of the F-35. And it should be, I don't want to be devil's advocate. I'm not saying that this is the only reason, not at all. But it is quite helpful to some people if the F-16 is not seen to be the only savior, right?
Oh, cue me. Okay. I would agree with that in principle, but there's this well-known concept and sort of exists in the U.S. military, especially talking to my Air Force brethren, and it's called the fighter mafia. And the fighter mafia tends to drive the boat quite often in the U.S. Air Force and to a lesser degree in the U.S. Navy, as far as especially in acquisition and research. And it was my hope that they would, yes, the F-35 is the silver-plated savior riding in on its horse that the F-22 was supposed to be. But the F-35 is a great airplane. It's going to work. It's going to be around for decades. And it's so good that we should be more comfortable not having a fire sale on our F-16s, but allowing our F-16s to go out there and potentially kick some ass and show, sort of in the Teddy Roosevelt, speak quietly but carry a big stick. I think while the less evolved or nuanced approach would be to say it's one or the other. I think you can make an argument, especially to the White House, that you can have both and there are advantages to both. That is, the F-16 is a wonderful piece of gear and it's been updated and it's still hugely effective and relevant in the air combat sphere, which just enhances the case that the F-35, which is better at so many different things, is that much more useful. I do believe in this case you can make a case. You can make an argument for both, and I was hoping that at some point that would become the predominant argument, but it just doesn't seem to have been that way.
That's the interesting part. It hasn't become that argument because it's logical to say that, by the way, that you enhance your deterrence capability and you enhance and strengthen the posture of the West if you say, here's the F-16, look at this. This is an old aircraft. Yes, it has been updated, but it's an old aircraft. And it beats the living crap out of the Russians.
What better argument could you have for, now look, China, you can try to steal as much as you like, but we have F-22s, which we've just phased out, and they're still the better aircraft than anything you can muster, and we have the F-35. We're safe for decades. Go pound sand.
Absolutely 100% on target with that statement. Even our quote unquote second string will beat your your first string top of the line aircraft. And you even in the hands of from talking to my buddies that are sort of in the schoolhouse and stuff like that for the F-16, their success rate, if you're doing beyond visual range, or even just sort of the engagements between F-35s and F-16s, half the time they don't even know the bloody thing's there. And they they don't know it's there until they get a launch warning on their when they're doing practice BFM and ACM, basic fighter maneuvering and air combat maneuvering. 1 versus 1, 3 versus 3, whatever the scenario.
Just go and do it. All right, let's go to Chris, to Kerry, to David, to Lexicon. Chris.
Hi, Devon. Yeah, not specifically on the subject of fighters, and just to caveat what I'm going to say by saying that what I'm going to say doesn't mean to say that we should be pushing for more, but like I think sometime in the week, I woke up in the morning and like Gunny was basically saying, and I agreed with him, that we will never know everything that is going on, right? And if we think we do know everything is going on, we are kidding ourselves. Hopefully, right? If you see what I mean, right? Yeah, we're kidding, So there should be, like on the precedent of all previous wars, there should be a lot of stuff going on that even us who are like analyzing and watching and monitoring and all the rest of it still don't know, right? Hopefully, as I say, right? So I think that's one thing, and then I think like the other thing is like I think you're alluding to or you're saying, Doman, like the politicians have got to be perceived to be like acting in a certain way, right? And that's sort of like doing enough but not doing too much, if you like, not being wasteful, if I've got that right, if you see what I mean, right? Politically, they're sort of like walking this tightrope of if they seem to be like sending too much stuff, they'll get criticized for wasting stuff or overspending or stuff like that, right? And if they don't send enough, then obviously we're all going to be unhappy that not sending enough, clearly not sending enough, or apparently not sending enough. So there's this like tightrope, or that whereby what they want us to think is they're only just giving enough, which is sort of what the view is, isn't it? This is what they want us to think. We're just giving Ukraine enough, but we're not being wasteful.
Chris, they have been very successful in that. Otherwise, we'd have the F-18s already there because they were available. The lease the stupid lease deal fell apart in December 21. We've been pounding the desk here since I have been here, since the beginning of the end of February last year. Come on.
No, I'm not arguing with that. I'm not arguing.
These politicians are complete and utter tards.
No, okay,
appendix
okay,
to it in the front.
okay. Bear with me a second. Bear with me a second, right? Now I know you know, right, and other military people here know, right? You know you've got a view on what is needed, and that's why you want, and we want. By the way, like I said to you, right, I'm still up for, you know, we definitely should keep pushing this, right? But you've got a view of what is needed, right? But what if the people that are actually in the know think, you know, bearing in mind that we don't know everything that's going on, think enough is being done? Enough is being done to win. Right now, we don't know whether that's true or not true, do we? Silence.
No, because I'm carrying stuff inside. Have you seen Ukraine winning large scale, deterring missile shoots? Have you seen Ukrainian fighters, multi-roles, and bombers go into Russia, take out strategic aims? Have you seen them reclaiming Mariupol? Have you seen them being able to continue the assault in the north last year? No, we didn't give them IFVs and tanks quickly enough. Otherwise, they would have been logistically able to take the north completely. Have we been giving them F-18s with which they could have deterred the Russians in the north and taken out any capability of theirs to bomb Kharkiv and kill more civilians? No, we haven't done that. So did we allow them to fly their stupid bears and shoot their missiles from far away into Ukrainian airspace? Yes, we did. Could we have changed this? Yes, of course we could have. So this coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yeah, I get it, but still, these politicians have fucked it up. They just fucked it up, and they did so deliberately out of procrastination, fear, and ideology. It's amoral.
No, and I'm not going to argue with you even, right? All I'm going to say is, no, okay, even if we do win after the counter-attack, right, it will still have been too late. I ain't going to argue with that, Axel, at all, right? And that's why I started off the conversation by saying, you know, by caveating it by saying, you know, I'm going to keep pushing as much as you're going to keep pushing for more, and that was exactly the right thing to do, right? But I don't know. There's just seems to me that there could be this, like, in their heads, there's this calculation that says we're doing enough to make sure that Ukraine win, because we, like I say, we don't know exactly what they've done. We're about to find out, aren't we? And it still will have been too late, but we're about to find out whether, in fact, they've done enough. I'll stop at that because it's like a bit endless, right? But anyway, I think I made my point.
Yeah. The money problem comes always twice. It comes from whomever is in opposition, saying that, oh, but you can't be spending so much on this, and why aren't you spending it on something else, or why are you spending into deficit in the first place? And the second place it comes from is the uncertainty of those who are, vested the power in a given period by the electorate, and being unsure of themselves, which is a funny juxtaposition of people very sure of themselves being very unsure of themselves. Interesting, eh? Yeah. Kerry. Kerry. Okay. David.
Good morning, Doman. Hello. Wearing new headphones. I wonder, can I be heard?
Very well.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, Doman and Marcus, and thank you for hosting. Everybody here, MriyaReport, good morning. Please retweet, share the space. Visit MriyaReport.org. Make a donation from your disposable income. It would be greatly appreciated. Today, we are still fundraising for Rubige, which is the military company or military unit of our friend Ferlane. And they are fundraising at the moment exclusively for specific items that the men and women in that outfit need. So do go over to MriyaReport.org and make a contribution. I wanted to, kind of funny to hear Chris speaking just now. I hold a similar view all the time, although often I get impassioned and emotional. Given that we know we don't know, it's important to not ascribe perhaps not to ascribe what we feel must be the reason, given that we have a paucity in information. Yes, it would appear that it's cowardly and typical bureaucratic fuddy-duddies in the political, both bureaucracy and in elected political positions, who are just hoping to make enough out of this current, forgive my cynical expression, this current emergency, to make enough political capital from this current emergency to succeed in their career and not to damage their own brand. That is the nature of politicians. It's a grubby business. And unfortunately, we have not got full insight, or should I say, full information. And so we are left to speculate. And what's being said here, I'm not going to controvert, except to say it's important to remember that until we have full information, we should probably protect ourselves from the worst imaginations or suppositions. And that's just as a method of thinking, not really to engage with the topic at the moment, because I've expressed myself previously here before in the cycle of campaigning and wasted emotion that goes on. First it was tube artillery, or first it was munitions, then it was tube artillery, and then it was tracked vehicles, yada, yada, yada. Here we are with the aircraft. It will continue. It seems to have been the interminable cycle that has been established in this conflict and this liberation. And so I'm going to presume it's going to continue. I'd like to ask if it has been mentioned here already, could it be recovered? And if it hasn't been mentioned here already, could we please discuss with people who have more information or subject matter experts on the announcement that I read today, maybe it's not from today, that the United Kingdom government, as part of their conglomerate with the Danes, Swedish, Norwegians and Dutch, are offering contracts for certain range missiles. They're calling them long range missiles. I would just say they're longer range missiles, like 49 to 200 kilometers or something like that. Maybe it's longer. The reason I bring it up is I want to know not just what do we think about buying missiles for Ukraine. We think it's a good idea. I would like to ask, what do people think about it being announced publicly that this is happening now? Clearly it's a message for the enemy, and I'd like to understand what we think that message might be, if possible, through this wonderful office here, the MriyaReport. Please retweet and share the space. If you have disposable income, please consider donating at MriyaReport.org. Today's Sunday, though.
The last bit with the details, David. Can you send me that? Because I've read the tender, but I didn't hear about the offers.
Yeah,
before
I'll send it to you now. It'll be in the DM.
Thank you so much, David. And I will pass it off to Mockers, whom I think might have something for us.
I have a little tangent, just something that I've seen today, that a cargo vessel, believe it or not, a transporting Ukrainian grain from Poland to Belgium, has sailed into a wind turbine in the North Sea, 50 kilometers off the German coast. I don't know how.
Marcus, guess what's in front of me on the screen? I was just reading that same article.
That very thing. I don't know how you'd manage to hit one of them. You'd see it coming from a way off, surely. But would you believe, when the German police have launched an investigation, the captain was Russian. So perhaps his vodka to blood ratio was in the wrong direction at the time. I don't know, but that just seems like there was a distinct loss of control on that ship.
Yeah, just a little bit. Is Freight Monkey listening? I'd love his thoughts on this. But yes, so it was it's quite a small vessel by 1,500 tons of grain on it. That's not an awful lot. What we see plenty of ships between 5 and 20 times the size that usually traverse out of the Black Sea. So it's not a huge ship by any means, but goodness, how do you do that? That's a bit of an achievement. That's one captain that I don't know is going to be doing very well going forward. I would also note, I don't think the sea conditions in the North Sea were particularly bad whenever this happened in the last week or two, because they just weren't. So I have a hunch that it might have been, one of his.
A vodka incident, I said.
Absolutely could be. It's an achievement of sorts, isn't it?
Have you seen it? There's a massive gaping hole down the side of the ship.
Yeah.
Bit of an oops.
It's very impressive in a sense. Very impressive. As to what David was asking about, real quick. Yeah, I saw this, the lot of it, and yeah, I thought it was reporting that they already had offers from Norway to Netherlands. I misunderstood that, David. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's a joint procurement system that basically the UK does everything, and then other countries add monies to it, so it's bigger, which is really good. And I think it will be whatever it is. It might be what we thought the storm shadows would be, David. That's kind of the conclusion I came to earlier. Remember when Zelensky was going to the UK, and the government just before he arrived said, we're going to give them longer range fires, and we all thought, well, they have Trident, so that's a no. Tomahawks are also only submarine launch, so that's a no. So it must be Storm Shadow, because they're the only 3 longer range fires that they have in stock. But clearly they can figure out how to use the Storm Shadow with the Ukrainians or some such, and they're giving them something completely new off the shelf instead. Guess that's what it is, David. That's probably the answer to that one.
Good man, thanks, Tom. More so than what is in the package. I'm hoping to worry the problem of why now. My own thesis is that these pieces of material are probably already procured and probably already in country. It's the messaging that I'm curious to worry over here. The messaging of announcing it now. Yes, that is it's a buying group, like for those conglomerate nations are together with an executive board who very wisely nominated the British or the UK contingent to lead the procurement process. So, if I understand what you said correctly, it is that this has been done, and the answer is we will be supplying a listed number of things, which is wonderful. But I think it's more telling that it's being announced now, and that we will have to watch Russians see and pretend that this isn't a red line that they told us not to cross, and then behave all high-handed in a way that we know that they're really upset. That's more what I want to get into. Yes, it's great that they have actually be provided with this capacity or capability, but in the information side or in the posturing side, it's also wonderful to see this being announced that yes, we are united together and we are procuring, and this is what we're going to send, and that is the news. I think that's important.
The very short timeline has me have ideas because they posted it, basically a week before the deadline. So they're basically saying, okay, somebody who has this stuff, we want to buy it off you now.
I wonder who that could be, Doman. Who could the somebody be?
There's basically a few conclusions we got to. There were Kongsgård and I think Saab makes the RBS 15s. So either Norway or Sweden, they make land-based versions of these sort of things, or at least surface-launched versions of things with this sort of range. Attackers would be even better because Ukraine already has launchers and already trained forces on using said launchers, and they just need the stuff. But we'll see how that goes. I wonder if the less precise attackers that Thomas Steiner spoke of last time on the Thinathon, which can hit, which are basically with cluster munitions, much less precise, but more or less the same range. And South Korea, I know, used to produce these, or maybe still has the license to produce these. If the US would authorize the purchase of these from South Korea a couple of weeks after they've made their president has made comments about being maybe willing to support Ukraine with weapons and these weapon sales, maybe that would be the easy way to square that circle. David?
I would be surprised if we would see cross-pollination between the different allied working groups. So I think the answer is in your. I think the question is answered in the question. I think you answered it already. Pretty much, I think that conglomerate, that working group, the United Kingdom, Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden have X number of pounds to spend. And I would be comfortable saying that the majority, if not all of that, will be spent in those constituent nations. And that the other working groups, as maybe they're not public yet, but the ones that are public, will work together and procure from their own stocks, thereby increasing resilience locally, increasing support locally for the morally right thing, and ensuring that the economic conditions necessary for extremism to rise aren't present, at least for the next 10, 20 years. Because these munitions being supplied will have to be built, maintained into the future, and then replaced. And so I see it as working on many different levels, but I would be surprised if we see cross-pollination from that working group, say we call it North Atlantic and Northwest Atlantic working group, with what South Korea might be able to bring to the party. I'd like to see it, but I don't see them mixing it that way. Maybe they will, but I don't see them mixing it that way. Just in terms of organization, they probably want to water their own gardens, which is a wonderful thing to do.
100%, David. Let's get it going. Lexicon.
Hi, good morning. Thanks. Yeah, I on both these things, on the long range stuff, which maybe I'd like to believe is going to happen. That's really important. But on the F-16s or any fast jet, I'm really concerned about this. And of course, for us, what it matters is how many more people, including how many more excellent young men flying jets are we going to lose. But and I don't believe we're in the best of all possible worlds and things are all best things, all the right things are happening behind the scenes, because when we saw the leopards and all the things that preceded them, we heard about it. And once we heard that the dam was breaking, it then took months for the dam to flood of these things. We've still got Italian ones showing up that aren't properly refurbished. But anyway, what I'd like to think about is, well, about the reasons. I agree. There's a lot of timorous beasties running around in governments. This unwillingness to win. I guess we're in awe when we look at other historical eras and people, and there were governments that were afraid to win. I think they cannot comprehend the existence of Russia as a nice, manageable enemy sitting over there, and they can't imagine a world without that. But I also got clued in a little. Somebody was suggesting, look at this series on Netflix, The Diplomat, and it's happening in our time and Ukraine's going on. Well, of course, there's always an interesting story. It's got lots of women in it for once. An interesting story about these British and American diplomats. Ukraine is happening. It is like this little backstory, this little scene over in far stage left. That's how important it is. Well, this is a work of fiction, but maybe these people know a little more about the way politicians act in reality with Ukraine in the background. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm interested in is what are the talking points? What can help to make a change? Because I think this, for us, what it is, yeah, we'd like to beat the shit off the Russians, but the thing is the number of people who die. Well, I noticed yesterday that in the wake of Uman, South Korea, it seemed to be, I don't know if it's just the writer or it really was, tied to a response to this appalling killing of little children and families in Uman, in a little town that's no importance to anybody except all those humans who live there. South Korea has decided, yes, they can send some lethal aid to Ukraine. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just wondering how I think we really need to focus on this, even if it takes months, because and I think part of the mentality of politicians is, yeah, Ukraine will ultimately get this. And so we'll just, they'll win anyway. So why sacrifice political capital if we don't need to? As people are saying, spending too much money or sending something too devastating, or they can't really use it anyway. So I'm just trying to ask us to think about what are the kinds of elements of leverage that we can try to lean on to raise this question once again, to get over whatever they want, whatever we give them, they always want more. So we need novel ways of showing how actually strategically, operationally important it is to have a plane that meets. I mean, Russians have got a 4th generation fighter jet, even if it's the shits, I don't know, but we're outraged. Ukrainians are outraged by these. How can we be sending them in, with their left arm broken? And I just wonder if, is it stuff like the humanitarian need? What else is it? More people will die. I don't know. This is not very fashionable. But if people have got ideas about how we talk about it in this operation, how important it is to have these fighter jets, maybe we can try to relaunch this. I am, by the way, appending Free the Falcons to everything I write now. And I notice that it's trending enough that by the time you get free TH, the phrase Free the Falcons comes up. So it's getting boosted a bit. Anyway, that's my question. How do we make arguments that are new and fresh and cogent and will have an impact?
I think maybe the best way to go about it is saying, Russia can be beaten. Dispel the myth that is still strong in some people's minds that they just have infinite resources of this and that, and clarify just how much of a Potemkin establishment the Russian military is. And secondly, that it's a good thing that Ukraine beats Russia and that is the only way out. I think that's the crux of it. I just want to add to it, and I've tagged you in a post on the 19th of April, maybe the 18th of April. The South Korean president, so about 10 days earlier, noted this about being willing, able to ship lethal aid to Ukraine. I think it emerged again a day or two ago while he was on his trip abroad, because it was restated to a bigger audience rather than a primarily domestic audience within South Korea, and therefore got more traction the second time round. But it's not a change in policy; it's a restate. So it's not because of Oman. It's a restatement of a statement from 10 days previously. I think it's mostly anyway. Maybe the phrasing was slightly different, but yeah. Okay. I will try with Kerry again. See if Kerry hears me this time around. Then we'll go to Chris and David.
Oh, hooray! Thank you, Damon.
Kerry, you're breaking up heavily, and now you won't be able to hear this.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you better now? Can you hear?
You're good now. Carry on, Carrie.
Okay, good. So I missed the last bit of the conversation because my daughter needed me, but we were talking. We talk so often about the politics of the F-16s, the operational features of the F-16s, and it's almost it's almost like we need to state again for ourselves, maybe for some other audiences, but for ourselves, that it is also an argument to say that morally and emotionally as human beings, it is the approach we need to take. I just heard the last lady speaking. I caught the end of it, and she was saying about broken arm. So I'm assuming it's about the idea of sort of sending someone into a battle who's wounded, and you would not expect them to have to fight like that. But there is a perfect argument to say, again and again, this is a genocide, and do we not stand up to supporting people who are going through a genocide? It's as simple as that. That's what it comes down to. It's as simple as that. The Ukrainian people are going through a genocide. Why do we have to keep justifying the cost, the political side of things? That should be enough for human beings. That should be a blood enough. And there is a space for us to make these emotional arguments, because we're not trying to pull on the heartstrings unjustifiably. This is what it is, black and white. This is what it is. It is a genocide. By not giving them what they are perfectly reasonably requesting at perfectly reasonable levels, we are colluding in genocide. I would go that far. I would say that by not giving them what they need to defend themselves, to protect themselves, let alone winning, we are colluding with the genocide. Black and white. That's how it is. That's how I see it. I've sort of really got to the point where I'm not prepared to work with the grey areas. It's just wrong. It's just plain wrong.
Thank you, Carrie. Chris?
Hi, Diamond. I don't want to be really arguing this again, but of course we know one of the reasons why they don't do it is the old escalation argument, isn't it? Right? That's one of the reasons that they don't do it, right? Which again is them walking the fine line, the politicians that is in their head. But I was listening the other day. Where was it? I don't know, early morning or something like that, when Dr. Nick and Angry Ants and that were doing a sort of masterclass session on basically contacting, your senator and your congressman. Who else was up there? Nafo Dave, I think it was. And it was a literal masterclass in how to contact your congressman and your senator, what to say to them, what different methods to use, etc., etc., etc. And so everybody that was listening on there, basically went off to do it. But that would have been a few days ago. That we are still doing it, and we should still do it as well. We should, and I certainly will. And I was just checking to see what's going on with Free the Falcons, as Lexicon mentioned that. Oh, actually, I think Lexicon was there as well. She was. Lexicon was there during that session as well. So everybody went off basically rejuvenated to contact their senators and congressmen. So we definitely should keep going on this and that. So by no means was I saying that we should reduce the pressure. And then I was just going to say something on a sort of a lighter note, and that I wondered whether Mockers. I wonder whether you heard the story of the aircraft carrier and the ship. I'll start it off. That we're avoiding collision. Perhaps I'll just say it, shall I?
Didn't hear it, no, so please go ahead.
Okay, this is like for people in the Navy and the marine world. This is like a famous story, if you like, that's often attributed, maybe correctly, to the Americans and the Canadians, right? But I'll make it the Royal Navy. So, Captain of the Ark Royal to vessel ahead, please divert your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision. Vessel ahead. Recommend you divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision. Captain of the Ark Royal. This is the captain of a Royal Navy ship. I say again, divert your course. Response. No, I say again, you divert your course.
It's
Captain of
usually
the
an
Ark.
American battle group in the story, Chris.
Yeah. I'm getting to it. It's only 2 more lines, David. Give me a second, right? Captain of the Ark Royal. This is the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal, the largest ship in the Royal Navy's Atlantic Fleet. We are accompanied by 3 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and numerous support vessels. I demand that you change your course 15 degrees north. That's 15 degrees north, or countermeasures will be undertaken to ensure the safety of this ship. This is a lighthouse. Your call. Maybe I didn't say it right, but anyway, I tried.
I appreciate it, Chris.
The way I've heard it, Chris, before, it was an American battle group or task force or whatever. And it was the lighthouse at Finisterre in the northwest corner of Spain. And it concluded with something along the lines of, this is Juan, with me is Julia, and we are the lighthouse keepers here at the lighthouse of Finisterre, something along these lines.
Well, it's actually supposed to be, and people can see this on Wikipedia, right? But it's actually supposed to be a true transcript of a radio conversation between a US naval ship and the Canadian authorities off the coast of Newfoundland. Or maybe that's not true. Maybe it's just an example.
What if, Chris? What if a situation like this just keeps repeating once a decade with different, battle groups, different lighthouses? Favored.
Thank you very much, Roman, for hosting and Mockers for being here. Everybody, please retweet and share the space for MriyaReport.org. But echo what Chris has just said. Congress people are at the moment back at districts, so they're home and not in the Washington offices next week. So now is a very good time to make your way down to your congressperson and senator's office and express your clear support for Ukraine, and that we demand that they send F-16 airframes and I would think unrestrained support and for it to be vociferous, because I hear often people complaining about other people saying it's too expensive, or complaining about other people saying there's not enough interest, people don't want to support. And then I see bipartisan support and funding across the aisle at a time when it's not politically, domestically speaking, it would be better politically for them perhaps to use this against one another, but that is not what is happening. So we should let the public representatives know that we too feel in a bipartisan way about it. And hello, Congressperson X, I have come to see you and I am not registered to vote for your party, but you know what? I'm going to give you my vote. If you can show me you're going to do this for me with Ukraine, full support, no holds barred, F-16 platforms, and a will to win, perhaps expressed in a piece of law. That is a message we should give to our elected representatives. We should let them know that we support them and we want them to drive further with it. In fact, if we don't think they support us, they are not going strong or hard enough. And soon then, whispers about, well, there may be malcontent somewhere, but I haven't really seen many. Those whispers will die out because the partnership will be proven to be not just a fad for, say, 9 months of this invasion, but that in fact, genocide is not acceptable, and we can express that locally on a local level. So please do get in contact with your congressperson. And if we are talking about things that may happen or may not happen, I might take this opportunity to say that I would like to invite a US naval air station to the west coast of Ireland, perhaps on the Shannon, and to make sure that the English and the United Kingdom folks feel included. We'll also separately officially announce that we recognise Rockall as Scottish or English or whatever they want us to say. It won't be tied into the same announcement, but we can say quid pro quo, one for the other. So US Naval Air Station for the west coast of Ireland, you heard it here first. Please retweet and share the space. Donate any disposable income you have today to MriyaReport.
Thank you very much, David. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank David for his support, particularly on Twitter last night. Some fantastic work done there for the Princess of Wales tweet. And earlier, I think, Axel, you were talking about, in fact, Lindsey Graham. Were you saying that the F-16 manufacturing plant is in Lindsey Graham's district?
South Carolina.
Yeah, and that just got me thinking as well, David. Right, that a bit of analysis, right, of which counties, districts, etc., were actually benefiting in the same way that the F-16 plant might benefit, might not go, astray either, if you like. So there will be many manufacturing places in the US at the minute that are benefiting or likely to benefit from what's going on in Ukraine. So that's just, I don't know, a factor maybe.
It's a reality when people understand these financial drawdowns. This investment is not in some faraway factory. It's in a Scranton steel extruding plant where they now make dies for 155 rounds, and they get sent over to Idaho where they put the munition in, and then they get shipped to Europe. And that was on the news a couple of weeks ago. But I also know that this bipartisanship, or this real politics, the reality of this being good politics locally, has not escaped any politician. This is why we see the bipartisan support, because they know these manufacturing plants are in. I know Ryan here is an Oklahoma man. I know there's great production in that state. I know we have Arkansas folks here. There's also, I think, HIMARS pumped out somewhere in Arkansas. So we can understand that this reality, this money being sent to districts to provide military hardware, maybe even say software, to be sent to the war effort, has sunk in, and that has been received in political offices. We need to realize that. We need to realize these guys are singing from the hymn sheet already. We just got to turn up and tell them, hey, this is a great job, and I'm looking to see when you're going to put on the third shift. And I know, say, we recently here at Lockheed Martin in Clay County, that's a fictitious factory in a fictitious county, have been going on 2 shifts because we had a new order from the DoD. Well, guess what? I want you to go back and say to the DoD, we're looking for 3 shifts. How come this other county and this other state got a drawdown and they're working more than my guys in my factory? And the reason we can get these politicians to think in this way is because they already do. They count each satisfied worker a voter. And if they can tie their political brand to that job or to that voter's prosperity, they feel like they'll get re-elected. So we need to point it out to them that, yes, this is money that we see in our local areas. We want to see more of it. And by that fact, send more to Ukraine. it's a simple equation. And there's an election next year, so we should let it be known that we see where the money flows. We want to see more of it, and thereby produce more support more quickly for our allies in Ukraine as they try to liberate their land and prevent themselves being genocided off the face of the earth. It sounds like a reasonable bargain, but we have to make it and let the politicians know we see it, we think it's a good idea, we want them to do more of it. It's kind of like when you have a small child or a dog. You praise what you want to see and you scorn what you don't. So right now they're doing what we want but not enough of. So we should praise it and tell them they should fear our scorn and continue to do what we need, which is jobs locally, high-skilled manufacturing jobs locally, which are not 5-10-year jobs. These are generational jobs, because this equipment has to be maintained, and in the future it'll have to be replaced. So we should consider that it's what's good for Ukraine is good for the American worker. And I don't mean that in the sense of join your Communist Party. I mean, as in a person in the United States who gets out of bed and has to put the shoes on to go earn a living. That's a person who's a worker. If it's good for Ukraine, it's simple. It's good for the American worker. And that is, I don't think that's too difficult a position to point out. I don't think you have to convince anybody. I think you just have to point out to them the hundreds of millions that are already spent and that we want to slice the billions that are to come. Sounds like politics, and it makes simple sense.
100%, David. And as you say, they're already thinking those terms, especially in the US already. There's a really good point from Beefeater fella, whom I trust named his fella before the Pernod Ricard, the manufacturer of Beefeater gin, was all over the front pages in some countries at least. But he notes the following, and it's very, very wisely so. The language makes a difference. And the word support, as in support Ukraine, for especially support Ukraine for as long as it takes. It has, it suggests sympathy, it suggests defense. And that if strategy is predicated on this, even more so if this becomes the goal rather than just the method, it's going to decidedly and completely unnecessarily be prolonging the war. No, it's not enough to arm Ukraine to support Ukraine. It needs to be arm Ukraine to have Ukraine win, not to defend itself, but to win, to beat the Russians. And I completely agree with that. That's a very well, very well put point. Especially because when through poor use of language and repetitive use of language, this becomes an objective unto itself, that's decidedly harmful for Ukrainian efforts. And therefore, clarity in language here is very important, but also because that's pushing forward a much clearer set of what is there to be done in order for the objective to be achieved. Because if supporting itself becomes the objective, well, then that's all the time achieved with literally everything that's being delivered. Oh, there's support. There's more support. Here we go. We've done some support this month. Okay, we can move on. And that's not good enough. And that's not a winning strategy. The really disappointing thing is that beating Russia is apparently relatively easy. And not easy, but easy in the sense that in the Cold War, the assumption was this would be a whole lot more difficult, like an order of magnitude more difficult. That's why the Bundeswehr had thousands of tanks in the 1980s. Not 1,000 tanks, thousands of tanks, an order of magnitude more tanks than now. Right? That's why in the 1990s, the boneyards and wherever they are, Arizona, California, wherever they are in the dry desert environment, there had what was it, 1,000 F4s, maybe more, as opposed to now when they have maybe 100 F-16s. Now, the difference is like that. Those order of magnitude differences is what was expected was going to be needed to hold back the Soviet Union. Not even beat the Soviet Union, but hold back the Soviet Union. And now think of this. Think of, the US supplied about 5% of its, not of its GDP, not of its budget, 5% of its defense budget to Ukraine. last year. And that represented, what was it, about half the total support to Ukraine last year? About half, because about everybody else gave about as much as the US did. And whether it was a third or it was 60% makes little difference, right? So we're looking at maybe 10% of the US defense budget for 1 year. And what did Ukraine do for that? Destroyed 3,000 plus Russian tanks, 7,000 IFVs, 300 jets, 300 helicopters for next to nothing comparably. And this is whenever I think of that, I think, oh goodness, the various Cold War warriors who aren't around to see this must be turning in their graves, saying, what? For that you're beating back the Russians? Double it, triple it, quintuple it now. Destroy the bastard army in the field completely, because it's clearly not that difficult. It's not out of reach. It's just beyond imagination, or as I noted earlier, beyond maybe in the terrifying space beyond imagination, where some of those in power fear of what might come next. When Russia loses, and they're not ready for it. They're not psychologically, emotionally ready for it, perhaps, because it will upset their conception of the world. And then what happens? And then we have the early 1990s all over again, and we have a bunch of extra people controlling large quantities of fissile material. But this time, of course, no one will sign a Budapest memorandum equivalent. Yeah, complicated, eh? Anyway, that's quite enough. Axel just messaged me with some numbers of planes. Axel, were those planes in the boneyards in the 90s, or were those in some particular service in the 90s still?
Boneyard sold off, phased out, and used for spare parts.
Yeah, right. So either way, combined about an order of magnitude more than now, right? Everything was an order of magnitude more, because the thought was, so much more was going to be needed to get back the Russians.
We just need to differentiate between the Starfighter and the F4, but it doesn't matter. You're completely right. The massive numbers are different. And the Starfighter, of course, was a very fickle plane, to say the least.
Well, I mean, it would be coming straight out of Hollywood, right? Okay, maybe that joke didn't land so well. Mette.
Thank you, Domen. Great speech there. I'm not American, so I can't influence my representatives and so on. And I'm trying to, in different are talking to the representatives there is the have F-16s in Europe. It's not going to go from their budget for the first economical side, and for the second, it's gonna bring a lot of money through the maintenance and the spare parts, etc. And sooner or later, Ukraine will be a NATO member, and they will upgrade to F-35s if they get F-16s. If they get Gripens, they will upgrade to Gripens. That's just how it goes, doesn't it? And for the second is like, this is the theater. Whole world is watching. It's the modern warfare with drones, everything new. It's a theater. So if you send the fighters that are going to decide this war, like a best commercial you can get. It's like a Super Bowl commercial for your industry. That's how I see it if I don't think that you can also stop the genocide, and that should be one point. But there are politicians who only think about the economics, and that's a point I think could be worth taking. Your representatives, how they are, if they are like economically or humanitarian orientated. But that's a point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. Indeed, different people, favor different components for sure. Chris.
Yeah, very good points there. And Doman, just going back to the boneyard one, I would add that, David, to the list as well, that if you're in America and you've got a boneyard in your area, tell them, hey, can we not let any more of this stuff rust to death in the desert? Please send it to Ukraine. So I definitely agree with that one. The other thing, Doman, I've said this before in the past, but obviously the argument or the point about the percentage, if you like, of the budget, etc. That's involved, right? And the fact that the Ukrainians are actually completely destroying almost the Russian military is extremely valid. But I like to add on to that for people to think about. A couple of things. What is the value of sending the current equipment into battle in Ukraine in terms of the design of the next generation of equipment? I would put that it is extremely valuable. If that equipment has not been tested in battlefield conditions, it is the best place to test it. I don't know what the value of that is, Doman, but it's a lot, right? Equally, I would add to that and say, what is the value of supplying equipment which becomes part of a NATO system? In other words, it's tested not just in its own right, but also as part of a NATO system. I don't know what the value of it is, Doman, right? But it's a lot, right? And obviously it's very relevant because that's the whole idea, right? Is that, NATO works together. So we're actually testing that. I would add further, if I'm not boring people, by saying what has been the value of reducing and optimizing the training programs to use all of the equipment that is being sent to Ukraine? I would put that there is a lot of value in that. Again, I don't know how much it is, right? But it's very important. And then finally, but probably not finally, Doman, right? What is the value of testing the whole of the NATO logistics systems? I would put that it's enormous. I don't know what it is, but it's enormous. So there are 4 things there where there are, I would say, probably billions, if not trillions of dollars of value.
Chris, that I don't know. That's beyond my spreadsheets. I know exactly where you're going. I'm not disagreeing for a second, but I would be, speaking out of turn, commenting on that content for sure. I'll leave it standing as it is. I'll say hi, Verlaine. How are you? And we can go on to Is it Dr. Menace now? Have you been promoted? I guess so. Hi, Dr. Menace.
Yeah, it's Dr. Menace. I decided to update. No one knows how to pronounce my last name, so I actually wanted to weigh in on the politics. And while I completely agree that Americans should pressure their representatives and we should make it clear that we support Ukraine, right now, the Congress and the Senate don't control whether the president decides to send F-16s. That's the president. And the president has the power to do this. He can do it unilaterally. He can do it tomorrow. And I think he's surrounded by the entire American foreign policy establishment that just moves with glacial slowness and at some level still thinks maybe there's some way to go back. And I just think our pressure should be on the president. That's my 2 cents. If what we want is the planes, don't let up on your representative, because over time, over the next few years, we want to continue to have a pro-Ukraine policy. But right now, to get the F-16s there, your representative does not have any power.
In technical terms, that obviously definitely not, right? But in I think in practical terms, there is power. If Biden had a 350, 380, 410 reps, even forget the senators, saying, hey, we want this, everybody agrees, we want this, let's do it, then it would be kind of an unavoidable thing, right? Has a president gone against 400 out of 435 reps ever?
I mean, I don't think it hurts to pressure your reps, and I have certainly communicated with mine. But I do think that we don't want to let the administration off the hook. I think the administration is sort of stagnating. They're sort of sliding back into they're getting ready for the election. They're scared. They going into an election, no administration likes uncertainty. And I think they're kind of sliding into hoping for a stalemate because it'll kind of keep things under control. And I think they have to be addressed directly. I think we should also be sending letters to the White House. I think we should be tagging the president. And, you're just contacting your representative is not enough.
I think that's completely right. That's exactly how it is. No one thing for sure is enough either. And in this case, all of them together, undoubtedly, yeah. All right. Thank you, Dr. Menace. And let's go on to, oh goodness, Cornelius Murphy.
Hey, Doman, thanks. Your previous speaker, right before Dr. Menace, mentioned that there was a tremendous value to be gained by trialing the weapons, finding out how well they perform. And I'm going to suggest that there may be tremendous value in that to certain factions, but there's probably more value to other factions in not knowing how well they perform. For instance, what if the F-16s do a marvelous job? Absolutely stunning, beyond anything anybody thought. Ukrainians are inventive, ingenious, and the F-16s perform so well that it knocks the feet out from underneath the F-35 program. There are a lot of factions who do not want to see something like that happen. Sure, we'll throw M113s into Ukraine. They're so old, they're already rotated out. But this evolution from F-16 to F-35 is in progress. And to find out that perhaps it was an ill-advised investment on a grand scale might really be something they don't want to have confirmed. Just suggesting.
I see that logic, and we had a couple of people bring up that same
kind of logic before, and I completely get it. I'll separate two things, if that makes sense. So on the one hand, I'll completely agree. There's a danger that some people would misinterpret it as, F-35s are a waste, and what's even the point? Look at the opposition. On the other hand, I would highlight that this would be erroneous thinking on the part of those who would be thinking that way, because F-35s aren't being designed and built to fight a war in 2023. They're being designed and built to fight a war in 2043. And the principle with which the US and Western air forces generally operate is air superiority at all cost. And that requires them also being technologically ahead of the curve. It's about wars a decade and more from now that the F-35 is being really designed for. Not that many have been delivered yet, for a start. Outside of the US, only a small handful of partners are currently operating them. Most of them have had much less than the initial deliveries, and some are not even getting deliveries for quite some number of years still, including some of the closest U.S. partners, right? So it's definitely not a here and now thing. The other thing is horses for courses a little bit here, and the F-16 is just so much less of a electronic warfare platform compared to, or a SIGINT platform, whatever you want to call it, compared to the F-35, that it's not even funny. So for some tasks, the F-16s are certainly sufficient. For some other tasks already now, they are not compared to the F-35. And again, they're meant for wars in 15, 20 years' time, because, for example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine evidences particularly well. You need to think about the next one coming up and be ready for that next one with equipment, with personnel, rather than only at that moment thinking, oh my, now we need some stuff, and starting to worry about how to get stuff there, and do we even have enough stuff. So I think that's the other bit that's worthwhile highlighting. But I completely agree that there would be definitely people who would say that. I just don't think it would be said necessarily in good faith of everything that is here, Cornelius.
Well, okay, but in the environment where there's a new presidential election on the horizon, and these debates are going to spin up severely, and support bases, I mean the deep-pocketed support bases for one faction or another in the U.S. landscape, political landscape, I think it's a question that is something that may not be wise to answer, and that would mean not sending F-16s, because politicians thrive on uncertainty, not certainty. And answers, firm commitments are quite often counterproductive. Anyway, that's just me and conspiracy. I'll bow out.
Thanks, Cornelius. Yeah, I concur that arguments would be being made or could be being made. I still maintain they wouldn't be made in. There's lots of political arguments not made in good faith. This wouldn't be the first one, obviously, right? Far from it. But nevertheless, I think it's still worth, when assessing them on their face or otherwise, it's worth saying whether they're something made in good faith or not. But yeah, Armadillo fella.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate and just the discussion here, and just kind of highlighting, tangible actions we can take to, beyond giving, beyond speaking and listening on Twitter, writing to the White House. I believe was it Dr. Menace who
Yes.
specifically? Okay, and thank you, Dr. Menace. I've just followed you as well, so I think this is great in the narrative that we're really highlighting this here today, and let's do it more in this space. I mean, we're great at giving the information. I will I'm gonna double down and and focus on my efforts to get back in touch with the representatives and with the White House and attempt persuasive arguments to convince this is in the best interest of the world, of Western democracies, and in the best interest of America to send the weapons Ukraine needs to win. So thank you guys for that. Thanks for reminding me what I need to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilafala. Robin.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to comment on that. I'm sorry, I didn't catch who it was. The previous speaker was talking about the dangers of sending F-16s and having the Ukrainians show how wonderful they are. You know, I think in all of these discussions, there has to be a balancing of importances. That is a purely speculative thing that might happen, might not. We have to balance that against the fact that Ukraine needs modern fighter aircraft to finish this war. Every day that we wait, more Ukrainians are being killed and tortured and maimed, and we just, you know, I honestly will fight about the F-35s after Ukraine has already won. I don't think it's even an issue that should be brought up at this point. Anyway, thanks. Slava Ukraini.
Slava, 100%, right? And I don't think Cornelius was arguing against that in the slightest, just highlighting some particular partial interests that were less than clear on that bit, who might be quite vocal. But yeah, I completely agree, Robin. Literally could not agree more. Daniel.
I will put my American pen and I say, even if you talk about F-16, imagine something you see coming from Ukrainian armed forces, an Akinji drone going to bomb Russian position, and Turkey becomes a deliverance of armed, very powerful drones. Because when they talk about B-2 Bayraktar, everybody says, just cheap drones, 5 million, they are not so competitive like, you know, I'm in MriyaReport. But something is happening on this low-cost market. And if Turkey gets a big part of the pie, and they already depending on Ukraine for engines, I think America must be proud and don't let a guy like Erdogan to take that place.
And that's a really funny one. You know, that test of air-to-air missiles off of the Akinci, when was that? About a month ago, maybe? That's a funny one, isn't it? You know, sometimes doing like Nike and just doing it would really be the way to go. When that happened, I thought, yeah, there's actually a threat. There's actually a genuine threat of something else taking over as the just barely maybe good enough for some applications, solution. And that's really what Ukraine is going for, because they're very much in the space of, we just need everything, literally everything. Anything that will do is, you know, useful. Somebody on Twitter about a week ago brought up the Croatian War of Independence and how they just used everything they had and whatever they had because they had to, because they didn't have any other choice. And here, you know, it's a very useful point to be making, because Ukrainians are using what? They're using a whole lot of things they captured off of the Russians. Would they ideally be using that? Would Americans ever use stuff they captured off of the Russians if they were fighting? No, because they have enough of their own stuff. And they, you know, have the Bradleys and the Abrams in large numbers, and they wouldn't even think of it. They drag them off somewhere and maybe go for a joyride in one at a point if it worked well enough. But that'd be about it, because they would have, you know, space and opportunity for that. But Ukraine doesn't. And it was, I think, a really good comparison. So anything that will work well enough will be used, period, right? I mean,
Another thing. because we talk about politician perception, public perception. Apple, which is former pilot, right? You know, one, two things about F-16, F-18, Eurofighter, and he will tell me, okay, these planes are wondrous, are extraordinary, they are great, they are, you cannot use Akinji or B2 to be the, I don't know, replacement for these wonders of air supremacy or multi-role fighter or things like that. But when you talk about politics, you talk about perception. And the perception will be, look, the small player south of Ukraine, Turkey, via son-in-law, Mr. Baikar, they build aerial assets which are useful, which are using bombs, rockets, and missiles. And Akinji has a payload of 1 ton under the wings and 400 kilograms internal. And imagine UK delivers to Ukraine one long-range missile, which will be launched by an Akinji, and will be a great success. Yeah, advertising. And in this moment, America will look and say, why we don't approve the 16th to Ukraine? Why these guys will get another big piece of the pie? Why we are not there with more expensive, more capable aerial assets? And people will say, oh, they are different, drones are different than piloted planes. All right, but politicians are not so subtle. I think better bet on patriotic and desire to be the best of Americans than just go practical like traditional trade-oriented Americans of 100 years ago.
And they are no substitute. But it's kind of like, imagine you're in an outdoor court and you're playing basketball, and there's bits shards of glass on the floor, and you don't have sporting footwear with you of any sorts, but you have some sandals, and it's still going to be a lot better to go there and play in sandals than it would be barefoot, because then lots of shards of glass would end up in your feet, and at least that doesn't happen. And that is the real consideration, that if they don't get F-16s or Eurofighters or FA-18s or whatever, anything that's actually the thing that they need, and they end up using the Akinji, well,
I wonder why Turks want so much to work with Ukrainians. First time I heard something like, okay, they are just opportunistic like all their history, and they are oriented on business. And Mr. Baikar is a different kind of people than his father-in-law. But maybe it's much more than that. For example, the engine. Turks never will make motor pitch engine. And Ukrainians are great on that. And if Elon Musk needs for Raptor engine Russian technology, maybe, just maybe, Americans will look more and imagine they are good engines and they are not Pratt and Whitney and Rolls-Royce.
could be something as simple as that. But I think it's a lot more than that. and I think it's beyond just engines. It's going to go at least one level lower. G, go ahead, and we're going to do a little bit of a switch around here. Go ahead. G-Man.
Do you think he's like just running the bath? Can't hear us.
Maybe you call on him. Maybe he can hear me.
G-Man, are you there? Sydney?
Hello, sorry. Were you calling me?
We were.
Well, I'm here now. Oops, I've just taken a screenshot. Silly me. Just was looking at the nest there before I come up, and Daniel had posted a thing about the UK, MOD UK, looking for a long-range missile for Ukraine, and I thought, oh, it's a bit strange. I thought we had one, which we had already donated, which was Storm Shadow. So I'm going to have it on a week. I posted something else up onto the nest, just with a video of Storm Shadow. It's either Storm Shadow in the UK or Scalp in France. This is a British-French joint venture. As far as I know, it's got a range of up to 400 kilometers. So sounds like it's pretty ideal. But anybody, I'm pretty sure it was one of the things that the UK had donated, but I haven't heard of it being used yet. Not that they would tell me.
Well, and neither have we at the moment. I think there were 3 things that it could have been, and it was narrowed down to the Storm Shadow. But as you can tell by the news that's coming out today, that there's not loads of information about it. It may not have actually taken place yet. It's all very good to pay lip service and to suggest these things. For some reason, I cannot bring any speakers up, which is always fun. Oh, hang on. No, some of them have worked. That's better. I think Doman has the full story. Here we go.
Yeah, we assumed it was the Storm Shadow, G-Man, because it said longer range fires, but there just weren't any longer range fires forthcoming. And 2 of them were submarine based, so that was kind of out of the question of what the UK publicly had in stock. And the 3rd one was the Storm Shadow. But now it's making me think as though it's as though this was the plan all along, get a new procurement in. But there you go. Could be. I'm very disappointed if it is this 2.5 months later, the tendering process starting.
I know. Well, time will tell. I wish we had it now, of course, but time will tell.
Well, that's it. Unfortunately, like with everything, we have to be patient, and it's just something else that we have to wait for. I have a new co-host. Hopefully, everything is well with his audio. Good evening, Em.
Good evening, Markers. Audio is good. Good evening, everyone.
Excellent. So that's always a good start if the audio works. Right. So, with regards to what Ukraine's receiving, there's a lot of words, aren't there? We've seen certainly great deal of that kit provided, but there is always the suggestion that maybe they are receiving these things and they're just not needing them right now, or just not wanting to use them right now. You never know. There are always things we don't know about, I'm sure. Armadillo, go ahead.
Thank you for bringing me back up. I was working on a little project. No, I need to be careful. I am driving, and at least in Texas, we can use our hands free carefully. But to press that talk button, you do have to touch your phone briefly, right? So, but I was just driving around and I said, you know what, why don't I go ahead and compose a new letter, an updated letter to my representatives and to the White House. So I put something together. I'm going to pick up one of my kids, so I probably shouldn't read it back to you guys now, but I can sit on that for a bit, and when I get stopped, I could read it to you guys if you're interested, and maybe you could give me some pointers or critique it as well.
Yeah, please don't die on the road as a result of speaking to us.
I'm going in the slow lane. I'm not trying to pass anyone, so being as careful as I can to and like I say, I won't read it while I'm driving. That would be a very bad idea. So
Yeah, you save that until later, but thank you anyway. Now, I don't know if you've heard my friend David Brookfield speaking quite a lot about the issue of sports and the fact that sports is political. It's used as a soft power political tool by Russia, and us being all sort of namby-pamby about sports at the moment isn't giving out the right message, and also it's sort of it's allowing them to continue with the same thing that they've been doing for a long time. So apparently this is just two sports related stories for you relating to Russia. So India's Narcotics Control Bureau busted an international drug cartel in Goa. 2 Russians were arrested. One of them reported to be 59-year-old Svetlana Varganova, who was a silver medalist in breaststroke at the 1980 Olympics. Bit of a tenuous link, but still, sports. And 2 of Russia's top 3 artistic gymnasts have accepted an invitation to watch the forthcoming military parade in Moscow. So they got an invite, but apparently Prigozhin did not. But their coach says that they will be sat in the VIP section near Putin, and no doubt will be really enjoying themselves. Perhaps if it doesn't rain, the cardboard tanks will still look good. I've also been plying David with sports things all day to make him really furious, so that when he comes on at some point later, he will have things to grump about, because there's things going on, such as the World Judo Championship. Ukraine have made the decision now to boycott the championship because of the inclusion of Russian and Belarusian athletes. They had hoped that it wouldn't come to this, but the coach of the Ukrainian team stated, unfortunately, Russian rubles won. He also drew attention to the fact that the International Judo Federation did not check the athletes who entered the application for the World Championships from the Russian Federation. Amongst them are a number of representatives from the Army Central Sports Club. And the recommendations of the IOC dated March 28, 23, it was stated that athletes with contracts with the armed forces of Russia or Belarus should not be allowed to compete. And yet these people have. I'm sure that David will be fuming because that sort of moral issue is something that really bothers him, and I can understand why. Adam, you've popped your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, geez, that was fast.
Mic check. Dobrý ráno.
I don't mess about. I've got more things to tell you, but by all means, go ahead.
I was just going to ask a question of any Canadian listeners about NHL hockey in light of this sports stuff, but it can wait.
Well, there has been a lot of press, good press, with regards to the teams trying to include some Ukrainian influence, but also that there's some Russians, aren't there? And I think there's a particular guy. His surname begins with an O, and he's particularly egregious. And there's going to be people like this in every sport, I would imagine, at the moment. Most of these neutral Russian athletes are usually connected in some way to propaganda and sometimes directly to the army themselves. So yeah, it's something that normal sports people wouldn't usually be a member of the armed forces. They wouldn't go doing propaganda videos for the army, so it's something that, because it's not in our culture, I think we sort of disregard it as not a big issue, but it is something that a lot of people see right through that it is it's a soft power. It's a way of presenting their greatness, especially to their own people. And why should we give them that opportunity? Martin, welcome.
Good morning from here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Mockers, and Em, and everyone else who's listening from around the world on the indispensable MriyaReport, 24/7, 365 days of wonderful, important, necessary, I'm just being hyperbolic now, news on Russia's illegal war of aggression and genocide against Ukraine, which Ukraine will win overwhelmingly once the counteroffensive begins in full and Slava Ukraini. Just regarding the gentleman who asked about the NHL, what's the question? Because as a big sports fan, in particular hockey, and I follow the NHL closely, I was curious to know what his question was regarding, I suppose it was Russian players in the NHL?
No, it was more of a question of other Canadians in this time.
Yeah, that's me.
I know, Martin.
Yeah.
Actually, we follow each other on some of my other NAFO-y accounts. This is my in real life person account. It's nice to meet you again.
Yeah,
I
you
just
too.
followed you with
True
this
North.
account I thought I had already, but
True North, strong and free.
yeah. So it's playoff fever time, and
Yeah.
Canada is engulfed. And I know
Yeah.
your beloved Jets, who I always root for unless they're playing against my Oilers.
Well, hey, congratulations, you guys! You won yesterday. You're now into the second round.
Yeah, right. But I'm conflicted, and because of the and the NHL's done some good stuff, and I think there was a hockey expert who actually knows Ovechkin that was speaking on the space a few days ago or maybe last week, and I can't recall his name right now, and he said a bunch of things, and he had a lot of criticism for the NHL's response, which I already felt during the season, and I was not really watching. I was just actually listening to MriyaReport way too much to watch hockey this season, and I couldn't really because Orkvechkin was playing. I just came up with that on the top of my head. I'm gonna PM that right now.
Oh,
Or Kvechkin.
right
here, right
Oh,
now,
sorry.
Thank you very much. But I was just going to say that I'm conflicted right now because my city and my country is engulfed with this, and it's actually the first time that the Leafs have made it past the first round in 19 years, and they broke a little bit of a curse. So Canada's buzzing right now with hockey things. But I was just wanted to ask other Canadians, like specifically you, Martin, because we've spoken so much on the space before, if you're also conflicted with it.
Yeah, I am. No doubt about it. I'm, the speaker you were mentioning was Slava Malamud, or Malamuth, who was on, I think it was a couple weeks ago. He's an ex-Soviet Russian who lives in Baltimore, and I was listening intently to him while he was being interviewed. And I did have my hand up to ask a question at the time, but unfortunately I wasn't brought up to speak to ask that question. Nevertheless, there is confliction, of course, because I support obviously Ukraine in this illegal war of genocide that's being carried out by Muscovy. And I see some of these players in the NHL who, as you said, or as implied at least, are benefiting. Some of these the Russian players are benefiting from the largesse of their contracts and the adulation that they receive from their fans. And I see. I'm blabbing and I'm rambling a bit, but I see hockey, and I always have hockey and sports in general, as part of the greater society. It's an intrinsic part of our culture. And as Axel says, I hope I'm not making too bold of a statement, but as Axel always says, everything stems from culture, or words to that effect. And so you can't exclude our beloved national winter sport and what's happening in the NHL with a number of these players that we're discussing, or at least referencing. So I hope that makes some sense. I'm a huge Sidney Crosby fan, so he's my boy. Has been since junior days, and as to that rivalry with Ovi, I'm just not a fan of his at all, for a number of reasons. Full measure to his hockey abilities, okay, but I think that the NHL could do more. Let's put it that way. That to support Ukraine and come down firmly on the side of what's right. Does that make sense?
It does and it doesn't, Martin. It does and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Ovechkin should be called out. He openly supports Putin.
Kvechkin.
He funds a youth organization. He funds a youth organization in Russia. He has managed to get funds there in time prior to the invasion. He knew of the invasion. He's been briefed. He's friends with him. He still supports him. He openly courts him. And he tries to move the needle by either instilling passivity into those who follow one of the major North American pastimes, or worse, shores of support for those who are still eternal Russians. That cannot be tolerated. This is just completely insane. I'm not saying that he should be incarcerated like the Japanese in the Second World War, and we could have a constitutional law debate about this if you like. But this is pretty insane.
Yes, you're right, Axel. And I've, as a matter of fact, earlier this year, the Toronto Sun had an editorial in which they said, because the Capitals, the team that Ovechkin plays for, was coming up to play the Leafs in Toronto, and they said something along those lines, and they said, don't let him into the country, sanction him, or words to that effect. And I said, yeah, absolutely, exactly. So you're bang on.
What stops Canada from not making exceptions? Because other people who aided and abet Putin are being sanctioned by Canada. My friend Alex Backus, our dearly beloved colleague, Melanie, they all have been sanctioned by the Russians. So if they, who are not big media celebrities, but they are amongst those righteous who have either fought for, supported the fight, educated people, and now, since the illegal invasion, simply stood up and organized logistics. If they can be sanctioned by Russia, can we not finally, please, get some, cojones and sanction this bastard?
Yeah, you're right. Don't disagree at all. Don't disagree at all.
The funny thing is, if Canada puts him on the sanctions list, the NHL participating owners can't allow him to be paid.
Let me just say, just take it slightly, and I'm sorry for monopolizing the space with this, but it relates. And I mentioned it earlier. Back in January, the owners of the Winnipeg Jets did, and they've been quite supportive of Ukraine and Ukrainian community. They did allow the Canada Life Centre, our major downtown arena where the Jets play and concerts are held, all sorts of things. They had a game between the Ukrainian national under-25 men's team, who were touring Western Canada and playing different university teams, and the University of Manitoba Bisons, and there was a substantial crowd there. And of course, my partner Jen and I were at that game, and so I think that the NHL, if they really were serious as a league, they could help Ukraine rebuild its sports facilities, not just hockey arenas, but its sports facilities, and say, we're going to do this. We're going to help support and fund the rebuild of athletic sites in Ukraine. That's just an idea I have. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll drop down to speaker. And Slava Ukraini, and please retweet this site. It's just the most essential, indispensable site for updated and accurate news about Ukraine. And thank you very much. And go Oilers, go.
I cannot possibly comment on the Oilers. I believe that Minella was next. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, all good.
Awesome. I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your hard work and efforts and your energy that you input into this channel, and that you provide vital information and teach on history, as well as welcome a lot of different speakers from different backgrounds, including those afflicted at wars right now. I just want to say I appreciate everything you do, and that's basically why I wanted to speak today.
Oh, thank you very much. It's lovely to hear from people who do. And we try our best, is all I can say. We try. Leslie, I believe you were next.
Hello, mic check.
Mike is not here, but you are.
All right, mockers. I grew up in Toronto, still growing up other places, Toronto, and the Leafs. Any Leafs fan now is like losing their mind. Thanks for the question, Chris. Because and Winnipeg are there. the last time that they were ever in the finals or any type of playoff. Okay, playoff for the Stanley Cup, 19 years. Winning the cup or in the Stanley Cup Finals, 1967. They are the longest standing drought of any NHL team. So anyway, I'm really, really happy it happened. It's been so long, the struggle and I know it's like, I mean, what is hockey now compared to the atrocities that are happening in the world? But it is nice to see some positive energy and happiness and cheering for a team, and they could just have some really good players on there, good management. So that's all I wanted to say. And Slava Ukraini.
Hello and Slava. Now, Cornelius and Adam, I never saw who put your hand up first. Now, you could arm wrestle, or I could just go with Cornelius.
I've heard that guy. I'm not going to arm wrestle him. I'm just going to get him first. He sounds real tough.
Adam was up. I'd smoke you in the arm wrestle. Actually, I'm kidding. You go ahead, Adam.
That's what I was saying. I don't want to arm wrestle.
Alphabetical order. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just repeat the question. Well, no, I'd repeat the question to Leslie. Are you feeling conflicted? Have you felt conflicted about it with Ovechkin, TM, playing during the season? The only reason I could start watching in the playoffs was because the Capitals aren't in it, and he's not gaining more points towards his goal. And just to answer Axel's question of why Canada wouldn't sanction Ovechkin is easy for me to see, is that no Canadian politician wants to touch hockey in this country. They don't want to be seen to touch hockey. There would be an outcry, and I would welcome it. And I'm not saying that I don't think the government should do it, and it's a good idea of something that I can do as a Canadian, because I've been thinking about it lots with all the talk on the space about House Resolution 302, I think it is, in the United States. But I just wanted to, so I think I'm going to write a letter to my federal government about that, or two, this weekend, because I think it would rock the boat. And I don't know if they'll do it, but they, hopefully would cave to a lot of pressure from our other Canadian listeners. And I would repeat the question to any Canadians coming up to answer, Bloke and Cornelius, are you feeling conflicted about the playoffs this year?
So I won't skip a beat here. I'm conflicted. Not necessarily about the playoffs. I mean, I'm conflicted in the sense that Toronto might actually have a chance. That's a conflict in itself. Go Oilers. The Mockers, you must know all about the Oilers, because that's like Yorkshire's favorite team in the hockey league. Anyway, back to a serious note. I was following this sort of logic as well. I mean, what do you do about Russian hockey players? Because there's lots of them. Ovechkin's just a shining example, albeit one that's based in the Washington, with the Washington Capitals. Not really a Canadian sort of base of argument, but I started thinking to myself, okay, so if you want to sanction people, on what basis would you do it? How would you select who to sanction, why you would sanction them? I mean, Ovechkin is a good glaring example. If he openly supports Putin and that regime's goals and the invasion and the injustices, I mean, there's a lot to be said for sanctioning him. What about one of my kids' old music teachers, who was a Russian who taught music, very quiet and polite, and it doesn't make sense. How would I apply these things? And then I realized I was going down that path that used to be called McCarthyism. We actually had in North America, in United States mostly. We had the Red Scare back in, what was it, the 50s, late 40s, early 50s, where there was a sanctioned program which would investigate people's loyalties and go into details, and it reached right down into the fabric of society. And I don't know how it would be revived into a palatable form that's based in the 2000s as opposed to the mid 50s, because that is essentially where this leads, as far as I can tell. And I don't know if anybody's got the stomach for a revived McCarthyism. Anyway, I'll leave that with you.
In my opinion, I always go with people's actions, not words. So, somebody could tell you anything. To be fair, under the right sort of duress or with the right sort of incentive, you could agree to anything. So, it's a situation where I think it's deeds, not words, and we have to go with deeds, not words. And if somebody is openly supporting the regime, that's deeds. That's not just words. He's there representing them. I'm proud to do so as well. So good for him, but it's not a great look. Bloke, I believe you were next.
Yeah, so there's so many different subjects here. Yeah, I'm just to let you know, conflicted, but only in the sense that I have to cheer for the Oilers this year because it can't be Toronto. And that's just the way it's going to be. But on a more serious note, Cornelius, first thing I'd like to address is the fear of McCarthyism. So there's a difference between the rule of law and what happened during the McCarthy era, which fell outside of the rule of law in many instances. What we're talking about here is that there is an invasion, Russia is under sanction, and those sanctions should be applied, right? So it's not the same in that sense. As long as we follow the rule of law, that's the most important thing, right? And then the second thing is, let's set aside the NHL for a moment and talk about what is something that is really far easier and more egregious, and that's Canadian players who are playing for the KHL in Russia. There are over 20 of them being paid large salaries in Russia. Now, if there's anything that's a clear violation of sanctions on Russia, that's it. There are no excuses for them, and that's something that would be fairly straightforward to implement, practically at this point for their own safety, honestly. But there is no way that a Canadian hockey player should be permitted to earn a salary and high salaries in Russia. So let's go after them first. There's a list. I have it. It was on my timeline many, many months ago. I will dig it up and send it out again. But that's absolutely something that we can do under the rule of law. Those players should be prevented. Finland did much better than we did. A lot of the Finnish players who used to play for Russia out of their own accord, or I believe through government intervention, no longer play in Russia. And the fact that we allow Canadian players to do this is an absolute disgrace. So let's focus our energies there. That's an easy one, and it should be a no-brainer. And those are my comments on the matter. Other than we shall see in the finals when the Leafs finally choke, as they always do, and Edmonton wins the cup.
There's them fighting words at the end.
No, because we're in the same team.
That's all right then.
Can I
I'll go
just
to,
tell a quick
I'll go
joke?
to,
A
if you
Habs
must.
fan
a Leafs fan and an Oilers fan walk into a space.
And what happens? Well, I can tell you what happens to the Leafs fan. He gets up to speak and manages to speak for at least a couple of rounds, and then chokes at the last minute and loses, and drops down. Okay, I'm making enemies here. I should shut up now about hockey. But can we all, Leslie? I can see you're not pleased. You must be. You must be a Leafs fan. My sympathies, my deepest sympathies. It must be really hard, but we feel for you. It's not your fault. You were convinced by, I don't know, other Leafs fans. You'll have to get over that misinformation and support another team eventually. But let's get behind the campaign of stopping Canadian players from playing in Russia. I think that everyone can get behind that, right? Can we have a thumbs up on that? Let's do it. I'll dig up the list. We'll get a campaign going and get them out of Russia. There's no way they should benefit and profit from that. Okay, I'm on it.
Excellent stuff. Pauli, go ahead.
Yeah, greetings from Finland and greetings, smokers. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I've only been here since 6 a.m, so I'm a little bit weary now, but all good.
Yeah, so it's a short day for you. Not long at all.
Yeah, just a short one.
Yeah, and you'll be here for, well, until Thomas Steiner stops, which will start at 9 o'clock and maybe finish at maybe 2 a.m.
Polly, don't worry about it.
Unfortunately, I
She'll
need to
be
go
here.
to bed.
She'll be here until I've finished cutting things.
All right. Yeah, so coming from Finland, I don't know much about ice hockey. Yeah, we're currently maybe back-to-back world champions now, the reigning one. But I would say that in many sports leagues, including football, the real football, not the hand football they play in US, you can get banned for less serious things. So I would just like to remind that these Ruski players, they should disclose that they are not supporting the regime, and they should maybe write a statement that they are against the war and they are against Ruskies getting the hell out of Ukraine and abiding the rule of law. That would be a good start. In my humble opinion, it is not enough that they just don't say anything, that they are not strong supporters. In many sports leagues, there are occasions that players have to abide to certain, just certain set of rules. Let's say with FIFA, you have to basically every player and every team has to abide that they don't support racism. And in my books, the thing that's happening in Ukraine, it's at least on the same line. So as an attorney, I see dozens and dozens of possibilities to kick the Ruskies out of NHL. It's more of like just how they would justify it. It's like you have to understand that playing ice hockey and be a millionaire, it's not a fundamental human right. It's like people get too carried away that we must protect NHL players at all costs. That's the most stupid thing you can have. So it's just about the political will of NHL, just making up their minds and saying that enough is enough. They either have to find their balls or they will not play. And that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Polly. Cornelius and Adam, it's between you two again, and I'm going to go alphabetical order rather than force you to fight over it. So, Adam, go ahead.
Thanks. I would just say I 100% agree with Paulie. The NHL is being weakened. They're the ones who, and just to prevent any idea of McCarthyism, it's actually their corporate responsibility to do something about Ovechkin, but they don't want to because he's about to break Gretzky's record and is a lifetime Edmontonian and Edmonton Oilers fan. I was heartbroken to hear that Wayne Gretzky 100% stands by this decision. And I would also push back on the McCarthyism argument because it's financial. And just like Paulie said, there's lots of legal, by the book instruments by which he could be sanctioned and not allowed to travel into Canada because of his financial connections directly to Putin and his personal connections directly to Putin. And the fact that he could be used and is probably being used to launder oligarch money, connections to international crime syndicates. There's so much, and they're just not doing it. And I think that since the NHL predictably has not stood up to Ovechkin, that it behooves our government to. And as a side note, I would like to say thanks, bloke. You blew my mind. I did not know that Canadian players are still playing in the KHL, and there's another letter for me to write. And I'm gotta leave the space now. I love you guys. Retweet the space. Donate to Rubige. And here's me going to go make an Orkvechkin meme. Stay tuned.
Can I jump in, Mockers? I fat fingered my my thumbs up there and lost
Hold on.
lost my
Hold on.
privilege. So, bloke, you have proposed that Canada put its foot down and pull back its Russian players, or sorry, it's Russia-based Canadian players. And I thought, yeah, that sounds good. But then I realized that they're paying Canadians hard currency to play hockey. Basically, they're not the Canadians aren't producing any munitions. In fact, what they're doing is every dollar paid to a Canadian player is a dollar that's not getting invested in by Russia into weapon systems. I'm not sure that pulling the Canadian players back, except in the sense that it would promote their safety and well-being. I'm not sure it would actually have a net benefit unless there is maybe some sort of morale or example benefit to be accrued.
Well, that's it's a moral stance. So first of all, okay, let's go down the list of why this has to be done. First of all, you're not supposed to be doing business in Russia, period. Like we're not supposed to be investing in Russia. And that's what this is. This is a way for the KHL's business to be flourishing. That's why they want these players, right? That's why they're paying them. So this is absolutely supporting the Russia regime. It's working against sanctions. They've been kicked out of football, for example, or soccer, Formula One, a number of other sports. There is no reason that these same sanctions should not be applied to Canadians doing business, because that's what this is, doing business in Russia. It's a clear moral choice, and it's being consistent with the application of the law. That's why I think this is absolutely morally the correct thing to do. So it's it's not true that they're not benefiting. You don't hire an employee unless you're planning on making a profit out of it, and that's exactly what the KHL is. It's a business like anything else, and it has propaganda value, and this is support of Russia. So that's why I think these players should be told that they are not permitted to do business in Russia. It seems very straightforward to me.
Yeah, I can see that. Actually, it occurs to me that by pulling them out of that league mid stride, assuming they're in some stage of their season's hockey exhibition delivery, pulling them back mid stride would send a message to the audiences and the teams there that there is a significant international disapproval. So that may well
Exactly.
be worth the cost.
Yeah. And
Okay, good.
actually,
Thanks.
even like the last on the list is even actually probably for their own protection, but I'm less concerned with that because I think they're assholes anyway for playing there in the first place. But also for their own, sorry for the language, but also for their own protection, because
Oh yeah, they could end up in the Russian military by a decree next week.
or in jail as people end up in Russia. So anyway, that's it seems like a no-brainer to me.
Finance, I believe you were next.
Yeah, no, sorry, you're catching me making some breakfast here. I just sent you an article on this exact topic for the Nest. Apparently, only the late retired great goalie Dominik Hasek is calling out Ovechkin specifically and Russian players in general, saying that they should be suspended from playing in the NHL. And I want to point out that we have Bloke and I guess other Canadians, I don't see any other Canadians here, that when they're pointing out that hockey is not a universal human right, I actually thought that was in the Constitution of Canada as a universal human right. As far as I understand, y'all are born on skates, like you get those at birth.
No, it's more like military service. You're sort of required to play, growing up until you're deemed ineligible for the NHL, then you're released.
I'm not sure about the release part. Every Canadian I know just seems to keep playing, even when they're down here in the States. No hate. I played hockey for a decade. I just don't have knees anymore. It's a great sport, but I think the point's well received, and I think it's pretty sad that we only seem to have one NHL retired player weighing in on this. I completely agree with your point that it has huge propaganda purposes. We know this because Russia clearly pushes the huge propaganda purposes with Ovechkin himself, and their use of these things. In 2014, when asked about the then invasion of Ukraine, which to be fair is still going on, so I guess we call it the now invasion of Ukraine. Besides trying to stay out of it, saying he's an athlete, not a politician, Ovechkin was quoted as saying, like, I'm Russian, right? So we know where he sides. He refers to Putin as his president. He carries the man's water. He's in Russia, I think, right now. So I don't know why this is so hard. Like, the fact that people want to see the guy score more goals is a good reason not to ban a man with ties to the most public face of genocide in the world right now is pretty sad, and that's not a good look for us here in the States.
I said before, it's not a good look, is it? It certainly isn't. Everybody, I will bid you adieu because the lovely David is going to take over from me. And in the meantime, please go, Michelle.
Thanks so much, Mockers. It's nice to see you, and it's nice to see you as well, Em. I heard hockey, so I had to come up here and say something. Finance, I think I was on skates when I was 3 or 4, so I was always told I was probably skating before I was actually walking or running. So you're right, most Canadians at least know how to skate. I don't think I do play a little bit of hockey. I'm terrible though, but I was a figure skater, so I'm probably better at that. I actually didn't realize, Bloke, that there were so many Canadians that play in the KHL. And I just looked it up. We actually have the most number of players from any other country or from any country that are playing in the KHL. And when you first talked about the KHL, I was thinking, okay, the problem is these young kids, most of them have been handheld their entire life, whether it was going through the minors, then maybe playing professional hockey in some other league. Most of them never made it to the NHL. Some of them did, and then probably played in the KHL or in other organizations after. So then the question goes to, with some of them, do we keep? And this is just me saying this because I do believe that politics, especially with this conflict, definitely needs to be a major issue. So how would this work? Like, I think the NHL has to take a bigger stance, and especially with OV, I think maybe Panarin has been the only person that's been a bit outspoken against the Putin regime. I think we have heard many stories or instances where perhaps Ovi's family has been impacted and so on. Who knows whether that's true or not? I think the NHL needs to put a way, or actually make a bigger role, play a bigger role in this entire situation. They've been pretty silent. The KHL, from what the players are saying, there hasn't been any assurances in regards to their safety. So I don't know. It's a really tough one. I'm not sure what to do. I think maybe the Canadian government needs to take more of a stand, but I'm not sure how we do that. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that. Oh, actually, he dropped. So, oh, maybe Bloke's still there unless he's a ghost for me. But anyways, I'm just curious to see how that would all pan out.
If no one's got anything, if no one's got an answer for that, I'll add a little bit, Michelle, because so whilst I was only listening in part of the way, I was listening for a bit, and what really interests me is the parallels there are with Wimbledon, and what is or isn't being done about sports people in the professional sports. So interestingly, you were asking, so I'm firmly of the belief that the United Kingdom, the country, should take a stand. At the moment, we know that Wimbledon has lost its morality balls. They've somewhere been kicked around by kids in the streets, and they're not doing the right thing. So the country needs to take it out of their hands and go, here we are. And countries can do these things. As I said, there is no human rights for you to play a particular sport and to earn your money from it, right? And there aren't human rights if you're sort of human rights. I was going to say, I nearly said human rights go out the window when wars are on. It isn't quite how I meant it, but I think you will understand what I meant. Human rights to go and for someone of a country who has started war with someone, go off and do whatever they like. Well, that isn't where it is. So interestingly, yeah, and I see you put your hand up. So interestingly, and I can't remember who was it who DM'd me, but they DM'd me a response that came back from the MP, who basically said, a British a member of Parliament, who basically said along the lines of, "There's nothing we can do." Well, there is. We're a country, right? But you might be able to do something if we can prove propaganda. So it's interesting that they're trying to put it on us to prove stuff and go, it's our problem, but it's not our problem, is it? It's our country's problem, and that's very interesting. I mean, and no one's defined what they mean by propaganda. I would suggest that if they've even met Putin or they've had something in it about Putin, that would be defined as propaganda. But anyway, I'll go back to you, Michelle. I've got more to rant about this, but let's and Finance has got his hand up, but let's go back to you and see what you're going to say.
Actually, I really love what you said, because you're right. I think it comes down to the country. Because sometimes I look at these young kids, and we have a couple superstars on the Canucks, Podkolzin and Kuzmenko, and they're 18, 19, 20, 21. I know that a lot of them, especially when they come over from another country, or even our own Canadians, their hand is held from such a young age, even through for example, through immigration, when they're coming from, say, Finland or Sweden, and they're coming to Canada to start the season. they have no clue what's going on. They're told, show up at the airport, someone from immigration will meet you there, will take you through, and it continues. So they're given a condo. Like they really have no clue what's going on in the outside world, because their entire life revolves around hockey. So how do we, and I'm not saying that's an excuse at all, but how do we make, I guess it's the country, accountable and still protect these young kids? I don't know. Like, I think I go back and forth. It's easy for me to have like a strong stance against Russia, mentally and theoretically, but yet when it comes to the day to day and these like impressionable young kids that are trying to make a living, yes, they're superstars, and yes, they're going to make a shitload of money. Oh, excuse my language, a lot of money. But they're still young kids that are impressionable.
And I'm 100% with you in some ways. Look, the thing is, as you say, if you come over, we'll have the same problem if it was soccer. You'll get 10, 12-year-olds who have been given sort of youth contracts and the rest of it, and they're put up in a house their parents had put up, and they're chaperoned. The money manager looks after them, and they will do certain things. But there is a difference at the point where you become an adult, isn't there? Right. So we can. It sort of obfuscates their responsibilities to life, right? So, and they can't completely get away with it. If you go and shake hands with a war criminal, then that's really a statement about you. And doing it because it will make you a bit more money, which is why they do it, probably isn't something that they should be using. But yeah, look, the thing is that the country can make decisions, but they're not making these decisions because there are people with very deep pockets who don't want these decisions to be made, right? Let's be clear about this. The owners of the clubs don't want this to happen, right? Because if the owners of the clubs wanted it to happen, they would have done it themselves. Right? And herein lies the problem. We have, for whatever reason, in the 39, the 83 years or whatever, the world has changed. We had countries that did make, although there were still geopolitics and these, and made moral decisions. This is what we're going to do, and the people there went ahead with it, right? But now we seem to be conflating many things, right? Conflating the people who go, but I've got my right to make my money, right? And then yes, I can carry on doing this. The Orchans of the world. Look, we know that Renault carried on making vehicles for the Wehrmacht, but in most countries, the UK didn't carry on doing business with Germany. Whilst things were starting, it just instantly ceased contact. But now there seems to be very, very wealthy people who want to carry on doing that and see that that nationality doesn't come into it. Maybe it's because countries have it's not countries, companies have become so big and often see themselves as bigger than a nation, right? And we see that in the way some companies behave. I mean, the Googles of the world, the Facebooks of the world, they have their earnings are bigger than many countries, but they shouldn't be able to use their lawfare and the rest of it to get their own rights. It should be a case of making moral decisions about these things. I'll go on to it, but I can see finance has got something. Let's go to you, because I think there's a lot of mileage here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, briefly, I can't say it to Michelle's earlier point. Can't say I'm surprised on that Canadians are the most populated nationality in any hockey league. If you want hockey players, you go to Canada. If you want American football players, you go to Texas. If you want cricket players, you go to Britain, India, Australia, and probably India first. But yeah, hockey is like, what y'all do up there. So that's where you're going to get the hockey players. So if anyone wants to make a stand on hockey players going internationally, that's going to be a y'all thing. That said, yeah, no, I have zero sympathy, quite frankly, for young knuckleheads who are shielded from realities of life and party a whole lot. Because as a former young knuckleheaded athlete, we aren't totally ignorant of the world when we're young knuckleheads. And to be quite frank and quite brutal, we on this space, and I do mean all of us, I'm looking at us on the panel, and especially for Lane, but even us who are not, have Ukrainian friends younger, especially than Ovechkin, but even the younger knuckleheads playing professional hockey who have died in Ukraine fighting the Russian terrorists. So I have zero sympathy for the people who are representing or attempting to represent positively a literal genocidal cause that's actually killing while their nation goes and commits genocide in Ukraine. So that's sort of my feeling on it, and I wish we would have that be the moral clarity that every time, Ovechkin goes back to Russia and sits and gets a presser in a hockey game or gets a smooch from Putin, we just put a picture of a massacre right next to that.
Yeah, we do, and there's the problem. It's just strange, isn't it? How our governments aren't making a stand about this. I know. Look at so I was competing quite late in my life. I've been competing for a very long time, but then I took on the sport seriously a lot later. But I do know that if something like this had happened, and I'd gone, I'm going to go. I don't know. Let's just say it didn't happen. Let's just say, for instance, a full-scale war had happened with France, right? And I had gone to do something with France. My family would have, I'd have been excommunicated. And it's interesting, isn't it, how these things aren't happening. Now I can see we've got loads of hands up here. So Kerry's had a hand up for ages. Kerry, is it the sport? Is it sport you want to talk about?
It is in a way. So
what do you mean by in a way?
No, in a way. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. That's why I said,
okay,
yeah,
good.
what do you mean by in a way? Right. So,
okay. So my phone died earlier, which is why I wasn't on for a little while. However, it's all about leadership for me. It rolls into the conversation we were having before my phone died. And then again, it's about leadership. So pretty much feels like, and this is both in terms of the businesses, in terms of politicians, other than the countries that are directly surrounding and affected by Russia, it feels like we're getting ready to clutch defeat from the jaws of victory. It's utterly insane the way that politicians, businesses, etc., are behaving at the moment. Biden wants to get re-elected. Various other politicians are at that point considering their future. Their one job. They have gone into this profession theoretically because they want to be leaders. They want to theoretically show leadership. But if you're going to be a bunch of pussies and not show a capability to lead, to make difficult decisions, you're in the wrong job. You either show leadership, get on with it, do what is morally right, or you step away and let somebody else who can show leadership step up to the plate. The only people I can see who are honouring that role at the moment, off the top of my head, Zelensky, 100%. Lithuania, leaders of Lithuania, Estonia, even Poland, I've got a few question marks at the moment. But you know what? If you can't lead, just get out the kitchen and let someone get in there who can take the heat. That was what I wanted to say generally.
Oh, great. I mean, it's a great remark. The thing is that everything comes down to, moral guidance, and all of these things come from the people above us and leadership. I completely agree with you there, Kerry. The abuses that happened to Abu Ghraib would not have happened if there was someone who was a leader who'd said no. If there had been an RSM there who'd gone, this is not happening on my watch, you, and you, brought in the RMPs etc., those abuses wouldn't have happened, and the problems that have resulted of that wouldn't have happened either, right? Some of these things happen with gang culture as well. Anyway, it was really, really, really good comment. Fellaine, we're going to go to Fellaine and then Carl, if that's okay with you. Fellaine.
Yes, hi guys. It's really cool to see you. I haven't seen you in a bit. I hope you've been well. The panel has been a blast. I've been listening as an audience and wanted to just come up for a bit. How have you been, guys?
We good.
Thanks, Elaine. My phone died, so like you, I've not been on for a bit, darling.
Gotcha. What's been on the agenda?
Oh, right. Okay. So we got Thomas Tyner coming on, but we've just been talking about sport, Fellaine, and how governments really need to man up, make decisions, and stop allowing corporations and very wealthy people to beat them up and push them around. Right. Part of the problem we were saying is that there's a complete lack of moral guidance and moral leadership and all the other things that we would expect from our governments. It's not happening, and we know it's not happening as a result of money.
Absolutely. I think like money changed people to the worst of their, consciousness and so on and so forth. But I think like Carl has something to say as well.
Yeah, I know. Carl.
Hi there. I don't know. Something's going wrong. I don't know if my phone's been hacked or something.
Is someone else talking instead of you?
Yeah, it seems to be. Yeah. No. I just want to say, I've been traveling here in Ukraine for a couple of days, and it's been pretty amazing. And I don't know if you noticed anything, but I'm actually speaking from Verlaine's phone right now. So we just wanted to, have a little bit of levity while we're here.
No, I had not noticed.
Okay. so good, but yeah, it's kind of such an honor, really, to be in Ukraine at this time. It's surreal, and it just makes me really thankful for everything that the space has done and all the other volunteers have done. Brings a tear to my eye. Though I feel that I've missed what's going on in the last week or so, so I don't know if anybody has a good summary, like a 2-minute summary of the most important events in the war in the last 2 weeks.
Gee, you can't do 2 weeks in a couple of minutes, Carl. You of all people should know that.
I mean, I can breathe him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fellaine, right? Please do that. I'll carry on with a little rant about sport, and when you've finished, I mean, the briefing's probably going to take you 90 minutes, isn't it?
Notice us speaking from different accounts, for God's sake. Like, how?
Because I'm doing other things.
Unforgiven.
Well, that's okay. I can cope with not being forgiven. I've not been forgiven for most of my life.
Yeah.
Joking aside, but we definitely messed someone's brain, I'm sure. Anyways, yeah, we just wanted to cheer someone up. We're here in Kyiv. Carl is safe and sound. His head seems intact. So far, so good. I'm gonna make sure that he's gonna continue with his journey as safe as possible. So massive hugs to you all. I'm gonna come up a little bit later with my normal self.
Brilliant. I've got a question for you though, Fellaine. Do you have hammock? Do you have hammocks in your flat? Because with about 20 people, it's either that or you've got triple bunk beds or something like that. There's so many people staying with you, and what's happening? Or have you gone, here's your 1 square meter and Carl curls up in a dog basket or something like that?
I have a chamber of secrets, and my wardrobe has another dimension to the box with dimensions.
It is the TARDIS. Is that what you were saying?
True story.
Exactly, it's bigger on the inside.
I have a quick question for Elaine before she drops, please.
Ask questions away of any question for Elaine. Well, I say any. If you do something bad, something bad will happen. But anyway, ask away.
Dobre din, Elaine. I wanted to make a trade at time of your choosing on the space. I will donate $100 to Rubij right now if I can hear you and your beautiful voice sing Czerwony Rutu sometime on the space. You don't have to do it right now. You can practice or whatever, but that would be lovely. And I would pledge $100 US, which is like $180 stupid.
Do it now, Elaine.
Adam, thank you so very much. That's really generous. I will need to get back a hold of my account because I'm going to be speaking as Carl as I do it right now. I can do it even now, like no worries. Carl. Swapped back. Yes. I'm going to be singing from TARDIS, I suppose. So you wanted Czerwona Ruta, right?
Yeah. Tak, дуже дякую.
Do you want the full one or a couple verses?
Just a couple verses. I know we're getting close to Tyner time.
Full version. Full version. I mean, it doesn't take an hour, does it? Go for the full version.
Okay.
Yeah, full version.
Full version. Okay. It's not big actually. Like yeah, I didn't have vocal warm-up, but I feel like I've laughed so much that I can do that. So I apologize if I mess it a little bit because I'm really like just happy seeing Carl and it's just amazing day. Okay, so Czerwona Ruta. It's a song about longing for someone, technically. And I probably will hear myself singing because I can hear Carl. Let me just get to the balcony. I hope I won't lock myself on. Carl, if something happens, I just lock myself on the balcony. Oh no. Okay. Sorry, Czerwona Ruta. And thank you once again, Adam, for just considering that. That means like a lot. So for 100, we're gonna buy 4 ballistic goggles. Or I will buy one proper multicam shirt for the bulletproof vest. Or I can buy a spare part for a drone. It's a lot. Thank you so much. Okay, Czerwona Ruta. Okay, Lord. Ти признайся мені, звідки в тебе ці чари? Я без тебе всі дні у полоні печалі. Може, десь у лісах ти чар зілля шукала, сонце руту знайшла і мене зчарувала. Червону руту не шукай вечорами, ти у мене єдина, тільки ти повір, бо твоя врода то є чистая вода, то є бистрая вода з синіх гір. Бачу я тебе в снах, у дібровах зелених, по забутих стежках. Ти приходиш до мене, і не треба нести мені квітку надії, бо давно вже ти увійшла в мої мрії. Червону руту не шукай вечорами, ти у мене єдина, тільки ти повір, бо твоя врода то є чистая вода, то є бистрая вода з синіх гір. Червону руту не шукай вечорами, ти у мене єдина, тільки ти повір, бо твоя врода то є чистая вода, то є бистрая вода з синіх гір.
Yay!
Thank you so much, Verlaine. You have a 43-year-old construction worker across the world teared up right now. I love you guys so much. And please follow me and DM me. Carl, we've spoken before. I have dates now. I'm going to Ukraine in September. I'm taking lessons to improve my grammatica. And I have a friend coming with me who's the CEO of a small company here, and he's trying to get us some sponsorship and things too. So I just want to come and help in whatever way. I'm good at building things, and but also chopping carrots or whatever. Yeah, DM me, and Jack you so much. I'm gonna go drop down and make a donation before Timerthon. Thank you so much, Verlaine. That was beautiful.
We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Verlaine. Wonderful. And now what you need to do is work out those harmonies, and if you need to contact Sophia, and then we can sort that out, can't we? Right. Okay. Wonderful. Is that a hand, Adam? Right. No, me. Is there more hands coming up? Jamie. I thought there might be a hand coming up. Jamie.
Verlaine, oh, you're connecting, aren't you? Is she connecting, or?
I think that probably means she's disconnecting.
Where are you going? No.
Well, you can still say what you were going to say.
I was gonna say, my cat just started purring and just looking at me adoringly, and I was melting too. That was gorgeous.
Yes, it was very good, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. All right. I'm gonna go back to listening.
Okay, then thank you. Yes, oh dear, what's happening? I'm getting loads of messages. I'm getting loads of messages from oh dear. Anyway, so I'm getting loads of DMs from strange people, right? They not listeners, by the way. It's not possible to be a listener and to be strange. But let's get back onto the subject of sport. Okay, wonderful. Finance.
Oh, I was just going to ask if you needed some Bitcoin for that massage, like all those messages are asking me.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly like that. Yes. Yeah. This is pretty much exactly that sort of conversation. I'm just going, where? At what point? And people go, where are you from? I go, it's in my profile. Anyway, yeah. So let's get back to sport, because it's a very serious thing, and I suspect it's going to be a big problem going forward. We have, as we said, governments that just seem to want to tread the middle road on this, which is just, to me, it's just astonishing how you could ever believe that you could run the middle road. I'll tell you a little bit more. I was supposed to. I've yet to do this, so that's going to be a late night for me. To be going through the text to go for I've even forgot the word now. Petition is the word I was thinking of. For a petition to go to the UK, get that wordage right, so we can actually get it discussed. Oh, finance.
Yeah, no, we may have killed the sports conversation pretty well. I think we've discussed it. I would end on a different sport, which is judo. International judo championships are happening, I don't know, soon. Can't say I've ever watched them, but I do know it's making news that the Russian and Belarusian athletes are invited and will be attending under a neutral banner. And that neutral banner means nothing when their athlete group includes veterans of the current war. So, like, literally terrorists who have been supporting the since 2022 terrorism will be participating in international sport, and we all know that's representing Russia and or Belarus in international sports competition. In the next few months, I think is when it's occurring. So I'd say that's where about the international world is on this. Yes, governments could do more. We could do more, and I don't just mean we, the people, we, the media. Right? There's a certain media aspect to this whole activity. Drawing light to it, pointing this out, making it clear that this is just unacceptable behavior in our countries. Like this is this is one of those things that I think is a broad failing on a sort of all level of society way here for us in the democratic nations of the world, and even the less democratic but still supportive of Ukraine nations of the world. And I'm not a fan.
No, I mean, here's the thing, right? So I actually, so I was trying to collect my thoughts. So I don't think we finished the bit on sport just yet, because there's quite a few things to go. So there'll be some people here who won't know what I'm currently doing with the petition. So for those of you who aren't sure, I've been running a campaign again versus the IOC. Yes, the big evil IOC. They've not changed since the days of Samaranch. It all changed when he came in, and it appears that he's had Olympic level training from the Russian fraudsters on how to take over an organization and manipulate it to your own ends. And I've been running a campaign which is more imminent and more important because of the imminency with Wimbledon, who took the decision last year. They took the decision to ban all Russian and Belarusian athletes. So that's very good. What they've done is they've fallen for the problems or for the threats from the ATP and the WTA. Right, it's important to say the ATP and the WTA are threatening to threatening to fine. Yes, no, exactly right. So look at it. Say the word. Yeah, if you don't do it, we're going to fine you, right? This is a little bit extraordinary, isn't it? So, oh yes, then we need to do it. We can't do it, and they essentially what they're really saying is, we're worried we won't be making any money out of this, and they're falling in line, which isn't right. It's incredible at the ATP and the WTA. I'm not surprised, though. I suspect the WTA has a very strong Russian backing, right, given the female players and their strength there. But Wimbledon could just go, look, here you are. This is the deal, right? We're not doing it. We are and this is important point, Wimbledon's point should be, we are the premier Grand Slam event of the year. That's it. You can't take that away from us. We've got it through our own right. The ATP didn't even exist when Wimbledon was the best tennis competition to be there, and there's a reason why the best tennis players in the world want to go, etc. So Wimbledon needs to grow some balls. As I said, they need to pick them off the ground where they're being kicked around by Russian kids, right? Put them back on and say, no, this is our stance. Our stance is this, right? If you want to, there's ways we can do it. We're not allowing these people to play, right? But if you want to and I think there's a threat that they may lose they may lose their the Grand Slam status. But I would just go, look, right, here's the thing. If you want to take the ability for the world's best players to win one of these cups, and if anyone's seen the Gold Cup, then excuse me, I'm losing control of my phone. Has anyone seen the Gold Cup for the men's? It's beautiful, right? If they want to take the ability for the world's best players to win that, or the lovely silver plate, white silver. I think they were being a bit cheap for the ladies, but it's still a beautiful plate. If they want to take that ability of the world's best players to not win it, then that's up to them. It will only harm tennis more. right? Because everyone will go, well, why is Wimbledon not in there? Well, and then Wimbledon goes, we took a stance against genocide, right? Eventually, that will go into people's consciousness about really what taking a stance is. I mean, look, if we're all clear about this, if Wimbledon had been on in 1945 or 1944, and the UK had invited or allowed German soldiers to, or Germans to come and compete, there would have been a "this does not compute" moment, right? And we need to be taking that stance as well. And I see we got some hands, not super hands, from the Peep Show. I think it was Shaggy, then Michelle, then Think Ethical. Shaggy.
Yeah, good afternoon, David. Hope you're well.
Yes, and we need to get that time sorted, don't we, Shaggy? I'm just reminding you.
It is. I've booked the space to start at 6:15. I've sent you an invite, and that's what I was going to say. Any mem makers who are listening, if you want to send me a DM, if you're available from, basically in 20 minutes time, up until Thomas Steiner starts, we're going to have a little Wimbledon discussion and brainstorming session. So send me a DM. And yeah, I just finished cleaning up 2 liters of washing up liquid leak in my bathroom, which takes ages because it just suds after suds after suds. Anyway, I'll stop moaning.
Thank you very much. Michelle?
Thanks so much, David. Actually, I have a question for Em, but I have to drop off right now. I'm just heading to play golf, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and so my question will be for Em.
Well, okay, ask it.
Okay, I'll ask it. First of all, I was just going to say, it's nice to see your face because usually you're a man of mystery, so we haven't had a chance to see your face too often. My question is around just what's happening right now in Sudan, and how what we're hearing is that the Wagner Group maybe helps back the RSF. I'm not entirely sure the connection there, but can you explain it to myself and the audience, just your thoughts on what's happening?
Right. So the RSF is still pretending to be leading a ceasefire or committing to a ceasefire where it's deploying and redeploying its forces across the country. The Sudanese armed forces are engaged in combat with them, and the RSF is either making its way to more government buildings as we speak, or just defending its current positions against any SAF attacks. They are being supported by Wagner and the United Arab Emirates at this point, and also Field Marshal Khalifa Haftar from Libya and the Benghazi Tobruk government. Evacuations are ongoing. Evacuations are happening either through the Egyptian southern land borders or to Port Sudan, and then across the Red Sea into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There was a relatively unused military airstrip called Wadi Sayedna that was also used for evacuations after being reactivated, but it was compromised yesterday, I think. Some genius with the Indian Air Force decided to publish all the photos of their evacuation operation, and less than 24 hours later, the airport came under attack, and therefore other nations using it for evacuations had to stop their work out of there. It was the Brits first who ended their activities there, and then we stopped our activity there 24 hours ago. I think the Germans also were trying to operate out of there as well. So it's a bit of a mess right now. Also, the former president Omar al-Bashir and his lieutenants and political party leaders all escaped from Cooper prison, which is a maximum security facility in Khartoum. The army announced that they moved Omar al-Bashir from Cooper's prison to the military hospital in Khartoum for protection and safeguarding, it seems, but no one is really sure or certain 100% where he is right now. But officials from his regime, former officials and politicians and parliament members, more or less made appearances on different media channels by calling in over satellite phone and giving updates on ongoing hostilities and where they want to take the country going forward. It's a bit of a mess right now, but that's the quick update.
Thanks so much, Em.
Wonderful. Think ethical.
Yes, David. I think I do appreciate your zeal. And the ethical question, is the preeminent one in this allowing for a genocidal nation who is intent on destroying a people group to participate in the Wimbledon. So last year it was clear, plain, and evident, and was one individual that led that rally, and it was Boris Johnson. Say what you will, like him, hate him, but he indeed was able to sway the obvious monetary interests that arise to the forefront in these kinds of matters to calm down and to be a patriot and to assess this in the long term, as you're reiterating over and over and over again. So this is a symbolic gesture of support. It's a tacit support of a genocidal bastard and his cohorts. And if these individuals who are deciding this cannot repeat the act of honor that they enacted last year, then I believe a ban yes, this ban of Wimbledon in the future needs to be considered and to be offered as the quid pro quo. So, but Boris Johnson needs to be notified and put some fire underneath his feet, and I believe that he can actually accomplish something. So that's just my 2 cents. I really hate it, and the IOC is looking, the Parisians are looking to see how this is sort of a test balloon, and that's how I view it. It's a test balloon to see whether there's going to be any opposition to the Olympics, which there need to be, will be, and must be, because this cannot go forward.
No, it can't. And listen, the politically, I'm not aligned with Boris. I'm not a I'm a Remainer. But that's enough said on that. But whereas, wherefore, Ukraine and all the other things, I'm completely behind him. He's done an amazing job, and I wish he was carrying on doing it for those things, right? Despite the fact that I'm politically not aligned with where he's at. Anyway, I think it was you, Finance, first, and then Shaggy.
Yeah, since grain's the hot topic issue lately for me in the economic world, since there's so much going on with the Eurozone, the European Commission, neighboring countries, grain, Ukraine, because the Black Sea trade deal is being delayed, might be canceled. There's problems getting grain to countries. I'm reading about prices in Somalia skyrocketing for food. What's the food security situation like in Sudan, and how is that interacted with the rise of the Rapid Response Force?
Well, the food situation is actually deteriorating quite rapidly. It is not really helping the RSF force govern per se, because they're not governing. There had been reports of looting and also militias and armed men or armed militiamen raiding civilian homes seeking food and water. Some of them dressed in the Sudanese Armed Forces uniforms, others are dressed in the RSF uniforms, others are not wearing any combat uniforms, but they're armed. So the the largest influx of refugees and people getting out of the country is happening through Egypt's southern borders. So far, there has been no response from the United Nations or any form of international community-led coordinated effort to build field hospitals or triage areas or send any shipments of supplies, medical tents, food to the borders. And I'm quite sure that the stocks there, the control of the stocks will be equally divided between the RSF and the SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, depending on which strategic warehouses they control uh, in which province across the country. That's all I know about it.
Thank you. Quick aside, while we're on the topic of food, there, Egypt actually was one of Ukraine's biggest customers. What's the price of food like? There's a lot of other things going on with the Egyptian inflation. How is the price of food and affordability for the average Egyptian right now?
So yeah, Egypt is anywhere between the fourth or the sixth largest wheat importer in the world. We would, before the invasion started, I think the divide was 60-40. 60% of our wheat supplies came from Russia and 40% came from Ukraine. The number changed, and I think 2022, 2023, that fiscal year that basically ended or will end next June 30th. Uh, Most of the wheat we imported came from Romania. Of course, the prices increased drastically, but it's not really just the grain prices, it's it's a little storm. So Russian and Ukrainian tourism into the country decreased, and therefore the foreign currency income coming from that stream more or less stopped. Then you had the increased grain prices, and then you had also a lot of the hot money invested in treasury bonds getting out of the country. So it is a problem primarily of the debt situation and the need to bridge an $18 billion finance gap. Grain prices are adding to it, and the Green Deal is important in terms of making sure that at least the constant supply is available, but the prices on the market are still going up, despite the fact that I think the grains coming out of Ukraine represent less than 4% of the total global trade volume. But the situation is actually getting slightly out of control, and by any metric, it's approaching 60% of the population under poverty line right now. Inflation is at least at 43%, if not higher. All right, let's go to Shaggy dropped. Was it Think Ethical next, David, or someone else?
I think ethical. I can't even say think ethical now. I think ethical asked his question. I need to drop now, so we can either carry on with the sports questions or more on grain, I guess. Because I desperately need to get this conversation with Shaggy. Are you all right? You're a good man. Thank you very much.
All
right. As far as the grain goes, if the issue between Poland and Ukraine can be resolved judiciously, and the EU come forward with the needed funds to do that, I think that this will quell any future problems. But it needs to be done efficiently and effectually, and that's an oxymoron with the EU. So I'm seeing that as sort of the X factor, the contingency that needs to be really established before there's an acceptance of the flooding of the market, which is literally what it is. So, but yes, the interference is going to continue. But Em, thank you very much for your insight. I do appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Ethical. And good evening from Cairo, everyone. It's 8 p.m. because we have daylight saving time again after 6 years or 7 years of not having it. So fancy that. So Cairo local time is now UTC +3 or GMT +2 +1 DST, whatever language you want to use. If you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to go ahead and send us a speaker request. MriyaReport is a 24/7 space that has been running since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, bringing you Ukrainian voices, Ukrainian stories, experts, journalists, listeners, speakers, trolls, funny segments, informative segments, 24/7 to help you stay better informed on what's going on in Ukraine. And with that said, we only seem to have Finance and Chris and Think Ethical with us. So Finance, go ahead.
Yeah, we seem to have lost David. So I've just got grain on the brain right now. I'm also rhyming terribly. I'm never going to be Shakespeare, so apology to all of our listeners. You have to put up with my horrific rhyming. I would do look forward to the Tyner Time later. Yeah, so for those of us in the audience, I have the pin post to my profile. If M wants to toss it or Axe wants to toss it in the nest, great. My Substack's always free. You can't even donate to me. I just moved there because I tried to blog and then it got hacked down a bunch of times, which happens. If you're a Ukraine supporter, I'm not really sure why. So we're on Substack now, free. But back to my point, Ukraine grains are a topic because when they couldn't get it out the Black Sea, our friends at Ukhrsalzhenitsa started expanding all of the ways of getting it out by rail, basically every other direction. So we're talking Moldova, Romania, Poland. Grains reached Bulgaria. It's even reached Spain. And unfortunately, it's been piling up in Europe because everywhere has some storage capacity, but Europe did not build the logistical facilities for, a top 5 world exporter in, 10 plus grains and the number 1 sunflower exporter of the world to be sending all their capacity through them. So while you're hearing about prices and food insecurity in the Horn of Africa and Egypt, the normal customers for this massive amount of grain, you're also hearing about a ton of grain filling up European silos where, you're seeing lots of, filling up European silos where you're seeing farmers starting to protest. And it's actually causing tensions, unfortunately, for Ukraine with some of their neighbors in Europe. Now, the incorrect take is that Poland is going to stop supporting Ukraine. When you look at it, Poland and the Baltic are as supportive of Ukrainian military efforts as it gets. This is not going to stop that. It may, however, cause changes in how Poland or the other European countries deal with taking in Ukrainian grain specifically, because the way the European agricultural system works, they do not have total free markets. There is support for farmers. This is absolutely costing people their livelihoods. They were not in some sort of imbalance where they needed lots of Ukrainian grain to just show up on their doorsteps, and some sort of mix of new logistical facilities and coordination, hopefully actually getting ships flowing out of the Black Sea, because this Ukraine grain deal turned out to be significantly better for Ukraine than expected by all parties. The best example to show that this is true is just how much Russia is trying to get out of it now. So we know that one party is trying to get out of it, that's Russia, so we know it's not so good. They don't view it as good for them. I agree with their analysis. It is much better for Ukraine at this point. And yeah, it would be nice if it would continue because that grain needs to get out. The other best way to help the grain get where it needs to go, like Egypt, North Africa, the Horn of Africa, Nigeria was a big buyer, and stop filling up grain silos where they already produced enough grain, like Romania, would be to send massive amounts of weapons to Ukraine so they can send Russia home sooner rather than later.
Well, thank you, Finance, for that. Well, the problem right now is, I would say, the ecology of Ukraine. A lot of people are fixated on the grain deal right now. Well, the grain deal will be a temporary instrument that will serve, you know, a couple of goals, but what will happen next year and what will happen the year after? Uh, the state of the agricultural land in Ukraine and the amount of explosive ordnance disposal teams that will be required to clear the country's fields and cities and towns and villages of dangerous munitions and unexploded devices. All that, plus the chemicals and the pollution and the the remains of equipment and military hardware. All that needs to be cleaned up before the land is, planted again. Uh, that's what I would want to know more about, actually. I haven't seen any data coming out yet. Probably there is somewhere about the decrease in the agricultural output and the condition of the agricultural land after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But go ahead, Finance.
We have a little data because we have 2022 output numbers. So 2022 was 37% down on total agricultural output from 2021. But even with that amount, it's enough that's causing all these logistical problems. Everything I've heard expects 2023 to be down even a bit more due to, as you know, all the discussions you meant, right? There's equipment problems, there's supply logistics problems, there's mine territory, but also as Ukraine. But this probably is a nadir, right? Unless Russia starts taking a ton more territory or find some way to distant mine fields, which seems, if they haven't the technical capability now, I don't see them adding new ones, given that they're struggling to get, tanks that are older than we are onto a battlefield. So I'm going with they're not adding new logistical or new technological capabilities to their military. So I think this year is probably going to be the nadir unless Ukraine loses a bunch of territory after this. But yeah, so it was 37% down last year. The chemicals is absolutely a concern. And not just the chemicals from the war, but also the chemicals. Ukraine is more willing to use chemicals when making crops than the rest of the Eurozone. Not rest of, because Ukraine is not currently in the Eurozone, is willing to use chemicals when growing crops. So there's some standard friction there. For those in the American audience, the Europeans have a very different view towards both genetically modified crops and chemicals in growing crops. Whether you think this is ridiculous or you think it's incredibly important, not really the point here. It's just that they do, as a group of population and markets, have hugely different views than we do in America, where we basically, as a market, don't care. The Europeans do, and that's actually one of their big concerns. So that's also going on at a base product level. I agree, all those are concerns. I think the aggregate 37% down of last year is at least a good reference point for how much damage the Russians have wrought so far. They have gone from about 25% of Ukraine controlled to about 20%. If that number can be held steady and hopefully brought down, the ideal amount is zero, of course, then we would expect farming to increase. I'm not sure what the status of the full status of remaining equipment in Ukraine is. Especially but we do have some idea that whatever remained after, say, the Kyiv offensive was what would be, it's pretty easy to assume that that's what would be harvesting in 2022.
Right. So basically, we're looking at them losing a solid 1/3 of their output and continuing on a trend that might see them losing 50% of their total output before the invasion by mid-year this year. Again,
yeah, it's totally possible, unfortunately.
yeah, absolutely, and that's tragic. But again, it's less than 4% of the global volume of grains trade. So it will be more related to the economic situation throughout Europe and throughout the world, actually, to see if this global recession will continue or not. As for the different perspectives and perceptions of products between the EU and the United States, just don't get me started. I'll say 2 words: chlorinated chicken.
Yeah, never.
Finance, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just pointing that out for the U.S. Audience, not trying to skip the debate. Yeah, no, right. The amount of Ukrainian grain loss is tragic. As you pointed out quite rightly, total food production in the world is not the issue right now. The weather's been, we had a nice warm winter. The weather globally has been pretty good for producing stuff. Farmers have known about this war, the full scale part of the war since February. So, people have been able to plant. The problem isn't total production. It's where that grain now is. It's where the food now is, right? So there's too much in Europe. There's not enough in places that we're getting their food from Ukraine. If you're in Somalia, you now need to source your food from somewhere else. It might be a longer trip. It might be more expensive because, if it's a shorter trip, it might be somewhere that doesn't have as much excess to sell, et cetera, et cetera. So it's now less of a problem of total supply as it is a problem of logistics and where that thing goes. And since hopefully this is a shorter term war, right? I hope to God we're not talking about this war in 5 years. Then a 1 or 2 year solution with a grain deal could make a difference while this massacre is going on.
Right. Welcome back, Axel. And
Yeah,
yeah,
hello
we're still
again. The
continuing.
audio has been playing up. I apologize for the inconvenience.
No worries. And if you would like to ask us a question or bring up a topic for discussion, feel free to send us a speaker request. We are here to help you better understand the situation in Ukraine. So, Finance, any more points regarding that topic?
Those are the major ones, and how then this is for specific European nations. This becomes an issue, such as the PIS party, Poland's right wing, very Ukraine supportive ruling party. One of their major bases of support is their farmers. So it is a specific problem for them that this is occurring. This can make politics a little funky. However, again, if you're looking at Poland, the opposition parties are also highly militant in their stance towards Russia. This is not a country that has a Russian opposition party. So, as far as Poland is concerned, I wouldn't say that there's a risk of an unfriendly leader. Like, I don't think those exist as far as a war against Russia goes, by possibly anybody in the world. So that, but I would say if you dig in, this is the kind of thing that on the longer term basis, because of the way Ukraine and their markets and approaching maximizing agricultural production versus the way Europe historically has dealt with grain production. This is probably was always going to be one of their biggest issues, trying to sort out how they will fit in the Eurozone, which is something that Ukraine clearly wants to do. And since the war, it seems the Eurozone was willing to move towards. And now this is really in very clear, this is under the microscope. I do not have a political ball for where this will land. I would kick this to our European friends who are more politically minded.
Yeah, in
Right.
Poland, the story has actually been more a chimera than anything. Because whilst Ukrainian grain had been stored there, which is true, in silos, very little of it actually has had an impact on prices. Prices have been suppressed by completely different means, and only after some Polish grain traders had actually purchased from other international grain traders some capacity, that had a short-term impact on certain prices, but very limited. It's an absolute, and the remainder was more fear factor and catering to certain leaders of the farmers who the farmers have another party which had been losing a lot of ground to PIS in the last decade and a half. And that party in itself had been trying to shore up fears, unfounded in this case, unmerited blind pricing. So it's not even a real risk. And it was more perception management than anything. That's the whole point. But perception management, unfortunately, when it comes to agricultural policy, can be easily abused, and the PIS used that opportunity immediately. As did the socialists, as did the Farmers' Party, all three of them.
All right, thank you, Axel. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I was trying to think about how I wanted to word my question or statement, really. As someone in the United States, yeah, I often come up here and say how brilliant all of you guys are and gals, and it's true. Everybody has such just immense knowledge, and so sometimes for me, it is hard to keep the connections between everything, particularly as you all are talking about global markets and things like that. And I just didn't know if there's like a cheat sheet resource or something. I mean, I know there isn't. It's a huge topic, but just a little something where if I'm trying to explain to somebody why I'm so concerned about what's going on in Ukraine, and that it isn't just about what's going on in Ukraine, it has global implications. If there's kind of a good little bullet points thing to broach that with people here in the States. And with that, I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, wow, that's a good question. Currently, there is no single point of information where you just take all your news and all your knowledge from, so that you can answer the question of what are the global implications of what's happening in Ukraine, and why would I be interested in it as an American citizen, and why I need to act about it. But the official channels will be a good place to start. So all reports coming out of the United Nations Food Program, for instance, and then you have economic data, but those can be represented in different manners and different ways. And,
You can
financial
if
side.
it's agriculture. Just let me chip in one thing. This is for our American audience. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has fantastic graphics, superb reports, and is extremely up to date. Does harvest monitoring worldwide, and if you want to get a fair understanding of the intricacies of agricultural trade, and also specific volumes being produced, such as in Europe, such as in Ukraine, then that's a very good starting point. Great graphics, good reports, well organized. Did I lose audio, Emma, or are you gone? Finance, can you hear us?
I can hear you. I have not heard M since you made the comment. I was actually going to suggest the last speaker, Elizabeth, send me a message. She gave a thumbs up so she can hear us. Elizabeth, please send me a DM. I will actually write that article myself. You requested it. It'll be posted free to share. That's a really good point. That should exist. That's literally what we try to explain all the time here, but there is no good reference cheat sheet for 1 to 2 pages how this war, on at least the economic side, affects the world, how this is not
just something that is localized or regional. I've seen people share everything from good TikToks and other things with me. I'm not on TikTok, so I couldn't point that back to you. Someone sent it to me on WhatsApp. So like this kind of stuff exists, but it is not easily in one spot or another. That is a great point. As I said, your DMs aren't open, so you'll need to DM me. But if you do, and I would really love it if you would just list out all the bullet points you'd want to know. Really, no question is too simple in this one because this is lots of people are not our regular listeners who don't follow all the different details and cultural, economic, military impacts of this war. And I do think that would be useful for our listeners and anyone else to share. So that's something we can actually create here, and I'm happy to do it myself. So send that over. Em, I don't know if you can hear us or not right now. Axel, it seems you're running the show.
Which I can't at the moment because I am currently finishing cooking. So, Meta.
Okay, hi again. About the global financing, I just love your finance analysis comments, but I'm thinking like it costs 5 times more every day what is being destroyed in Ukraine per day than it would cost to arm them more. And for the second, I really, really believe that we can freeze the assets and Russia will pay for this, at least most part of it in the end. And we need to stop this war very soon and we really need to rebuild. Think about all the opportunities there are in sort of just doing the infrastructure again, something new, maybe underground or whatever invasions there are. There's so much opportunities, and just for the global economy, I think we just need to end this war. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say most of us here agree. Oh, it seems Emma's back. Emma, I'm happy to let you take this.
No, go ahead, Finance.
Oh, I would say, Meta, that most of us here agree, but how that happens matters a lot. If Russia winds up appeased as they have been in Chechnya twice, Georgia, Ukraine in 2014, this just means more war and it happening again, right? The only way for this war to end and it not to be a reoccurring nightmare for Ukrainians and the rest of us is for Russia to have their rears kicked back home. That's the way this needs to end, right? And then yes, we absolutely can rebuild Ukraine, but I don't see a viable option for building, $1 billion factory or logistical facility somewhere in the middle of Kyiv, until that happens, right? We can't build, MriyaReport can't be rebuilt by the Ukrainians while the Russians occupy it, and you see Russian tourists taking Instagram pictures on rubble that their army created. Right. That's sadly where we still are at this point.
All right. Thank you, Finance. Thank you, Medi. Welcome, Mr. M.
Good evening.
And yes, nice to have you with us. And within, I believe, 30 minutes, we'll be joined by our guest tonight, Thomas, who is going.
We're gonna have the China Tom or not?
Mr. M, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, M.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So, yes, in less than 30 minutes, we'll be joined with our guest, Thomas, who is going to give us his latest on Ukraine.
I'm looking forward on that. I think many the listeners are also wanting to hear what Thomas Steiner has to say.
And we've just been joined by Oscar. Oscar, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I have a couple of questions, maybe one comment on the harm to the Ukrainian environment. And the first comment is that when you mention agriculture and the harm caused by the war to our fields and agricultural land, cattle land, but also the sea, someone sea, this near the sea, it's a great concern to me. And the recent report said that about 50,000 of dolphins, for example, were killed or died since March 2022. And I believe this is just one piece of negative effect that biodiversity of the Black Sea we're experiencing, is experiencing these days. And it also affects fishing, for example, because, yeah, we have the corridor for grain deal, but we all know that the sea is heavily mined, and it will take years, I'm afraid, to make it clear for everyone, not just one corridor. And my question is, I remember, and that's to you in the first place. I remember you mentioned that there is an area in the north of Egypt which is suitable for agriculture, but because of the war that was decades ago, it is still cannot be cultivated well enough because it is mined. And have I got this correctly, or am I confusing something?
Yes, it's a stretch on the north coast in Egypt, basically the theater of the Battle of Al Alamein. So the English and the Germans planted a lot of anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, and apparently they either don't have the maps for those minefields or they just refuse to give them.
Yeah, but
So
it was decades ago, right?
no, we're still working on demining the area,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's one of
When were the mines? When was?
back in the 40s. It
Yeah,
was
yeah.
during
I
the
mean,
North Africa.
yes. So my question is maybe, yeah, a question perhaps. Is there any advanced technology, machinery, or equipment that can speed up demining the area, even if you don't have maps? Something maybe unmanned that can just go back and forth within some square, territory, and just demine the field. And if it does, if it has taken, is taking so much time, the decades um, back from the Second World War, how many years can it take in Ukraine after the end of the war to demine our fields to make them suitable for agriculture again? This is
So there are several technologies, but the main issue is that explosive ordnance disposal, or EOD, is one of the riskiest fields. So first you need to locate the unexploded ordnance, and then you need to disarm it or diffuse it and safely dispose of it, um, either through controlled demolition or successfully disarming and diffusing the explosive mechanism and uh, removing it safely from site where it was found. So the main problem is locating unexploded ordnance, and for that you will require scanners. And then after you locate them, you have to disarm them, diffuse them. So either you send in an operator, a human resource, or you send in a remotely operated robot that can deal with the diffusion or disarmament of the weapon located.
so. This technology does exist, but it still will take lots of time, years,
Okay, we can hardly hear
decades.
you. Is there a chance that you can change your microphone?
Oh, okay, I will try now. Wait, How about now? Can you hear me now?
This is very
Perfection.
bad.
Still bad?
No, this
No,
is
this is
Oh,
very
this
very
is
good.
good.
very good.
Very good.
Yeah. Those AirPods, they keep failing me. Yeah, so it's going to take lots of time.
It will take a lot of time. It requires on the available resources, so the equipment and the manpower. Uh, so it will take time. Um, then the first question I think was yes, the Black Sea. So General Breedlove and General Ben Hodges, both of them agreed that there is a need for a comprehensive security strategy in the Black Sea. So it will not just be about grains, it will be about the freedom of navigation and trade and oil exploration, oil and gas exploration, and demarking exclusive economic zones and basically maritime borders. And there will also be a need for a demining operation in the Black Sea as well. That will take a lot of time, not to mention the fact that Russian military operations in the Black Sea had a significant environmental impact on the aquatic maritime life. There will be also spillover in other sectors like tourism, for instance, Odessa and beachgoers and uh, holiday, basically resorts and the such. So
Yeah.
yeah.
We're not even mentioning tourist part because Odessa specifically is more or less safe a place for going to the beach because of the type of the coastline, let's see, and not an entire city, but part of that. But even though there is no mines in the immediate, like, I don't know, like 50, 100 of meters away at the coast, at the beaches line, then still, after any even minor storms, there is a risk of this free floating mines that can come closer to the beach, to the coastline, and just explode. And we saw that because in summer there were private beaches that have swimming pools, and people were going there, and they reduced the prices, I don't know, like 3 times. And IDPs, especially with kids, could go there, enjoy their time, and the locals, of course. And there was one pretty, well, it's big and very nice private beach, and very popular among not only tourists but also local people. And at some point, and people were going there actively. And at some point, there were after the storm, and thankfully the weather wasn't good enough for for lots of people to be around. There was a free floating mine, and it exploded, and it damaged that private beach considerably, and people could have been injured if they were there. And yeah, it's just one of many examples, let alone the most popular parts of the seashore, which is out of the city, which have white sand beaches and wonderful landscape and very good um, air, because it's between this fresh water and the salt water, let's see, and this air. It's there's this stripe of the land. The air makes such very therapeutic mixture, and it's proven therapeutic effect, and a very popular area, and it's super mined now. Many people, not many people, like half a dozen of people, who decided they still will go to enjoy their summer. It was their last summer in their life because they exploded on the mines, and also the infrastructure is ruined. The private cottages are ruined. We've just seen recently the videos from that part because it's close to that poor bridge, which is being targeted all the time. And when a missile doesn't hit the target, which is the bridge, it hits elsewhere around the bridge, which is private sector and the infrastructure of that area. So yeah, tourism if it's not gone for completely, let's say, so it will be delayed for a very long time. Yes. Thank you for your explanation.
Thank you, Arthur. Matt Bono, please go ahead.
Thank you. Touching the most difficult subject in my heart is the 30,000 dolphins that have died in Crimea area, and nature catastrophic consequences of this war. But that's something for the later. We just have to end this. We have to make Ukraine win. But when it comes to mines, and my question to M, I heard there is this new technology from Japan that is like a scanner that is very effective, that can identify the mines. And then there was, I think it was yesterday or last night or somewhere, some archaeological X-ray drones that could maybe identify them. And those experts, I can't remember who they were, but because I was sort of having this as a sleep before I sleep, just listening. But they estimated that 1 decade and the mines are gone. And from the, of course, they prioritize the agriculture and the cities and so forth. But there will be some. It will take years. But what do you think about the new technology? And I think it will take less time than Egypt, because there will be some support and there will be investments in demining Ukraine. How do you see it? Thank you.
So it will take less time, yes, because resources will be more available. That's accurate. Like I said, technologies out there exist and new technologies are being presented. I believe there was also a couple of scientists who were experimenting with rats, training rats to find or locate mines. Like I said, the hardest part of the solution is always locating the unexploded ordnance. So scanning for them, either using metal detectors or deploying drones with any type of thermal or spectral imagery that can help identify and locate the unexploded ordnance. That will remain the first part of the problem, and the hardest one, locating the devices themselves. So detection or location. Then the depending on the type of munitions detected, the approach towards disarming and containing their explosion risk comes next, and that's either done by a human operator or a human operator operating a remote vehicle. So again, it will be a question of which technologies are proven and which can be available at scale at reasonable costs for the government of Ukraine to select from and deploy, depending on the type of terrain, the expected ordnance, and the volume of the expected ordnance, and so on and so forth. I'm assuming pretty much there will be an international coordinated effort to bring in the newest innovations in locating and dealing with unexploded munitions. An example which is not that far off, because it is a scorched earth result, is the invasion of Kuwait. There is a documentary called Fires of Kuwait, and it basically shows every fire team that was called on to participate in putting out the Kuwaiti oil fields that were set ablaze by the retreating Iraqi forces after the failed invasion of Kuwait and Operation Desert Shield and Operation Desert Storm. One team, for instance, converted a jet engine, the engine of a fighter pilot, and placed it on the chassis of a tank or an APC, and that would use the modified engine to jet water directly into the well, completely suffocating the oxygen supply and killing off the fire at one thrust. So yeah, there will be a lot of new technologies. I'm not an expert in that field, so I can't compare between them or say which one is more effective or more efficient or proven to work better or provide better success rate. But it will be very interesting to see how that specific aspect of helping Ukraine recover from the aftermath of the invasion turn out to be. All right, let's go to Chris.
Hey, was that M or finance? Finance, was it?
No, I'm
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Okay, so just to let you know that as part of the Ukraine pavilion discussions, last week there was some discussions for a project between the UK and Ukraine on mine clearing in Ukraine, and so Em, have you seen the this video that's going around with the tractor in the that's clearing the mines in the field? Have you seen that at all?
I think I think I saw the one you're talking about.
Okay, so there's been a couple of videos of that. But actually, the whole thing is being reviewed at sort of like deputy minister level from Ukraine and that. But they were over here in the UK recently, because there's a project that's been going on for a long time over here in the UK called Hands Free Hectare, which is about basically autonomous and semi-autonomous operation on a farm, and that. So I don't have any conclusions yet, but it was just to let you know that joint project was on the way.
That's great. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I would imagine that there is already a lot of EUD help coming from different partner countries to Ukraine. And Maria Aid, I think, supports an EOD training program that aims to train more Ukrainian EOD specialists to deal with that threat.
Yes, it certainly does. MriyaReport has engaged in supporting through its donations Ryan Hendrickson and his crew in that regard, and our friend Ryan Meyer, as everybody knows, who's been racing about Ukraine and delivering humanitarian aid, obviously spent a little bit of time with Ryan Hendrickson in recent days. So people run into each other, work alongside of each other, and it was very good to see that product has arrived, and Ryan and his chaps are hard at work.
That's great. That's what we do here at the MriyaReport. Fingers and many pies. Chris, please go ahead.
Yes, well, speaking about that, Axel, do you think it would be worth making some introduction between whoever at MriyaReport on the demining and this representative of the Ukraine government who's working on this demining project?
I would be extremely surprised if Melanie Lake and that person wouldn't know each other. But sure, please. I mean, can always help. Give me a ding, and we'll sort it.
Okay, I will let you know. And I also saw a video today where the Halo Trust that the Princess Diana used to be, I think, patron of, and that was or is in Ukraine as well. Yeah.
All right. George, please go ahead.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Did I have my hand up?
No, you just requested the mic and you were next in turn. So, if you don't have anything today to say, we can go to Jana.
Yeah, just go to her for the. I'll be right back.
All right, Jana Duncan, please go ahead.
Jana?
Okay, my mic is back on again. I didn't mean to interrupt. Am I on now? I just had a thing to say about the
Yes, you're on
mines.
now. We can hear you.
Okay, thanks for letting me speak. I just want to say I'm in the United States, but we have a lot of dogs here, and they're trained to find things. And they were speaking on your MriyaReport open space here. Axel may have heard it, but there is someone over there in Ukraine that is working with dogs who can find mines really fast. I also ordered some Ukrainian stamps with a dog named Patron on it, if I'm saying it right. And that dog is famous for finding mines and getting them destroyed because they can search for them and find them really fast. So I've been spreading the word to all my people because I work with dogs to just switch to training their dogs to finding the mines, and we can figure out how to do it, and also perhaps be a great help in the future, short future. That's all.
Thank you very much for that, Yana.
Well, thanks for that. Yeah, well, it takes a lot to train dogs on locating explosives, and usually they're working a 20-minute, 2-hour rest, 20-minute working, 2-hour rest rotation. So it is resource intensive and very time consuming. So thank you for that.
Yes.
Let's go to Thomas, who has a very interesting profile. Thomas, please go ahead. Thomas, please go ahead. All right, no Thomas. George, please go ahead.
So, am I to believe that we have a 5-minute countdown to the next installment of the Thomas Tyner-thon?
Yep, that's positive.
Okie dokie. Well, people are talking about demining Ukraine. Right now, the biggest problem is some of those areas that need to be demined are, a little too close to the front. So, you're not going to get as many volunteers into an active war zone as we wish we could. But I think once the war is over, that's a significant part of Ukraine that has been mined is includes a lot of agricultural land, and I'm pretty sure that that's going to take priority, getting that demined. I think there's going to be a lot of money coming in from the EU to get that done, because this is land that not only feeds Ukraine but feeds the rest of the world. So I think that those areas are going to be priority number one.
Yes, absolutely, actually. And welcome back, David. And George, go ahead.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, you see, so technology has advanced in certain respects, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of things that are gonna be engineered to help speed the demining in Ukraine, because of the fact that drones now, ground mapping radars, and things of that nature. Uh, these are technologies that didn't exist, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So I think the mining is going to happen faster. I think it's not going to take as long as some people think, because one of the problems with some of these other areas that have been no-go zones for years, including parts. There's obviously areas of Vietnam, and then you look at the what we would call the Western Front in those areas in Belgium and France, is that they weren't demined, or there was no attempt to demine them after the war. So what happens is, as these things weather, and you get the thawing and freezing, these things shift. They go deeper. They sometimes they break the surface. They become hair triggered. In other words, sometimes just nudging them can cause them to explode. So the faster we get Ukraine demined, the you know the less likelihood that these things become a problem. The longer they stay in the ground, the harder it is to find them and get rid of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the main issue here in Egypt. It was basically the Western Desert. So, with the movement of sand dunes, it became more and more difficult to locate the unexploded ordnance. Whereas in Ukraine, it's more agricultural land and rain and snow and mud. So, pretty much it will stay where they were dropped, hopefully, until they're found and safely diffused. Chris, please go ahead.
Yeah, Sam, it was just sort of following on from George there, just to say that, so the Ukraine is like conducting a complete sort of like review of all of the different technologies available for demining, and indeed, like the sources of funds for it, which as you highlighted, could be the EU, or could be the Ukraine government, or could be private funding as well, because obviously it's advantageous to everybody to get the land productive again.
Yep, that's probably what will happen. It will be a coalition of donor countries, international institutions, financial institutions, private corporations interested in investment opportunities. All those efforts will come together. Civil society as well, NGOs, uh, even retired servicemen and retired EOD instructors and personnel who can help. But like you said, like George said, the problem is that the most affected areas are closer to the front lines. Uh, we've seen videos and photos of the efforts of Ukrainian reconstruction in several parts of Ukraine that were affected by Russian activities during the early days of the invasion, such as Irpin and Bucha. We're seeing slow signs of live returning back to those cities and communities, and we're seeing reconstruction efforts and also reports of EOD successes. But there will be more to be done, and they will need more to do it. And I think it will be another fascinating human story to watch unfold as we watch it unfold later on. And as we wait for our guest, let's go to Prince Heather. Heather, please go ahead.
You call me just, I barely could even hear you because I was still processing coming up. I just wanted to mention, we have a friend of the space here, Tokyo Tom, um, who lives in Japan, and he has been informing us and keeping us up to date on some of the things that Japan has been doing that have been not as noticed. And one of the things that Japan is really helping with is demining, and they will do a whole lot um, in the future to help to rebuild Ukraine. But right now, they are doing a lot already to help in the anti-mining and demining technology. They have assisted in sending Ukrainians to work, I believe, with Cambodians to train on demining. And I just wanted to mention that Japan actually is seeming to take a big role in the whole process of being able to get Ukraine demined. And I would be very remiss if I finished my comments without saying hello to Oscar. Oscar, it is good to see you. I know we are expecting Thomas, so I will keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Yes, we are expecting Thomas, who should be here soon. And as for Japan, that's true. I think some of it is done through the Japanese government itself, and some is done through the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, the JICA. David.
Hello there. Yes, so to answer your question, yes, sure, do that. But I was going to go. I can fill some space for a moment. I can tell everyone the exciting events we've just had. Not in Ukraine, but about the chat I had with Shaggy and some others about the future plan going forward about Ukraine. Shall I do that?
By all means, David.
We
go ahead.
have Thomas
wonderful.
joining us, David, already. So we are.
No, if he's here, then I won't.
We're ready to rock and roll. And guten Abend, Servus, good evening, buonasera, Thomas.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to the Spring of Ukrainian Success.
Bless mon cœur d'une longueur monotone.
I don't think yet, because I think they're waiting for the CV-90s from Sweden, and that will take another week or so to arrive in Ukraine. Because if you get some of the best infantry fighting vehicles for your offensive, you can wait a week. Also, there's some Leopard A5 coming in from Sweden and the Archers, so that's almost a complete brigade of elite equipment. So not 48 hours as the poem would suggest that the offensive begins, but soon, very soon.
Exactly. The anticipation is there. Everybody's waiting. So today we'll do a little China offensive. I have been asked by Peter, as well as many people who like your cat. I don't know why. Well, the cat has been fed. I'll take this for granted, but please confirm it so I don't get all the complaints via DMs.
The cat has been very well fed, got fresh water, got a bit of cuddles, and then I played with him. And that's why I was late by 3 minutes, because it's kind of like she doesn't want to let me leave once she starts playing. And so, yeah, I was a little bit held up by the cat.
We are delighted that you're here. So let's go there. How is Ukraine doing in the preparation? Patiently and comprehensively preparing for exactly what possibly could be a very significant step forward.
We have to be very careful tonight, because if we give out some real information that would help the Russians, that's something we should not do at all. On the other hand, we can make up all kinds of stuff to throw the Russians off the right tracks. The problem is that we don't really know the exact position of the Ukrainian break-ins and breakthroughs, and we don't know the dates. So we're walking a fine line tonight between talking about the coming offensive, scaring the Russians that are listening in, hello you assholes, and not giving the stuff away that would damage Ukraine's chances of routing the Russians in the south.
100%. So we can talk about what a reasonable general would do, how they've prepared, what the lead up was. And as you just said, people are waiting for certain pieces of equipment to come into theater. There's a good amount getting there. General Cavoli said 98%. Same thing uttered on the same day by General Secretary Stoltenberg. The promises have been lived up to an extent. More ordnance is coming that should make US and artillerists very happy. We understand that mortars are coming. So there is a good amount of preparation. Where do you think, in terms of preparation, does Ukraine stand?
Very good position. They have trained for many months. They have war gamed with Western commands. They got excellent equipment. It's never enough, but you know, what they got is really good, and the numbers are also good. But if you get 14 Challenger 2, that's good. If you would get 140 Challenger 2, that would make you happy. If you get 1,400, you're like in paradise. So it's, for an offensive, every general wants most and the best, but it's never available. So they have to balance those. What Ukraine got is a lot of artillery, some of the best artillery. Italy sent at least 60 M109, the Swedish Archers, all the Danish Caesars, more French Caesars, the British AS9, the American 1809-82. There's more Polish crap coming in, and there's more Susannas came in a time, so lots of artillery, lots of tanks, and an immense amount of mobility vehicles, because Ukraine didn't get an overabundance of infantry fighting vehicles, the Bradleys and the CV90s and these Marders, which will equip between one Marder battalion, 3 Bradley battalions, and probably 1, maybe 2 CV90 battalions. So that's in total like 5 to 6 battalions. It's basically the same as the Italian army can field in infantry fighting vehicles, or the Spanish army, or the British army still. And the United States Army obviously fields a lot more infantry fighting vehicles because they have a huge armored force. So Ukraine received the equipment and has built the units for a 4-part offensive. They built the units for the break-in, which means to crush the Russian front line, move the mines, open a gap. They built the units for that. They built the units for the exploitation, which is then basically the ones that cross through this breach and drive into the Russian rear to liberate as much territory as possible. They built offensive guard units that come as the second echelon to clear out Russian remnants, Russian positions that are left over after the combat brigades pass them. Because in an offensive, you don't want your combat brigades with the best equipment to be bogged down because there's a Russian held village in the way. You just move around and tell an offensive guard brigade, which has lighter vehicles, mostly BTR-E, BTR-4E with machine cannons, to come in and clean these Russians out. So they built that up. They built around 40-something rifle battalions up, which will come as a third echelon to then take control of key locations and key crossings and key bridges to secure the lines of communication over which the trucks with the fuel and the ammo will roll and keep the offensive running. So they did everything right, what you need to do, and have everything prepared. If you look at the estimates, the lowest estimate I can see is like 60, 70,000 men for the offensive. And the highest is 150, 180,000, somewhere in between. I personally think the Ukrainians will throw 120,000 men into 3 directions and try to crush the Russians in the south completely. Cut them off, squeeze them into a cauldron, and then just smash them. Leave none to return to Russia. Very, very good plan.
Pierce through, create salience, encircle, provide the option to either be taken hostage or annihilate. And the 3-pronged attack is
surrender.
Surrender if they can, But the 3-pronged attack is something which we spoke about the last 2 times you were here as well already, because it's evident from the territory, it's evident from what is necessary to cut them off. When we had various generals here recently, whether it was General Breedlove, who kindly spent time with us, or Ben Hodges or Mick Ryan, all of them have been equally focused on exactly that and crushing, literally crushing the Russian forces. That politically is quite the contrary to what we've been hearing recently. And we should go into this a little later. But in preparation for what you just said, the rifle companies, they have been training up. They are extremely interesting from my point of view. I'm not a rifleman, as you know, but still, we all had to do it once and we had to train it. And I've seen a number of videos from the training the Ukrainians have undertaken in Britain as well as in Germany in large numbers. And it seems that they've done a very decent job. That is exactly the kind of follow-on force which they were missing, together with the logistics capacity they were lacking last year when taking Balaklia, Izium, Kupiansk, and forcing their way up to Svatove, but not through it.
Yep, the Ukrainians learned from their errors. You need echelons, you need first wave, second wave, third wave, you need the logistics. And Kharkiv was a little bit unexpected for the Ukrainians because they didn't expect the Russians to just abandon and run so quickly. I always come back to and tell people to look at Operation Cobra, which was the Allied breakout from Normandy, because that's an excellent example of how basically not just to break out or break through the enemy line, but also completely crush him, and then advance so quickly, so fast that hundreds of thousands of German troops were cut off and had to surrender. And what stopped the Allies was that nobody in the Allied command had expected the Allied armies to move in 1 month from Normandy to Paris, and in 1 month then to the gates of Netherlands. And their whole planning was for logistics to go to Paris, and then let's see. And then basically they outran all their logistics and had to stop. So that's why I tell people look at that, because break out at one point and then not just, advance, let's say, to some point and stop. No, just go, drive, advance. Take key cities, leave a company, leave a battalion on these key cities and crossings, and basically control all possible escape routes. And you basically take an immense amount of territory, not by fighting to liberate it, but by cutting off all the enemy forces in the landscape somewhere, or in some small towns with no way out to escape or no way to resupply, and all they can do is just surrender. So in Kharkiv, the Russians ran too fast away for that because Russia is near. In the south, the Russians can't run away because they will be cut off and in a cauldron, with the Ukrainians and the Dnieper to the north, the Dnieper to the west, the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea to the south, and Ukrainians to the east. And when the Russians can't run, the combat brigades will just move around them and cut them off left and right. And then you have to place some units on these crossings, bridges, crossroads, small villages that you basically control, to create a lot of mini pockets where in every pocket there's like 3,000 Russians here, 2,000 Russians there, maybe some pocket with just a Russian command, an air defense unit, and a pocket with a few hundred Russians near the Dnieper. And each of them is basically just hopelessly, without escape, doomed to surrender or be destroyed. So the Ukrainians are preparing for that. You can tell they're not preparing for some small step offensive. They're preparing to really rout the Russians, and in a quick succession of a sequence of offensives, that they will maybe go 3 days in one direction, stop for a day to refuel, rearm, let the troops sleep and rest for a day, and then immediately continue in another direction, or split, go in 2 directions. If you look at the American offensive into Iraq in 2003, that was 4 divisions. They basically sent one British armored division, I think the 3rd British division, and I think the 1st Marine Corps Division, I think it's the 1st or the 2nd Marine Corps Division, they told them to go in and cut off Basra. Pretty easy, because from Kuwait you can just move a little bit north and then to the east, and then you have cut off Basra. And the 3rd Infantry Division had the order to just move from Kuwait to Baghdad and ignore everything else. So the 3rd Infantry Division just moved and fought like crazy towards Baghdad. After I think 2nd or 3rd day, they had to stop in the desert, and they came airplanes in and helicopters to resupply them with fuel and ammo. That was their 1-day pause, while the 101st Airborne in their rear took the positions that were needed for trucks to follow them and keep a line of communications for supplies open. So with just 2 divisions, the Americans reached Baghdad in a week, 6-8 days, something. And the Iraqis just were like, suddenly Americans to the south, Americans to the east, Baghdad about to fall. The command, the generals, everybody is fleeing, total chaos, and the Iraqi army just dissolved and went away, except for the fanatics, who then made terrorist cells in Iraq. So the Ukrainians are looking at something like that that is similar, like a moving, quick advance and offensive, because they were asking the West for every possible armored mobile vehicle, not just give us tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, give us all the MREPs, the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles, basically armored trucks or armored buses. Give us all of that, and they got hundreds of them. Why? Because you can tell the Ukrainians want to break through and then move so quickly and so fast and so deep into the Russian rear and take all the key positions that the Russians are all then cut off in mini cauldrons left and right, and each of them is abandoned to their own fate. So the Ukrainians have a plan. They have requested the equipment for that. They have received the equipment for that. They trained for that. And looking at what the Russians have in the south, it's like, I think, 2 divisions and some brigades. There's nothing what the Russians have that can withstand that what is coming.
How do you see the
Right.
topic of air mobility in that regard? Sorry, just very briefly, because we understand that the Ukrainians have not yet been given Western helicopters on a larger scale, but they have seemingly nurtured and refurbished and updated many more of the previous Soviet type helicopters they have. Do you see this as a supplement for their fast moving recce platoons, or is this something where we should have an eye on?
I think the Ukrainians won't go in with helicopters. My assumption, that's a guess, I have no idea if it's true, but my assumption is that they have at least 2,000 special forces and partisans in the southern region, and another 2,000-3,000 at least in Crimea. And you mentioned the poem from Verlaine first, which was sent by the BBC in London to France. And it meant for the French resistance, in 48 hours, the invasion begins. In the next 48 hours, you have to destroy as much infrastructure in France as possible to hinder German communications, to hinder German reinforcements, especially destroy train bridges, destroy road bridges, kill German small units posts so that the Germans have to send reinforcements there and then take that away from the German capability to fight the landing in Normandy. So the Ukrainians have at least 2,000 special forces and partisans in the south. They don't need to insert by helicopter anyone, because obviously if you have some village near an important bridge and there's 50 partisans and special forces waiting in the cellars just to come out and blow it up or occupy it or take it, and or maybe just ambush all the Russians that pass by, you don't need to helicopter insert them. Those special forces came over the Dnieper in the last months in the night and then dispersed all over southern Ukraine and on Crimea. The Russians don't have enough Rosguardia troops to control all the rear, because the Russians incompetent is their middle name. So incompetence is their middle name. So once a Russian unit gets the order to move towards the Ukrainian spearheads, you can be sure they will be ambushed, or they will run into broken bridges, or destroyed parts of the road, or mined parts of the road, and so on. And the Russian will have huge trouble to move around in the rear, where they think that they're secure, which isn't true. So yeah, I don't think there's a helicopter insertion need. The Ukrainians will cross the Dnieper for sure. The question is, will it be the first thing they do, or the second or the third? But the crossing of the Dnieper is for certain, because they requested so many pontoon bridges in Germany and France and Italy and in the UK and in the Netherlands, that they can throw 2-3 bridges across the Dnieper without problems.
And this bridging equipment, Thomas, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Just put off my microphone every time someone else speaks, because I don't want to have any noises that disturb the other speakers.
No problem. That's very kind. Em, I interrupted you earlier. You had a question.
No, I was actually going to sign off and hand it off to David, but Thomas, brilliant as always. Thank you for joining us, and I'll be seeing everyone soon.
Thank you, Em. Much appreciated. Thomas, bridging equipment, whilst I bring up David, as you just highlighted, various nations, French, Germans, Italians, all of them provided bridging equipment and pontoon bridges alongside of that. This is exactly something which Ukrainian forces will need, not just for the Dnipro, say, operation, but there is many, many smaller rivers going all along the front lines where they may have to just very quickly bridge across in order to retain their mobility, correct?
They got bridge layers for that. They got about, in total, 50 or 60 bridge layer, armored bridge laying vehicles, which is basically a tank. Remove the turret and has a bridge on top that the tank can just drive to the brook and place over the brook, and the tanks can cross. They got like, I don't know, 50, 60, the Germans and the Italians. The Italians emptied the complete engineer park they had in Peschiera. It's completely emptied out. Whatever was there is gone. And the French gave, and the British gave, and the Spanish gave, and lots of countries didn't announce it, because some countries announced it, but not all of it. Some was kept secret to keep the Russians guessing. The Ukrainians got a ton of amphibious vehicles, which nobody knows exactly which kind and how far they can go in the sea, if they're able to cross. Like if you get from the US Marine Corps vehicles, you can cross also the Black Sea. If you get some BMP older versions of that stuff, something you can just cross the Dnieper or other rivers. So the Ukrainians got tons of stuff, and Italy and France provided their pontoon bridges, which basically the Italians had a whole battalion stored, and the French had like 2-3 battalions stored since the Cold War. So basically they emptied their depots too. Then the Germans and the Brits and the Dutch have the M3, an amphibious rig, which they gave them, and the Ukrainians were training in Minden with the British-German engineering battalion. And I think they cleaned that out too, because it was bought at the end of the Cold War in large numbers to cross the Rhine. Basically, the British were the biggest amphibious operator in the Cold War, because the British Army of the Rhine was a half-decent formation with an immense amount of territorial army units in the UK that would have had to cross from southern England, Dover and whatever, to mostly Rotterdam and other harbors in the Netherlands and in Belgium, and then move into northern Germany, and had to cross the Rhine. So the British had an immense amount of amphibious capabilities and a whole brigade on the rivers Rhine and Weser of engineers just to make sure that these bridges could be built and retained and that there would be landing grounds and so on. So the Brits had a lot of amphibious rigs, and nowadays they just have 38, and I think each of them is 13 meters or 10 meters. And the Germans have like 30, but they together they built like 200 something of those. So there should be lots of them lying around. And the Dutch had some, and Ukraine got almost all of that. And there were some Eastern European countries that gave up lots of bridging equipment that was Soviet origin that works with Ukraine's bridging equipment. So if you put that together, you know, the pontoons you need to cross the Dnieper in force. Because if you ferry stuff over the river, you lose time. If you have pontoon bridges, you are gonna be much fast and much quick, and you can bring over a lot of equipment in a short time. And if you have 3 of them, and let's say each of them is assigned to 1 brigade, you have 3 brigades, 5, 6 brigades over the river in 1 day, a bit more than 1 day, depends on how the enemy resistance is. And all these amphibious vehicles that they got, and the boats from the US Navy and other navies, they will need those to cross the Dnieper or maybe insert special forces or commando operations on the Crimean coast. And once they are at the gates of Crimea, they will fight their way through Perekop, where the Russians have built defenses. But they will also come with all that amphibious stuff they have over the Sivash, which is basically a huge lagoon at the north of Crimea. And the Russians have built 0 defensive along that. And it's just a few meters deep. So basically every halfway amphibious vehicle can cross it. So the Ukrainians are going to come over there like in masses. So engineering capabilities the Ukrainians got, they got mine clearing capabilities, they got, the only thing that the Ukrainians still lack are fighter jets, enough air defenses, and long range missiles. From the rest, they got enough to go on the offensive, but the 3 gaps in their equipment are still like a year ago: modern Western fighter jets, long range missiles like ATACMS, and air defense, because 2 batteries of Patriot and 1 SAM-T battery is okay, but 10 would be needed to protect all the cities.
You said the magic word, bridges. David.
Yeah, well, I did. The thing is that yes, it's I say a subject dear to my heart. It was a subject that was that broke me on several occasions, lifting the pieces into position. But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting and it's wonderful, isn't it, that they've received so much. There are obvious reasons why the people didn't announce the bridging equipment that's going forward, because that would have told given the Russians a very good idea as to where they may be intending on going, and why give anyone extra intel that you can, right? So, yeah, down in the south, we've got to go those bridges and getting over the Dnipro really quickly is the fundamental key to it, isn't it? And how they can force those areas, right? Make some bridgeheads wherever that is in Novakhovka, because that bridge is easily repairable. And how quickly can you get equipment over, isn't it, Thomas?
Yep. The thing is that I don't think they will cross where there's an urban terrain, you know, because crossing an urban terrain gives the Russians a lot of buildings what they can use as defensive strong points. Going over the river somewhere, I mean, there's 100 kilometers of Dnieper where there's no buildings on both sides, and you can just go over there with the pontoons. And behind that, there is an open landscape where you can just, you know, the tanks see 4 kilometers, and if there's some Russians in those 4 kilometers, those Russians will be dead. So you have open country after that. So Novakhovka, the dam bridge enters into a city. So they will want to have that bridge for sure, but I think they will cross the Dnieper somewhere else and then try to encircle that city and squeeze the Russians basically out of the town towards the river, instead of fighting through the town house by house, which would basically slow them down horrifically. My guess is that they will at 3 points, but maybe more than 3 points, because you can send light infantry in boats and with some infantry fighting vehicles that are amphibious over the river in 10-15 locations, causing a massive headache for the Russians. And then basically you look which of these 10-15 beachheads faces least resistance from the Russians, and there you start throwing over your bridges. And basically the other beachheads that you don't need will then slowly retreat back over the river. But in the meantime, those unused beachheads tied up Russian forces and allowed the 2-3 beachheads that you choose for the river crossing to have the pontoons. I mean, they are really heavy. You said it, it's a back-breaking and heavy stuff. And if you make some error, you're going to get squeezed between them. So you have to be careful. But modern pontoon bridging equipment is not like in earlier times where you had to tie them together. And so they're all basically plug and play. You just the M3s, you drive into the river, they unfold, tuck, you clip them together. They have their own engines, outboard motors, and you then basically steer them in the location. That's it. And they stay there, and the Italian French FPM, now PFM, Pont. I'm not good at French. Sorry, it's a French name. It's something Pont Galant Mobilier or something, PGM or something like that. The French, basically the trucks drive to the river and just let the pontoon slide in. Pontoon has its own engine. You put them together, clip them together, and you have a bridge. So the Ukrainians can in an hour, 2 hours make these pontoons. Russian artillery will be a problem, but if you have, as the Ukrainians do, they have enough counter battery radar, they have GMLRS, tons of drones, lots of Excalibur. Any Russian artillery that is firing at the Ukrainian crossing points on the Dnieper will get silenced by Ukrainian artillery in no time. So maybe Ukraine will lose 1 or 2 pontoons, but they got so many more that if they lose a few, they can just remove them from the bridge and plug in a new one. So that's all no problem. The interesting question, as I said, is will the Ukrainians go first over the Dnieper or go it last? And that's an interesting question, and no one knows the answer. But if you want, we can speculate about the reasons for going first and the reasons for going last, if that's interest to any.
Oh, it's always interesting, but I was going to go back to a couple of points, if I may, Thomas. So yeah, look, the Novikhovka, as you said, there's a whole load in there, and you would need a battalion at least to clear that area, right? So there's all those bits about it. So how do you clear that area? How close is their arty there? I'm just working on the basis that they'll attempt to try and get the artillery the Russian artillery to fire first, so they can actually counter battery them. I suspect that on the other side they already have they've got people doing the FOPs, observations, trying to spot them, so they can just take them out. Right, once they've got that, then they're in a better position, aren't they? I really like the point about the great thing about the mobile pontoons, the British bits. They've got that can work independently, because you could just do 20 or 30 ferries instead of a pontoon, right, and then get them running over to different positions, because all you're trying to do is get them into a certain area, right, and then they can mobilize. If you worked it out, you've worked out the plan, and you've got your map, you can insert here, and then obviously losses to bridging equipment, so you're working as a ferry instead as a pontoon. And you can, if you've got 20, they'll take a lot of people, but obviously then you've got the question about equipment and how heavy that is, and whether you want to put IFEs on them as well.
Let's begin with the artillery. The moment Ukrainians cross with infantry to establish beachheads, the Russian artillery will open fire and give away its position, and the Ukrainian artillery can start firing at the Russian artillery with precision-guided munitions to silence them and destroy them. Yes, the first units going over the river will get hit by artillery and they will have losses, but it's inevitable because only that way you can spot all the Russian artillery units, because once the Russians start firing, they will pop up on radar and the drones will have an easier time spotting them. So, and yes, with the pontoons, you can let them into the water and they can move up and down the river because they have their own engines. What you also have to do, and I think David knows it, you can't just start putting, pontoons on some riverbed. There's own engineering reconnaissance teams who go and find the spot, because the worst thing is if you have your pontoon somewhere where it's a soft ground and your first tank sinks in, then you have a problem, because how to get this tank out that is blocking the way. So engineering teams, reconnaissance teams, they will be up and down the river already. And if they find the perfect spot and there are some trees and there are some problems, then they will let the pontoons into the river upstream, while a second engineering team will downstream clear the trees and blast a path to make an ideal landing spot where the bridge will attach. So that's all no problem. The thing is just that the Ukrainians have been training, and it was a secret, but then the local newspaper in Minden in Germany, which is like a tiny town with a really amazing little newspaper, made an article. Yeah, the town is full of British, German, and Ukrainian engineers, and they're bridging like crazy the rivers in our town because they're trained to bridge the Dnieper. Basically, then the whole secret was out. And I'm still amazed that the Italians and the training in Italy and in France was kept secret. But, the Germans' local newspaper was basically going to the river and taking pictures of Ukrainian guys in Ukrainian uniform bridging rivers and 3 amphibious rigs that were like, yeah, we're going to cross the Dnieper. It doesn't help the Russians because they don't have enough troops to control all the Dnieper, the whole length of the river, and they don't have enough reserves. So yeah, but the operational security is mostly important now to keep, because so that the Russians cannot mine the chosen grounds for the beachheads, because mining 100 kilometers is just overkill. And if the Russians would know at that exact spot the Ukrainians will cross, they could mine it. But as it is, the Russians can't mine it because they don't have enough mines for 100-kilometer beaches and approaches.
Yeah, it would be a waste of.
I'm going to add a little.
Waste of resources and capacity for defenses. But I agree, David, please.
No, I was going to add, Thomas. I can tell you why they were in Minden, because that's where they used to do all of those type of bridging operations used to happen in Minden in the 1980s.
Yep, they're still the only British unit that is left over from the British Army of the Rhine of the Cold War is in Minden, and that's an amphibious rig battalion. And because obviously, I don't think you have such wide rivers in the UK, except for the Thames after London, where you could train bridging but on the Thames, if you start bridging, you block like a 50 ships an hour from crossing. So the Brits retreated from the European continent back to England with their army and left the bridging battalion in Minden because it's such an ideal spot to train. And obviously, the Ukrainians came in early February and have been there until the end of March. So 2 months of training, how to fix it, to repair them and everything. So the full training experience they got.
We call it Wasserstraßenkreuz.
A very German word. the thing about Germany, you can just grab a word and then slap on other words. As long as it makes a little bit of sense, you can just keep going and make words that are 150 letters long. Back to Ukraine and back to river crossing. Any questions about river crossing? Because David is an engineer and he is the guy who has hands-on experience on that, and the Ukrainians would be like
finance.
They're like the heirs of the British.
I'll ask I have a question on rivers and a separate question that I'll ask them in reverse. So my question on rivers is the other side, the Russians, have demonstrated significant struggles when it comes to any sort of water that their military faces, all the way down to pretty small-looking creeks. Have they evidenced any ability of fixing this? A few of their logistical things aren't quite as terrible as they were at the start of the war, but can the Russians cross a river yet?
No, because the Russians, when they cross the river, they choose a horrible, stupid spot. Basically, where do you want to cross? In the middle of a forest where our tanks can't maneuver because there's a ton of trees and the ground is very soft because it's a swampy forest. And the Russian command is, yes, we will cross. Nobody expects us to cross in the worst place possible. So they tried to cross in such a place on the Irpin River north of Kiev, and then they crossed on the Seversky Donetsk River near Izum, also in such a place. And both times it was complete disasters. But learning requires intelligence. Nobody that is intelligent goes into the Russian military. People that want to steal from the government while doing no work at all go into the Russian military to become officers. They're not going there to be competent, and learn something. And I mean, if you look at European officers, you have to go to the military academy. Yes, now you can be up to a captain. You want to be more? Do a PhD at the War College. Oh, you want to be more? Do another PhD at a foreign war college. Like if you're Italian, go to the Naval War College in the US. If you're German, go to the French École de Guerre in France and learn the language. Oh, you want to be a general with 2 PhDs, lots of experience, come up, not before you haven't gone to be a attaché or a NATO official, or you have gone to foreign missions. If you're not good enough, they turf you, they throw you out gently. Obviously, the military, they not promote you and so on. In the Russian military, it's like you join, you bribe your professors so they let you pass through the military academy. You get some unit, but you want a unit that you can steal. So you bribe the guy who places you into some nice having unit where you can steal a lot, like some logistics fuel depot. You can steal a lot of fuel, diesel for truckers. Then you're there, and then you want to get promoted to not just steal diesel from a depot, but diesel from the whole region. So you bribe your commanding general to promote you to that position. You have to share with him the money. That's the kind of Russian officers, The Russian officers that are competent are the junior level, basically some guys that came in at lieutenant and were nationalists and fanatics and so on. They're all dead by now because they were sent in suicide missions in Ukraine and have been wasted. And the upper ranks of the Russian military is just goons, criminals, and thieves. And the Russians, at Vuhledar, the Russians attacked and was like, oh my God, we sent a battalion in and it was completely annihilated. And the Russian general was like, yes, but if we go tomorrow in exactly the same spot in the same way, nobody expects it and it will be successful. And it wasn't. And if you know Blackadder, the TV show, there's this beautiful scene where basically the general is like, we're going to do the 40th or something time the same stupid attack that we did before, because nobody expects us to do it for the 40th time. That's incompetence. And that's the Russian way of commanding, because, Hostomel was a disaster. And then the Russian command was like, you know what? That was fantastic. We should try it again with the airport in Mykolaiv. It was a complete disaster. It was like, well, next time it will be a success. So there is absolute, competence in the Russian military.
Thomas, can you sort of jump in? Can you explain to the room what a suit and a uniform means in the Russian military, and then explain Shoigu with all his pretty baubles?
I don't know the term what you mean with a suit, but
so Shoigu's not a military officer. He's actually like almost a civilian. He's not. Gerasimov is, but when you see, in other words, he's not a commander. There are probably captains in NATO countries who have more military understanding than Shoigu does. Like literally.
Absolutely. Shoigu was a firefighter, and then a civil. And then in some civil defense department, and then because he stole a lot,
emergency
and
services.
shared a lot, And he stole a lot and he shared a lot. That's why he made a career. And basically for Putin, he is loyal and not gonna backstab Putin. That's why he's still in the post. But the competence in the Russian military, I mean, come on. A basket of Easter eggs in Spain has more competence than the entire Russian general staff. So the thing is that if you're just I give you an example that maybe some Ukrainians who are listening don't like it, but I will give you an example. The most competent Russian officer is the war criminal who shot down MH17 Girkin, Igor Girkin. He was an officer, he fought in Bosnia, he fought in Chechnya, and he completely understood the situation. He started the war in 2014 in Crimea and the war in Donbass in 2014, shot down MH17, and he has now a daily rant online on video about how incompetent the Russian military is. And you know what? Because he was competent and fanatic and he wasn't corrupt, he was immediately thrown out of the Russian military when they had a chance. Because someone who doesn't steal and actually takes this serious and wants to lead with competence is a danger to every other Russian officer and general. So they threw him out. So if you want to listen to a Russian officer rant how incompetent the Russians are and what stupid decisions they do, he's never saying Putin makes stupid decisions. He can't because he would go to prison. So he's always saying something like, Putin, in his genius ways, has decided to attack at Vuhledar again and again because, you know, when we come 20 times, at some point the Ukrainians will just give up because they see how much we care. He clouds his criticism, but you can tell if this guy would be in charge, the Russians would be by now in Berlin. But he isn't, because competence is frowned upon and disgusts the Russian general staff. A competent officer is a danger because he makes the generals all look stupid. And he might not be willing to steal because, you know, if you're a competent officer and you steal from your unit, it's not going to fight as well. So you don't steal. So you can tell that the Russian leadership, everyone above captain, from major, colonel, and general, is an incompetent thief. Some of them have learned and adapted, especially in air defense with the drones and so on, you know, that they, but 90%, 95% are just complete hacks. And we are all lucky because that is so.
As the Ukrainian fighter in the trench at the beginning of the war who became famous with the video said, we are so lucky that they are so damn stupid. But Yehuda's point is, of course, valid. It's very important that there's a difference between generals and suits there. Yehuda, please go.
Yeah, I was going to just expound upon that. So there are, even within the corrupt Russian military system, there's a pecking order of incompetent uniformed officers and then more incompetent civilians dressed as uniformed officers who aren't actually even qualified, and that would be Shoigu. I think he was an emergency services coordinator in parts of Russia. I don't remember. Gerasimov would probably be the most quote unquote competent, which doesn't say much. But this is everything Thomas is saying is people have a hard time understanding. How could this be? How could they be so bad? It's not a shock, right? I mean, you've heard the stories. They're not even anecdotal. Of I think one case, a tank regiment commander of an armored unit killed himself when he was surprised to have found, which I'm sure he wasn't surprised to have found, that 90% of every tank had its engine missing. So he had been selling the engines. I mean, in no army would that make any sense. The amount of corruption all across the board, the amount of people, you know, that would have had to be in on it is phenomenal. So it is corrupt and just corrupt to the core, and that is the Russian army. It's not hyperbole. I mean, maybe the basket of Easter eggs in Spain, but other than that, it's not hyperbole. It's really that incompetent, and they feel that they have this critical mass. Like we have more. As Shoigu did say accurately, no one knows how to suffer like the Russians. They really believe that they can just throw enough bodies at a problem, and eventually they're going to win. They think it's World War II or World War I, that the Ukrainians will just give up and and run out of ammunition, it doesn't work in modern warfare, and that's why we see what we see.
Only important point: the Russians threw bodies and bodies in World War I at the front, and they lost. People forget, when the Russians finally surrendered, the German and Austrian armies were in Kiev and in Minsk. In World War I, there's pictures of the Austrian imperial garrison in Kiev in 1917 and 1918. So the Russians threw millions and millions of men at the front and wasted 3-4 million dead, and lost because the Austrians and the Germans took all of Ukraine, Belarus, and the whole Baltics. Second World War, the Russians threw bodies at the front like insane, without care, and they lost. What saved them was American Lend-Lease, trucks, engines, locomotives, ammunition, fuel, explosives, grenades. The Russian military threw bodies at the front without shoes. That the Russians didn't all have then frozen feet is because the British sent like 5 million pairs of military boots to Russia. So the Russian way of war is, we suffer more, we throw people at the front, it's no big problem, ha ha ha. The Russians lost with this approach in World War I, the Russians lost in World War II, and if you look at the number of Russians killed in action, it's horrific. And then suddenly it drops, because when it drops, just before that, the American Lend-Lease convoys started to come in with all the stuff that the Russians didn't have: proper clothing, proper medical care, lots of tank engines, lots of fuel, lubricants, rubber, tires, and everything. So all this story that the Russians won World War II, the Russians didn't. World War II was won by American industry who supplied the Russians to keep them in the fight. And towards the end of the World War II, the Americans scaled back their Lend-Lease equipment to Russia because they understood that Stalin is going to be an adversary after this war. And you can see that immediately the Soviet casualties start to pick up again when there's less American equipment coming in. So the bodies approach in Russia only worked against the Chechens because the Chechens were like 50,000 fighters and the Russians could throw 300,000 conscripts at them. If the Russians